ممتازة وجيدة وتحتوي على معلومات وعلى أفكار كثير متطورة تتناسب مع مستوى العصر، مستوى الظروف اللي عم بمر فيها. لكن اسمحوا لي نتيجة للضغوط اللي كانت في اليوم الأول من خلال الجلسات والوقت اللي كان متاح، اضطرينا انه ننقل جلسة من اليوم الأول إلى اليوم الثاني، واستطعنا بالفعل بالتعاون مع الزملاء بإعداد جدول زمني لهذا اليوم. يعني أمامنا اليوم طبعا يعني بدي أشكر كل المتحدثين اللي كانوا امبارح في العروض القيمة. الآن أمامنا اليوم 6 جلسات عمل، والجدول الزمني اللي موزع عليكم أمامكم باللغتين العربية والإنجليزية. حددنا الوقت لكل جلسة، وبدي أطلب من رؤساء الجلسات الزملاء اللي بيترأسوا الجلسات أنهم يكونوا يختصروا في التقديم وفي البايوز، يعني السير الذاتية اللي لكل الخبراء، ويلتزموا بالوقت. الحقيقة الجلسة الخامسة عندنا مع المناقشات 40 دقيقة فقط، ورئيس الجلسة عليه أن يلتزم بال40 دقيقة، ما يأخذ وقت أكثر من الجلسة اللي بعدها. الجلسة السادسة هي 60 دقيقة مع المناقشة، والجلسة السابعة 80 دقيقة مع المناقشة، الجلسة الثامنة 70 دقيقة مع المناقشة، والجلسة التاسعة كمان 40 دقيقة مع المناقشة، وبنخلص آخر جلسة اليوم هي جلسة الإعلان. أعطينا إحنا حوالي 20 دقيقة، لكن بتقديري رح تأخذ 30 دقيقة إلى حد ما، وبيكون انتهاء أعمالنا لليوم الأول. فصحيح يمكن يكون بعض الزملاء يشوفوا إنه الوقت المخصص لإلهم مش كافي، لكن هاي الظروف حكمتنا، ودائما يعني لازم نتكيف مع المستجدات اللي بتصير في هيك منتدى أو هيك عمل. يعني في ضغوط، وفي حوالي أعتقد 36 متحدث، 18 ب18 يعني باليوم الأول واليوم الثاني 36 متحدث أو مشارك بالحديث في هذا المنتدى. وهذا عمل منه بسيط، إدارته منه بسيطة، لكن يعني كان في زملاء من جهاز التخطيط والإحصاء فعلا يعني سهرانين على هذا العمل وعم يعملوا، وانتم مش شايفينهم أكيد يعني، بس لكنهم موجودين وديديكيتد وعم بيشتغلوا. فهذا العمل الحقيقة بيحتاج لفريق كتير كبير. قدرنا يعني الحمد لله بمساعدتكم انه نقدر ننجز اليوم الأول، وإن شاء الله نقدر ننجز اليوم الثاني بنجاح، ونعتمد إعلان الدوحة اللي إحنا رح نشتغل من خلاله. وأنا وقت يجي دور الإعلان ححكي عن هذا الإعلان. والآن بدي أطلب من الزميلة الفاضلة المهندسة دانا أحمد السالم تترأس الجلسة الخامسة، فلتتفضل. شكرا.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. الحضور الكريم، أرحب بكم اليوم في الجلسة الخامسة من منتدى الدوحة للبيانات، حيث سيكون عنوان الجلسة البيانات المفتوحة ومشاركة البيانات، وخلالها سنتحدث عن تعزيز استخدام البيانات المفتوحة واستكشاف استراتيجيات لتعزيز تبادل البيانات بين الجهات المعنية بما فيها الحكومات والمؤسسات البحثية ومنظمات المجتمع المدني والقطاع الخاص. هذه الجلسة ستتكون من 3 عروض، نبدأها بعرض من الدكتور محمد عزير محي الدين من دائرة الإحصاءات في ماليزيا، حيث يمتلك الدكتور محمد محي الدين مسيرة مهنية لامعة تمتد لأكثر من 3 عقود، تخصص خلالها في إحصاءات الحسابات القومية وإحصاءات التجارة الخارجية وإحصاءات الصناعة والبناء وإحصاءات الخدمات. وقد شغل الدكتور العديد من المناصب المرموقة، وعلى رأسها قيادة المكتب الإحصائي الوطني، عضوية اللجنة التنفيذية للرابطة الدولية للإحصاءات الرسمية ومعهد الإحصاء الماليزي، ورئاسة اللجنة الوطنية المنظمة لمؤتمر الإحصاء العالمي، ومفوض التعداد الماليزي السادس 2020. سيكون عرض الدكتور اليوم Open DOSM بناء ثقافة تتمحور حول بيانات المواطن. دكتور وزير, the floor is yours.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi taala wabarakatuh. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin. A very good morning. Thank you very much. Our moderator for today, Ms. Dana. So for today, I would like to share about Open DOSM, the new initiative carried out by Department of Statistics of Malaysia. I would like to describe my outline for my presentation today. And very important for every country to strengthening the national statistical system, and it's very crucial for informed decision making and effective policy implementation. And in Malaysia, Department of Statistics Malaysia has outlined strategies to strengthen the national statistical system. Among others, establishment of the National Statistics and Data Council, chaired by Honorable Deputy Prime Minister, appointment of Chief Data Officer in every government agency. We are in the process of amendment of Statistics Act, and we just established a National Big Data Analytics Center, and also in order for us to bring statistical system in country to near level, we established a Chain Management Office. While the data statistic culture varies across countries worldwide, becoming increasingly important in many organizations based on the guide toward data-driven culture and data-driven maturity model. There are 5 stages in this area, which each stage career are as follows. One is on reporting, visualize existing data and create the foundation of analytical future, analyzing and drive deeper into the data to achieve insight into why things happen, automate business process by integrating analytical insight, empower employee and product with data analytical capability on and innovating use data and experiment to innovate in product and transform the organization. Malaysia is currently in the phase of innovating, which we use data to innovate in the statistical delivery for the country. Our data are available and freely used at eStatistic, Open DOSM, and StatW, which also available in a small statistic area, include subnational statistic of Parliament, State Legislative Assembly, and my local state. As continued effort in utilizing modern approaches in producing complementary statistics, recently, Department of Statistics has completed International Data Science Accelerator Program with Data Samples Campus ONS UK to produce timely advanced estimate for GDP growth using nowcasting technique with machine learning. With price intelligence, Department of Statistics Malaysia collect the online price data using web scraping technique. During the previous MCO period, 20 main consumer product price used in the consumer price index compilation were obtained through the price intelligence mode. And in the third phase, the Department of Statistics implemented prescriptive analytics by developed job market insight that present the job vacancy information in Malaysia, and this job market visualization aim to assess the changes in manpower demand over time while facilitating any interested parties to gather useful insight for their own decision making. On the social media data, in another big data source that the Department also use public maturity assessment on official statistics. is the analysis or assessment of degree of happiness toward online news and social media. And also, this sentiment analysis is a platform as a shared service medium used by the other agency. And to ensure the Department of Statistics facilitate the staff with the latest technology, tool, and knowledge, about 59 our statisticians already certified as the data scientists recently. And this initiative is among the continuous improvement toward organization innovative product services. A data-driven culture is organization mindset that prioritizes the use of data analytics to inform decision-making and drive innovation. Is comprising two main elements. Qualitative analysis is based on observation rather than measurement, and is crucial to code the data to ensure that items are grouped together, methodological as well as intelligently. And quantitative analysis focuses on numbers and statistics, and the medium, standard deviation, and other descriptive stats play a pivotal role here. The advantages of data-driven culture integration, one, we can get the data insight, then we can also measure the performance of efficiency, measure the satisfaction, and we can recognize any error, and of course, it is important for us to understanding user desire and need, and also to identify trend and future opportunity. The importance of data-driven decision-making include knowledge and innovation, new business opportunity, better communication, unrivaled adaptability, and also continual growth. These are some of the example how we can see we do a lot of the engagement. We bridging the gap. We do the communicating the statistics with various group in the country. This is also another example. And also is some of the how we can simplify various statistics in various places in the form of dedicated relevant statistics in the one dashboard. And recently we come up with what we call the open DOSM in the country, and it's really very good response. In less than 10 months, we received about 1 million users in the Open DOSM platform. Is some of the example or feedback from the latest initiative. And what next? As we know, we have a lot of work to improve, and we really see that the dynamism in the area of the statistics, and we try to communicate the statistics close to the users, and we want really to provide the statistics as a service to the people, not only exclusive to the policymakers, to businesses. So we want statistics is something that how people at large, how they consume water and electricity, they also need to also know how to really use statistics to conduct their daily life. Thank you very much, Madam Moderator.
Thank you, Doctor, for your presentation. It was Open DOSM was indeed a very important platform. Thank you very much. ننتقل الآن للعرض الثاني، والذي سيلقيه الدكتور خالد علي القرداغي، مدير إدارة نظم المعلومات ومستشار مكتب الرئيس في جهاز التخطيط والإحصاء دولة قطر. شارك الدكتور خالد في قيادة العديد من المشاريع التكنولوجية والمبادرات العلمية الخاصة بنظم المعلومات والمعرفة لأكثر من 20 عاماً محلياً ودولياً خلال فترة عمله في مؤسسة قطر، وحصل من معهد MIT في الولايات المتحدة الأمريكية على أعلى شهادة تنفيذية بعنوان الشهادة المتقدمة للمدراء التنفيذيين في الإدارة والابتكار والتكنولوجيا. وحصل الدكتور خالد على درجة الدكتوراه من المملكة المتحدة. ومن أهم الموضوعات الهامة والمشاريع المشاركة تكنولوجيا المعلومات والرقمنة، إدارة البيانات ونظم المعرفة، حلول الحكومة الإلكترونية، التخطيط الاستراتيجي والقيادة الفعالة، وبرامج البحث والتطوير والابتكار. وبالإضافة إلى مهامه كمدير إدارة نظم المعلومات ومستشار مكتب الرئيس، يقود الدكتور حالياً فريق العمل الخاص بإدارة منصة البيانات المفتوحة. سيسلط الدكتور خالد اليوم خلال عرضه على أهمية بوابة قطر للبيانات المفتوحة المحدثة لتعزيز الوصول للبيانات وبصورة مبتكرة، فليتفضل مشكوراً.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. نرحب فيكم مرة ثانية. وطبعا كان نفس فضل سعادة الدكتور أمس نبدأ اليوم إن شاء الله المنتدى وقلوبنا ودعواتنا مع أهلنا في غزة، إن شاء الله يا الله رب ينصرهم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. طبعا لا يخفى عليكم أمس جميع المتحدثين تحت تسلط الضوء على أهمية البيانات المفتوحة وأهمية البيانات عموما والإحصاءات وأهمية نشرها وجودتها. وهنا يأتي دور بوابة البيانات المفتوحة. دور البيانات المفتوحة عبارة عن عدة إن شاء الله فيها خصائص نعرضها عليكم حاليا بطرق مختصرة. المقدمة: أهم المنصات الرقمية التابعة للجهاز، بيكون العرض اليوم. ما هي البيانات المفتوحة عموما بشكل عام؟ مزايا البيانات الحكومية المفتوحة، نبذة عن بوابة قطر للبيانات المفتوحة والجهود التي تمت خلالها الفترة الماضية، ومواقع البيانات المفتوحة لبعض الدول سواء خليجيا أو في المنطقة، ثم عرض البوابة وميزاتها، ثم الخلاصة. طبعا يعتبر جهاز التخطيط والإحصاء هو المصدر الرسمي لجمع البيانات في الدولة، حيث يعمل على توفير البيانات الإحصائية لمستخدمي البيانات بكافة القطاعات والجهات الحكومية والخاصة، سواء كانت الخاصة والمنظمات الإقليمية والدولية والأفراد. ومن هذا المنطلق مثل الجهاز دورا هاما في تلبية متطلبات التحول الرقمي في استراتيجية حكومة قطر الرقمية، وذلك من خلال الاستفادة الكاملة من التكنولوجيا الحديثة ومن أحدث البرامج والتطبيقات الرقمية التابعة لها، من أجل تقديم الدعم اللازم لدفع بعملية التنمية الشاملة في الدولة. هنا عرض سريع على أهم المنصات الرقمية التابعة للجهاز. طبعا هناك يمتلك الجهاز التخطيط عدد المنصات الرقمية خلال الفترة الماضية للنشر الإلكتروني. نفس ما قلنا، يعني مهم جدا أن يكون عندك البيانات وجودتها، ثم بعدين النشر لاتخاذ القرار، سواء كان اتخاذ القرار على المستوى الحكومي لأصحاب الشأن والسلطات العليا، أو أيضا للمعلومات العامة لجميع فئات المجتمع. وهنا يتمثل وجود طبعا موقع إلكتروني غني بالبيانات الإحصائية ويعتمد على أرشيف فوق 40 سنة. وأيضا هناك منصات أخرى مثل بوابة قطر للبيانات المفتوحة اللي تم تدشينها حاليا في هذه السنة بالنسخة الثانية المحدثة. وأيضا هناك منصة خاصة ببوابة أهداف التنمية المستدامة قطر 2030، طبعا بالتعاون مع إدارة الإحصاءات. وهناك بوابة خاصة للتداعيات التي تم في 2020 غني بالمعلومات، وأيضا في العديد من الصور التفاعلية والمؤشرات. وهناك بوابة خاصة للتجارة الخارجية، سواء حجم التجارة الصادر والوارد وجميع الدول. وبوابة خاصة لنشر قطر إحصاءات شهرية يسلط الضوء على أهم المواضيع الموجودة في الدولة. ثم أيضا هناك دليل التعريفات المفاهيم والمصطلحات الإحصائية في شرح كامل لمعظم المؤشرات الموجودة على المستوى العالمي. ثم أيضا هناك في أداة أخرى للنشر، تطبيق تم تدشينه في 2021 اسمه تطبيق إحصاءات قطر أو قطر ستاتستكس. يمكن خلال التطبيق الحصول على آخر الإحصاءات السكانية والاقتصادية والبيئية، ومن خلال تطبيق إحصاءات قطر يتم عرض البيانات على المستخدم بشكل واضح وسهل. من أهم البيانات المفتوحة، البيانات المفتوحة عبارة عن البيانات الصالحة للنشر وتكون متاحة للاستخدام ولإعادة الاستخدام. هذا التعريف الدولي الخاص لها من قبل الجمهور بالمجان. كما يمكن نسخ وترجمته وإعادة نشره واستخدامه من خلال أي منصات بشرط ذكر المصدر، حيث يشهد العالم اليوم كما ضخما ومتنوعا من البيانات يجمع من قبل الحكومات والمؤسسات. ولقد أثبتت عدة دراسات دولية مدى تعاظم القيمة الاقتصادية للبيانات بصورة عامة. وإدراك من حكومة قطر لأهمية البيانات المفتوحة، فقد تم إطلاق سياسة البيانات المفتوحة عام 2014 من خلال وزارة الاتصالات والمواصلات وقتها، اللي تسمى حاليا وزارة الاتصالات وتكنولوجيا المعلومات، في سبيل تحقيق أهداف من الوطنية المستدامة ورؤية الدولة، والتي تتمثل في تقديم الخدمات العامة بكفاءة وشفافية وبناء الاقتصاد المعرفي القائم على المعرفة، وتعزيز البحث والابتكار والإبداع عن طريق خلق ثقافة مفتوحة وشفافة تكون فيها أسس المعرفة للبيانات العامة المطلوبة متداولة وسهلة المنال. ومن هناك عدة مزايا للبيانات الحكومية المفتوحة، منها تعزيز الشفافية وتوسيع مبدأ المساءلة، وكما ترون في السلايد الحالي. فهي كلها عبارة عن مميزات فعلا تفيد في موضوع دعم الحكومة المفتوحة. نبذة عن بوابة قطر للبيانات المفتوحة. هي صورة عن المنصة نفسها. هي عبارة طبعا الامتداد لها data.gov.qa. هي عبارة عن منصة وطنية للبيانات المفتوحة والمعلومات أطلقتها وزارة المواصلات والاتصالات حينها في عام 2019 لتكون مثابة نافذة لإتاحة البيانات الحكومية وتسهيل الوصول إليها ومشاركتها، ما يساعد على تحويل تلك البيانات إلى أدوات وتطبيقات تساعد في البحث والابتكار. وفي بداية عام 2023 هذه السنة انتقلت مسؤولية تشغيلها وإدارتها إلى جهاز التخطيط والإحصاء، الذي يعمل جاهداً لبناء منصة للبيانات المفتوحة تعمل على شراكة وطنية مع الوزارات والأجهزة الحكومية المعنية لتوفير البيانات وفقاً لموضوعات محددة يتم عرضها بصورة سهلة وبأشكال مختلفة مما يتناسب مع طبيعة المواد المعروضة واحتياجات المستخدمين. وتتكون منصة البيانات المفتوحة عدداً من الموضوعات مصنفة وفق اختصاصات الشركاء في محاولات متعددة ومواضيع متعددة كالسكان والأسعار والتجارة والبيئة وغيرها من موضوعات ذات صلة بالتنمية المستدامة. وقد بدأ الجهاز بعرض نشرة قطر إحصاءات شهرية على هذه المنصة التي تحتوي على سلسلة من البيانات للفترة من 2018 إلى 2023، فترة حدود 5 سنوات ماضية. وسيستمر الجهاز بالتعاون مع الشركاء في تحديث ومحتويات الجانب الإحصائي بالمزيد من البيانات والرسوم البيانية وبصورة دورية. الجدول الزمني للمشروع طبعا المرحلة الأولى تم تدشينها الموقع نفسه في 2019 إبريل عن طريق وزارة الاتصالات وتكنولوجيا المعلومات، ثم تم انتقالها فعليا في هذه السنة 2023 وتم تحديثها ثم إطلاق النسخة المحدثة في مايو الماضي. ونعمل حاليا مع جميع الشركاء لتعزيز البوابة المزيد من المواضيع الإحصائية. طبعا بجهود جميع الجهات المشاركة ستكون البوابة مثابة نافذة لإتاحة البيانات الحكومية وتسهيل الوصول إليها ومشاركتها وإعادة استخدامها بصورة صحيحة، ما يساعد على تحويل تلك البيانات والمعلومات إلى أدوات وتطبيقات تساعد في البحث والابتكار وإيجاد الحلول المبتكرة. كما ننوه أنه الذي يعني بدوره سيرفع اسم دولة قطر عاليا في أي تقييم عالمي يكون فيه عنصر شفافية الحكومة من عناصر التقييم، حيث هناك مؤشر دولي خاص بالانفتاح الحكومي والبيانات المفتوحة يقاس من قبل الفريق المعني في الأمم المتحدة، يدعى مؤشر جودة البيانات المفتوحة، يقاس سنويا. وعليه فمن الأهمية من تعزيز البوابة بالمزيد من الموضوعات والبيانات الإحصائية وببعد زمني وبشكل مستدام لرفع هذا المؤشر. وتعاون طبعا هاي إن شاء الله بيكون بتعاون الجميع. هنا عرض لبعض المواقع البيانات المفتوحة لبعض الدول الخليجية، دولة قطر، المملكة العربية السعودية، دولة الإمارات، وبعض الامتدادات الخاصة فيها عناوينها. وأيضا من ناحية الدول العربية المملكة المغربية، الأردن، الجمهورية التونسية، ومدوليا أيضا في المملكة المتحدة، جمهورية سنغافورة والأمم المتحدة الأمريكية. كيفية الاستفادة من البوابة بشكل عام، يمكن للأفراد والباحثين والشركاء والاستفادة والشركات الاستشارية والمجتمع المدني الاستفادة من البيانات المفتوحة عند نشر مثلا معلومات معينة حول موضوع معين تتوفر فيه سلسلة لآخر 5 سنوات. هي بيفيد طبعا الباحثين وأصحاب القرار وأيضا الشركات والقطاع الخاص والعام باتخاذ القرارات القائمة على المعرفة. وأيضا يدل على سهولة عمل المقارنات السنوات السابقة وملاحظة التغير السنوي أو الشهري، سهولة القيام بدراسات الجدوى للمشروعات الحالية والمستقبلية. وأيضا يساعد الباحثين الأكاديميين للاستفادة من البيانات المفتوحة ودمجها مع المعلومات التي تجمع بشكل خاص أو يتم الحصول عليها من أماكن أخرى ومقارنتها. ويساعد أيضا على اكتشاف حلول جديدة من خلال كمية البيانات المكتسبة للموضوع. ويمكن عرض طبعا البيانات ومشاركتها على شكل جداول إحصائية أو عدة طرق تفاعلية. هاي منظر يعني صورة من الموقع عموما، المقدمة الصفحة الرئيسية، في عدة مواضيع رئيسية مثل السكان، الأسعار، التجارة، وعند الضغط على أي من هذه المواضيع هناك في عدة مواضيع فرعية مع الجداول الإحصائية الخاصة والرسوم البيانية الخاصة لها. طبعا هذه المقدمة تكون عن البوابة. هاي مثال عن مثلا مجموع السكان المتواجدين داخل دولة في نهاية الشهر، أول مربع كمثال. أول في يكون طبعا في كل إكسل شيت يكون في جهة النشر والمصدر الأساسي. هنا طبعا جهة النشر وزارة الداخلية، المصدر وزارة الداخلية. الجداول تكون طبعا محدثة مرتبة، ممكن إعادة ترتيبها سواء من يناير أو آخر شهر تم تحديث البيانات عليها. هاي مثلا كان الآخر مثال كان فيه ممكن عرض البيانات بطريقة تفاعلية، جداول أو أي محاور أخرى في عدة تقريبا 10 طرق للعرض، مثل المنحنى والمنحنى الامتدادي وغيرها من المربعات والأشياء الخاصة بالعرض الرسوم البيانية. ثم ممكن عمل المقارنات وإضافة أيضا مزيد من العروض الأشياء الخاصة للعرض. وأيضا طبعا في خاصية الخرائط، ممكن عرض الخرائط عرضها على شكل خرائط إذا وجدت الإحداثيات، ممكن عرض جميع البيانات على الخريطة نفسها. طبعا في أيضا خانة خاصة بالتواصل مع المعنيين في الموقع سواء بالمزيد من البيانات أو طلب العديد من الاستفسارات. الخلاصة، تم تطوير بنية تحتية مستدامة لمجموعة من الأنظمة الإلكترونية والمنصات الرقمية لتعزيز مراحل جمع ونشر البيانات الإحصائية من خلال الربط الآلي مع قواعد البيانات المطلوبة. تم مراعاة تطبيق أعلى معايير الأمن السيبراني وتطبيق سياسات الوكالة الأمنية الأمن السيبراني على الأنظمة للحفاظ على الأمن والسرية في نقل البيانات والمعلومات الإحصائية. وفي الختام نتمنى أن نكون ساهمنا جميعا من خلال هذا العرض على التعرف أكثر على بوابة قطر للبيانات المفتوحة والمميزات الخاصة بها لتعزيز الوصول إلى البيانات بطرق تفاعلية ومبتكرة. والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
شكرا دكتور خالد على العرض المفيد الذي قمتم بعرضه. هنا ننتقل إلى العرض الثالث لهذه الجلسة والذي سيقدمه الدكتور عارف سليمان. يمتلك الدكتور عارف سليمان مسيرة مهنية متميزة، وبصفته مديراً للبحوث الاقتصادية والإحصاء في معهد البنك الإسلامي للتنمية في جدة في المملكة العربية السعودية، يقود الدكتور عارف فريقاً من الخبراء الذين يقدمون القيادة الفكرية في جميع المسائل المتعلقة بالسياسة الاقتصادية والبحوث الاجتماعية والاقتصادية والإحصاءات. دكتور عارف, the floor is yours.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Just to start, I would like to thank the Planning and Statistics Authority of Qatar, the State of Qatar, for the invitation. But also at the same time, it's been a really wonderful 2 days. We look forward to very good deliberations and the adoption of the Doha agenda. And last night, while we were discussing over dinner, I will not mention who said it, but there were suggestions that we perhaps cancel this morning's session, given the wonderful dinner we had last night. But be that as it may, we will go ahead with the session. Just a very brief outline in terms of what we're talking about is I will try and keep to the time as best as possible, but just very briefly cover who we are in terms of the Islamic Development Bank Group, talk a little bit around data and analytics for development, the role of partnerships in what we do. I will talk very specifically around the ISDB Integration Index, and then just wrap up on data-driven development. So very briefly in terms of the Islamic Development Bank, I'm just waiting for this. The ISDB was founded in 1975. It's been around for almost 50 years. We're celebrating our 50th anniversary next year with a focus on improving the lives of people by promoting social and economic development. Since inception, it has grown into 5 additional entities, one focusing specifically on knowledge, knowledge training, etc. And then we have dedicated institutions for insurance, export credit, private sector development, trade financing, and then also poverty, alleviation of poverty arm, the ISFD. So we've evolved from pretty much a single entity into a group, and the ISDB, headquartered in Saudi Arabia, Arabia, but we have 11 hubs across the globe, and also at the same time we have a center of excellence in Malaysia. So with 57 member countries, we're operating pretty much across 4 continents, and at the same time, from an institutional perspective, we have operations in over 130 countries. The way we look at data is it's not data for the sake of data, but rather data and analytics for development impact. So everything that we do on the data side is to have an impact on the ground. And we start from the one end of the spectrum in terms of identifying specific challenges and take that all the way through to the other end in terms of trying to have an impact on the ground itself. So the focus is on mobilizing the appropriate resources, doing the analytics, and at the bottom of that graphic, you can see we move from issues all the way down to solutions and coming up with strategies for development. And on the top, you can see it's transforming data all the way through to knowledge and hopefully gaining some wisdom over time. Now, in terms of the work that we do, everything we do, we try as much as possible to leverage our expertise, but bring in partners in order to better deliver on the mandate itself. So this is just an example of some of the partners that we are working with on the data, statistics, and on the analytical side. It's not the partners of the ISDB group itself, it's specifically focused on the data and analytics. Now, with the work that we do on statistics and the capacity building side of things, our focus is on promoting empowerment and not dependence. So when we work with our member countries, those 57 countries, and we do capacity building or any technical assistance, the whole idea is to ensure that we empower and leave the skills behind so that we become obsolete is a bad word, but no longer relevant in terms of providing that same assistance and holding their hands all the way through. A couple of the partnerships that I've highlighted is the one with the Asian Development Bank, one with the Global Partnership, and these are very specific partnerships that we are working with specific member countries. We're piloting these projects in member countries on economic globalization statistics to help countries better understand their relationships in global value chains and the extent of their partnerships, participation in those value chains. With the colleagues from the Global Partnership, there the focus is on SDGs and SDG-related data, specifically on the environmental data and statistics. And in that one, we are bringing to the party new tools and technologies using things like Earth observation and other innovative tools to be able to better monitor and report on the SDGs. And then we work with the UN Statistical Commission to try and help define the global agenda on statistics. And then there's the statistical capacity building workshops that take place. This is just an example of some of the key publications that we have as a team, and all of these are available, or most of them available on the internet. The focus today was specifically on the ISDB Integration Index. We've had this this is the second edition of the index. I'm not going to go into too much detail, safe to say that the index itself comprises of 5 different dimensions, and the Integration Index we've published twice. The first one was a global or more broader one covering all 57 member countries. The current edition focuses specifically on the 21 Arab countries within the ISDB group. In terms of the level of integration, what we came up with, what the results show is that the extent of integration, not surprisingly, varies across the ISDB 57 member countries, and within the Arab region itself, there's quite a bit of variation. If you look at the Arab region itself, or we compare what's happened in terms of integration of ISDB member countries globally and amongst themselves, so these are the same 57 OIC member countries, we can see that they've become more integrated with the rest of the world as opposed to amongst themselves. Now, this is an interesting phenomena because there is a stated aim of the OIC to foster greater integration of OIC member countries. So we see in the chart on the left, the COF Globalization Index, which shows you that both Arab member countries and the overall ISDB member countries have increased their level of integration with the rest of the world. And the one on the right-hand side shows you the integration between the countries itself. So clearly not a straightforward situation in terms of the stated needs and objectives. When you break this down into the different dimensions, you can see that it's all over the place. There's no clear trend. Excuse me, it's been fluctuating, but since 2010 to current, to 2022, we've ended up pretty much at the same level. The big changes have been on the financial integration. If you look at the Arab member countries, significant improvements thereon. So for Arab integration, I've covered this already. And then you can see here very quickly the different dimensions for the ISDB 57 member countries, where financial markets is a big issue compared to for the Arab member countries, where significant progress has been made on financial market integration. This just breaks down the level of integration into a little bit more details, separates it between the different regions, and not surprisingly, GCC countries are driving the overall integration. We're seeing less progress in the other member countries itself. Now, when we talk of data-driven development, I'm conscious of time. Last slide. Our focus is on getting targeted interventions, supporting South-South collaboration, so helping better target interventions in member countries. And an example of this would be the work we've done with the Oxford Poverty and Human Development Initiative, where the work we've done in Afghanistan to identify the extent and nature of poverty that is being used by the ISDB, it's being used by UNDP, UNICEF, to better target their interventions on the ground. In terms of South-South collaboration, again, something like the Regional Integration Index and the other work that we're doing is helping us with the push towards greater South-South collaboration, and then also equally important, guiding ISDB interventions. Now, in terms of data-driven development itself and the impact on the ground, the graphic on the right-hand side is an example of the work we've done in Senegal with the Global Partnership. And there again, just bringing a few tools to the table, bringing Earth observation data using Amazon Web Analytics. We've helped the government of Senegal reduce the time for agricultural surveys from 5 months to 2 months. So clear efficiency gains in that regard. In terms of deforestation, they can cover a lot more and map out a lot more in a very short time. And then commercialization of key cash crops has reduced from 4 months down to 1 month. So significant improvements there again. And then lastly, in terms of water quality, etc., for one of the key water sources in the country, that used to take them approximately 2 days to figure out. It now gets done in a couple of hours. So clearly, major efficiency gains in bringing the right data at the right time to address the right problem. So what our focus is from an institutional perspective is everything that we do is not, it's not data for the sake of data, it's to drive evidence-based decision-making and at the end of the day, have an impact on the ground. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Arif, for your presentation about data-driven development. وبعرض الدكتور عارف نختتم العروض في هذه الجلسة ونفتح المجال أمام سؤال واحد من الجمهور. في أي سؤال؟ أعتقد ما في أسئلة. نختتم. There's one question here.
السلام عليكم. مسموع. أول شيء أحب أشكر جهاز الإحصاء لتنظيم هذا المنتدى. سؤالي للدكتور محمد بالنسبة لموضوع الculture, the statistic of culture. I think this is the first time I heard about the statistic of culture since yesterday, and I appreciate your effort on this. The data of the, just let me see because I have it. Advantage of data-driven culture. you mentioned about this. Can you give us an example, or can you highlight in this subject more? Thank you.
Thank you very much. The key, I give the example among the ministries, among the government agencies, where at the moment we as the National Security Office, normally we have the framework how we can really know that the importance of the comprehensive of the data and the frequent update. But in other government agency, at the moment they thought that the data is maybe is available, but the data is maybe outdated and maybe not really frequently update in the more frequency manner. Similar also on the data culture among the people, like the parent, how the parent can also look at the statistics we produce in terms of the scale of salary, in which sector that they can expect their children to work. So from the statistic, we do the web scraping. We look at how the companies advertise what the job offer to the people. So we already have the jobs inside dashboard, and the parent can also see what kind of the job available and how they can also discuss with the children what kind of the education that they want the children to do. And in terms of the members of parliament, we already released in Malaysia we have 222 members of parliament. So every members of parliament can have one publication, where from that publication they can know how they perform when they represent the people. And good thing about the statistic, when we try to bring the statistic to close to the people, people can associate the statistic, compare when we talk about statistic about GDP, FDI, that's very high level and more for the policy maker. But if we come up with the statistic about the mismatch in terms of job, the poverty and so forth, life expectancy, crime rate, so people on the street normal people can also participate. And on the other angle, we know now we are living with the longer life expectancy. In Malaysia, on average, we can say that the average age is about close to 80. And when people retire at 60s, and when people retire at age 60, with the statistic at hand, people can know what they can contribute to the society. So the participation on all the civil society, to the public, to the local area, we more focused when they have the statistic around them. That what I'm talking about, the data culture in very broad spectrum. Of course, in terms of the doing the business, I think they know that very important of looking at the about the marketing and the trend and so forth. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Doctor. I think this will conclude our session. Thank you very much.
السلام عليكم جميعا. شكرا للمتحدثين، ونتابع معا الجلسة السادسة تحت عنوان معرفة البيانات وبناء القدرات، تحسين معرفة البيانات بين المواطنين وصانعي السياسات والمنظمات، وأهمية بناء المهارات المتعلقة بالبيانات من أجل اتخاذ قرارات فعالة. يدير الجلسة الدكتور خالد علي القرداغي، مدير إدارة نظم المعلومات في جهاز التخطيط والإحصاء ومستشار مكتب سعادة رئيس جهاز التخطيط والإحصاء، فليتفضل مشكورا.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله. نبدأ إن شاء الله الجلسة. ندعو السادة الحضور. أول شخص طبعا بيكون معنا الدكتور إيدي. الدكتور إيدي بورسن. يشغل الدكتور إيدي منصب أستاذ مساعد ومشارك في جامعة نورث ويسترن في قطر، وتدور خبرته الأكاديمية حول الصحافة الرقمية ووسائل الإعلام الناشئة، وتركز أبحاثه على التفاعل بين وسائل الإعلام والتكنولوجيا والقوة، لا سيما قضايا صحافة البيانات والبيانات الهامة، والدراسات حول الترميز والخوارزميات والذكاء الاصطناعي والأتمتة والصحافة المتنقلة، وهو حاصل على طبعا درجة الدكتوراه في هالمجال. فليتفضل مشكورا.
Good morning, everyone. First, thank you to the Planning and Statistics Authority for their kind invitation and for organizing such a splendid event. So, today, I think we're going to have a bit of a shift in this panel. We're going to start talking about the end user and the necessity to build capacity amongst citizens. So, as you might imagine, I'm here to talk about data literacy. And as such, I would like to start from this meme, which probably you have seen around quite often. If you haven't seen it, this is a very easy and interesting comparison, an analogy in terms of how Facebook works, the business model of Facebook. And you can see two little piggies saying, "Isn't great, we have to pay nothing for the barn? Yeah, and even the food is free." So, and it's basically just saying, and in a very funny analogy, that when you are not the client, you are very much the product being sold. And we saw that in the news in a number of instances in past years, but more importantly, in these two instances. First, it was in 2012, when we found out that Facebook had been conducted behavioral experiments on their users without their consent. What they were doing was basically kind of highlighting negative or positive news in their feeds and trying to see whether that had some sort of effect on how they felt. The second one, quite well known, is the Cambridge Analytica uncovering. Is basically the time when this company in particular was known by everyone as conducting quite extensive psychographic profiling of users on social media platforms without really their consent either, and having a quite tragic influence in driving their political behavior and political decisions and consumer choice as well. So what we have seen after this number of events is that we have seen a spread of different forms of misinformation and disinformation, which have driven an increased mistrust amongst citizens and in particular the audience. And what happened now is that any form of evidence-based insight is being discredited. So when we think of statistics in the context of this conference, we need to ask ourselves whether matters that we are producing such vast amount of data sets and make them available to the citizens if they are not going to trust that evidence. And I remember in 2019 when I read this article written by Emily Bell, who used to be an editor at The Guardian and now is a professor of journalism in Columbia University, when she was basically making the distinction of information as being weaponized in a way that is driven conflict. And we have seen that recently in the media landscape, especially when it comes to the Palestinian issue. We have seen the way in which media narratives have been used to legitimize specific acts of war. And it's within that sort of negotiation that those forms of conflict, those forms of infringement are legitimized. So this is pretty much just to explain or to make a justification as to why we need to care about capacity building, we need to ensure that citizens are able to understand the statistics and the data that we're making available to them. So in that sense, we have seen that overall citizens or users exhibit some sort of overall lack of critical awareness on how data-fied platforms works. We have seen a quite high hyped around artificial intelligence. And in my experience, after 10 years of research, I've seen that every time that I engage with, as advisor to public organizations in terms of how to deal with their data, they often focus on infrastructural elements. And often, the capacity building component is left outside. So, and in addition, we know that within those public bodies, people that are not really keen or they don't really understand what data is or statistics is often reluctant to adopt any form of technology or innovation driven by these technologies. So I often use this triangle just to explain what are the different levels that we can use in order to foster data literacy amongst citizens. And at the base, you can see that there's this data awareness. This is the critical foundation, is the beginning, is the baseline where we need to start all the way to generating a data-driven wisdom. So what I'm here to present is the result of two research. One ongoing, this is an MPRP cluster called The Future of Digital Citizenship in Qatar, where I am director of a sub-project which seeks at building capacity through the figure of the ambassador, is recruiting a set of citizens, getting them trained so that they can go to their communities and spread the word and continue building capacity on their own. And a similar project that I had in Scotland funded, which was mapping data literacy in Scotland, and led me to work with the OGP steering group of Scotland in helping the Scottish government implementing data literacy programs. So in that sense, what I have conducted so far is action research, which is, we often academics are in our ivory towers, often completely detached from citizens, and what I've been trying to do is actually just put the citizen as the center of the research agenda, asking them to give us a sense of what are the concerns and the problems that we need to really understand. And in particular, I focus on two aspects: digital citizenship and digital literacy. Okay, so as I said, often, and I'm glad to see in the declaration that this is not the case in Qatar, any data infrastructure, by the opposite, any data infrastructure strategy should factor in citizens, and not only as end users, okay? So we really need to give users an ability, the capacity to actually go in and continue in them acting as champions in their own communities. And that is the only way in which we can ensure some sort of self-sustaining strategy for the future. So why data literacy? And when I talked about data literacy, I'm not necessarily talking about information literacy or statistical literacy or numeracy, for that matter. We often tend to forget that, visualizations like the one that I'm showing here or unstructured databases like the one I'm showing here are quite difficult to understand for the general citizen. So in that sense, I think that I have a working definition for what I think is the kind of data literacy we should start with, and it refers to the abstract understanding of data as social construct, to understand the role of data in mediating our relationships to one another and to the world around us, okay? So in that sense, for instance, I often use this example to try to explain people what I mean with a lack of data literacy. When we think of a scatter plot, for instance, and I've seen scatter plots used as a data visualization in even newspapers, we tend to think that everyone can understand what a scatter plot is. And scatter plot as a concept is difficult. You really need to understand correlation and the way which represents correlation so that you understand what it's actually telling you. So in that sense, I talk about two different levels of data literacy: a functional data literacy, which is composed by information literacy, statistical literacy, or numeracy as we understand it, and a critical data literacy, which looks at data as a social construct, as a mediator, as something that is pervasive in our everyday lives. So why an emphasis in empowering citizens through data literacy? This is a piece on the Financial Times that I saw a while ago. And this is an interesting thing. This is a report by Ofgem, which is the regulator of energy in the UK. And they were saying that people were often reluctant to change to a cheaper electricity tariff because they couldn't understand their electricity bill. As simple as that. This is a way to understand, just the basic means to understand how important is data literacy at the basic level of the citizen. And as such, so how much data literacy do we need to know? Do we need to know statistics? Do we need to understand, I don't know, linear regression? Do we need to, how much? And as such, I tend to use the car analogy. As drivers of a car, we're not required to be mechanics. I think that's the role of a technical expertise. I think is, in the same way as we're required to understand how the engine functions and perhaps how to change a tire, those are some sort of knowledge, that's the knowledge that we require in terms of data literacy, is understand critically the way in which data mediates social media platforms. And as such, I think there's a really interesting space for creating government-citizen collaborations which are self-sustainable, that are bottom-up, and also a good source of user feedback for the future. So these are, for instance, a number of examples, and I have a list of them that they will be available on the website in this presentation. But this is, for instance, the Australian government, who actually has listed data champions. These are citizens who understand better statistics, and they are available for the communities to help them. For instance, imagine someone who doesn't understand their electricity bill. They can go to their community data champion. They can help them make sense of the tariffs and make better decisions. So these are citizens. These are not hired by the government. This is perhaps people trained by the government in terms of data literacy, and they can actually perform a quite important function within their communities. And we have seen these all over the world, especially in the global south. We have seen this in Nigeria, for instance, where they have specific pages dedicated for their data champions, and this is a data champions that actually pushes for women's rights. We have the same in other parts of Africa. This is a very interesting example of how young women in Nigeria have taken data to report on their stories of the communities, and they have called themselves the Naija Data Ladies. And this is an example of Vietnam that has to do with environmental issues. This is data champions helping farmers to regrow crops and to help reforestation. Similar in terms of identity of indigenous populations in Canada. They have a data champion to help the government make better representations of their cultural interests. And this is one in Uruguay that is a portal where citizens make their own decisions in terms of health, helped by the government. So thank you very much. I hope I was good on time. Thank you.
Thanks so much دكتور إيدي. Thank you. Perfect. نشكر دكتور إيدي على هذا العرض المميز. والآن مع العرض الثاني سيكون بعنوان إعادة تصور التعليم الإحصائي لنظم البيانات الجديدة. سيكون العرض من خلال الدكتور أتيلا كرمان. يشغل الدكتور أتيلا كرمان منصب مدير إدارة الإحصاء والمعلومات في مركز البحوث الإحصائية والاقتصادية والاجتماعية والتدريب للدول الإسلامية سسرك التابع لمنظمة التعاون الإسلامي، وهو حاصل على درجة دكتوراه في بحوث العمليات من عام 2015، وانضم إلى مركز سسرك في شهر أبريل 2007 بعد أن عمل في جميع القطاعات الاستشارية الإدارية والتدقيق المالي والبحوث الاقتصادية في تركيا وألمانيا والعديد من الدول. شكرا دكتور. تفضل.
Thank you, Mr. Karadagi. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Today, I will be actually focusing on my theme on the reimagining statistical education for the new data ecosystems. And I would like to first of all thank the opportunity given by the Planning and Statistics Authority of the State of Qatar to present this topic. I will be covering the topic from 4 different aspects. And first of all, we will diagnose the situation concerning the overall group for the OIS member states. I know the high-income countries have different actually aspects, but it's better to actually consider this from the developing world perspective. Then I will be envisioning the future of curricula, especially in statistics. And then we will see how we need to transform the learning delivery, because it's not only during the education part, also post-education part is also important. Then we need to see how we can actually measure the impact and how we can actually continue our journey with respect to innovating the curricula in this journey. If we look at the current situation, the surveys from the employers show that there's an emerging skills need due to new data sources and technologies. This is not only with respect to the new data sources. This is actually based on the human life. It's already evolving, it's already changing day by day. Whenever our lives change, then this is also reflected into the data sources that we are actually producing. And in that respect, in order to actually use these new data sources and technologies, then definitely the curricula need to follow this trend. When we come to the traditional curricula, it can sometimes neglect the key techniques like the data science and machine learning. This is from the technological point of view. But also, we definitely need statisticians who can communicate effectively and clearly. As in the previous case, we have seen that we definitely need these statisticians who can actually interpret the data, and then the person on the street can understand it and really take relevant action in that regard. Also, the traditional curricula sometimes lack the applied, the experiential learning opportunities. And when we actually see the students in the statistics departments, sometimes they don't actually pursue some kind of internship during their actually vacation times, or we cannot see some kind of actually part-time jobs that they are actually holding. And then this is actually reflected into the real world. If you don't have the application of your skill sets, then there's a kind of a gap between these two. Also, the educators in our education systems are aging, which means that there's a shortage of actually educators who can keep up with the pace of the technology and also the innovative education techniques in that regard. For this reason, there's also a kind of a gap in that field. Given the state of affairs, how can we actually envision the future of the curricula in statistics? First of all, we definitely need to integrate data science, machine learning techniques, artificial intelligence, communication techniques, and also the other social features needed by these statisticians. Right now, in the previous actually century, science is only one branch. Then it actually got separated into other branches. Right now we are seeing that it is actually coming to a singularity, which means that the technical people also need to have the social skill sets in order to actually convey the message that is hidden, that is actually conveyed through the technical data. Apart from that, we also need to emphasize the experiential and applied learning, what it means. First of all, the traditional education curricula should actually convert into a basis. Not the class time is only for the traditional lecture time. It can be actually converted into a flipped classroom. The students can come prepared. The actual educator, the actual instructors can spend their actually valuable time with respect to the discussions, and the actually after class can be actually allocated for other hands-on exercises and applied techniques. As I actually stated, we need the social skill sets and also have an understanding of the other disciplines, which means that we need to actually raise the next generation who can understand the needs and also perspectives of the other actually sectors. This requires a multidisciplinary approach. Also, this requires some kind of actually cross-sectoral collaboration. This also requires, after you actually graduate from a higher education institution, you definitely need to actually keep on updating your portfolio. Some institutions like the ONS in the United Kingdom requires their actually statisticians to keep up with the pace of the actually novelties in the sector. You definitely need to complete your actually portfolio in order to actually meet the requirements of that professional career. For this reason, especially in the private sector, we also need to have such kind of actually application. Then how can we actually transform the learning delivery? Again, we can have a blended approach, including the online facets, but not only online. Also, the recent studies show that if you see a face on Zoom screen, it doesn't create the neural interactions right now we are having between each other, because you are actually paying more attention while you are actually making some kind of idleness through some kind of actually online interaction. We can also develop micro-credentialing or flexible courses. As in the case of flipped classrooms, we can actually have this with respect to the ongoing training and also education. We can have bite-sized, actually also just-in-time delivery methods. The actually graduates can actually continue their actual education journeys. Then we can also adopt more active learning techniques. Internships are very much important. For this reason, the NSOs should have some kind of actually formal agreements with the universities so as to actually inform them about their actually requirements. Also, the other sectors, government agencies, who are in dire need of actually data-skilled personnel also should be collaborating with the universities in that respective. Then after you graduate, if you actually provide these people the open educational resources, tutorials, online actually other training resources, this can also maintain the journey with respect to updating the skill set. As statisticians, we also need to measure the impact. If we are to actually reform the educational sector, then definitely we need to have some kind of interaction, what we are doing and then what we are getting back. First of all, we need to train the learning outcomes and skills acquisition. And in the traditional sense of actually classroom handling, definitely we will be having tests, examinations, but definitely these need to be actually complemented with respect to the exercises, the daily actually assignments that we can actually give to the students. And then after these students get graduated, definitely we need to monitor the career outcomes and employer feedback, because we definitely need to have the dialogue between the employers, government agencies, and academia in order to actually innovate the curricula. For these reasons, maybe the ministries of education can have departments or units which can definitely focus on the curricula innovation in that regard. Yet again, we also need to benchmark our programs against other programs, because right now we are coming to this singularity. Right now, there may not be any difference between statistics, education, and also the data science or computing education. For this reason, we definitely need to measure our metrics against these KPIs. Also, when our students get graduated, we definitely need to have longer-term measurements in the case of the longitudinal studies, how they're actually progressing in their careers, and what kind of things actually we can put into our curricula so as to actually innovate our educational journey. Before just concluding, let me just give you the key takeaways from my presentation. We definitely need to see and also observe the evolving skills needs due to new data sources and technologies, because our lives are changing constantly. And also the curriculum must integrate data science and also foster applied learning, which also needs to incorporate the social skill sets with respect to the communication of the data and also to be interpreted by the people. Also, we definitely need to leverage online, also blended models, but this doesn't exclude face-to-face classrooms. We definitely need to keep this in our online educational curricula. Also, last but not least, we need to track learner and career outcomes through impact measurement. Thank you.
Thank you. شكرا دكتور ثاني على هذا العرض المميز. والآن مع العرض الثالث بيكون عرض افتراضي أونلاين. عنوان الجلسة بتكون عن تعزيز تنمية القدرات في استخدام علوم البيانات لسد الفجوات في مؤشرات أهداف التنمية المستدامة. وسيكون متحدثين دكتور إسماعيل لبد. دكتور إسماعيل لبد هو خبير ديموغرافي إحصائي يعمل في مجال تحليل السياسات الإحصائية والبحوث لأكثر من 28 عاماً في مؤسسات الأمم المتحدة والمؤسسات الأكاديمية ومنظمات المجتمع المدني والأوساط الأكاديمية، وهو حاصل على درجة دكتوراه في علوم الديموغرافيا والعلوم الاجتماعية من مدرسة الدراسات العليا للعلوم الاجتماعية بباريس، ويعمل منذ العام 2008 في إدارة الإحصاءات العامة في اللجنة الاقتصادية والاجتماعية لغربي آسيا الإسكوا في مجال الإحصاءات الديموغرافية والاجتماعية. فليتفضل مشكوراً. فريق الدعم الفني أونلاين جاهز؟
الو الو.
اي نعم دكتور اسماعيل.
عم تسمعوني؟
نعم الصوت واضح. الصوت واضح.
اول شيء معك دكتور زياد عبد الله. دكتور اسماعيل بيعتذر لانه عنده ظرف صحي، فهذا العرض انا وياه بدنا نقدمه كلنا. فمن هيك انا رح اقدمه، وهو بيقدم اعتذار وقال لي انه بلغوني بسبب وضعه الصحي. نتمنى له الشفاء.
الف سلامات عليه دكتور زياد. تسمح لي دقيقه بس اعرف عنك. الصوت واضح؟
نعم.
شكرا دكتور زياد. الف سلامات على دكتور اسماعيل. دكتور زياد عبد الله هو عالم بيانات احصائي متميز يسهم باعماله في مجالات الاحصاءات والبحوث الرسميه منذ ما يقرب من 20 عاما، مستندا الى خبرته التي اكتسبها في العديد من المنظمات الدوليه والمراكز الاحصائيه والاوساط الاكاديميه، وهو حاصل على درجه دكتوراه في نظم المعلومات من جامعه بيروت العربيه. وفي عام 2022 انضم الدكتور عبد الله الى منظومه الامم المتحده ليعمل منذ ذلك الحين في دائره الاحصاءات العامه في اللجنه الاقتصاديه والاجتماعيه الغربيه الاسيا الاسكوا، مع التركيز على ابتكار البيانات والسياسات. تفضل دكتور زياد. شكرا.
شكرا دكتور خالد. اول شيء السلام عليكم جميعا وصباح الخير، وسعيد جدا بوجود كمان الجلسه دكتور خالد. أول شيء أنا راح أحكي اليوم عن من خلال العرض والعنوان الموجود عن 3 مواضيع. أول موضوع هو بناء القدرات، وهو موضوع كتير مهم بأجهزة الإحصاء. ثاني موضوع هو راح يكون عن علم البيانات، وعلم البيانات هون يعني كيفية استخدام الأساليب الغير تقليدية بالإحصاء الرسمي. والموضوع الثالث اللي هو موضوع الفجوة الموجودة بمؤشرات التنمية المستدامة وكيف حلها بالأساليب الغير تقليدية. أوكي. في الحقيقة الأسكوا يعني كان عم تولي اهتمام كتير كبير لموضوع علم البيانات واستدخاله بالإحصاء الرسمي، وكان في تجارب بالحقيقة رائدة بهالمجال بعديد من دول الأسكوا. وأنا ضمن فريق بالحقيقة اسمه Data Innovation and Policies، يعني كيف الداتا انوفيشن بيخدم البوليسي وكيف البوليسي بتخدم الداتا انوفيشن، اللي بيهتم كم بعملية إدخال هالعلوم البيانات بالإحصاء الرسمي وبناء القدرات وربطها بالاس دي جي. من هيك بهالعرض هيدا أول شيء رح نبين شو هي الفجوة الموجودة بعلم بالاس دي جي. ثاني شيء رح نعطي تو اكزامبل. يعني دكتور اسماعيل كان بده يحكي عن الجيوسبيشال measuring SDG indicator، يعني كيف الجيوسبيشال بيخدم هالموضوع هذا من خلال احتساب مؤشرات. وانا راح احكي كمان عن الداتا ساينس اللي مش احتساب المؤشر ولكن تقدير. يعني نحن راح نحكي عن التقدير البيانات تبع الاس دي جي من خلال الداتا ساينس. واكيد راح نحكي كمان عن الكاباسيتي ديفلوبمنت، يعني تنميه القدرات بالمنطقه والبرامج التي اعدتها الاسكوا لهالمجال هذا. طيب اول موضوع هيدا الجاب. اول شيء نحن عندنا 248 كتوتال انديكيتورز بالاس دي جيز. هلا اكيد هول انكلودد كل الدابليكيت وكذا، بينزل عددهم يمكن ل 231، ولكن اللي بيهمني هون اني ضوي عليه انه في 90 مؤشر بين او insufficient او نو داتا. فنحن تركيزنا رح يكون على كيف نحن تفل ذا جاب بهول الكاتيجوري من الانديكيتورز. هلا هاللارج داتا جاب، اذا بس اخذنا اكزامبل على المؤشر 1.2.2 بنلاحظ انه هذا المؤشر بيحتاج كثير بادجت. يعني عم نحكي كان هاوس هولد بادجت سيرفي او سنسس او ليبر فورس سيرفي او السوشيال اند ديموغرافيك سيرفيز او ناشونال بوفرتي سيرفي لانه هذا متعلق بالبوفرتي، او ادمنستراتيف داتا. كلهم هول عم نحكي بمئات آلاف أو مرات ملايين الدولارات لنعمل داتا بوينت وحدة بهالمؤشرات. من هيك أكيد في حاجة لحتى نفكر بطريقة ثانية كيف نحن استعمال علم البيانات والأساليب الغير تقليدية لاحتساب هالمؤشرات هذه. وقت نحكي عن علم البيانات عم نحكي عن علم، هو علم بحد ذاته. يعني وقت نحكي عن علم هي أساليب منطقية بتوصلك لمعرفة الحقيقة. ويمكن دكتور أحمد بالبداية ركز إنه اللي بدي أقدم المعلومات هو عم يبحث عن الحقيقة، لأنه هذا علم بحد ذاته. وعلم البيانات نحن بيجمع كيفية جمع وتنقية وتحليل واستخراج المعرفة من خلال الداتا. فمن هيك نحن رايحين لمجموعة علوم مع بعضها، هي مش علم واحدة، هي مجموعة علوم ومهارات بدها تنجمع مع بعضها لتقدر تحقق هالشيء هيدا. في أساليب جديدة بجمع البيانات، طريقة غير تقليدية بجمع البيانات، طريقة غير تقليدية بتحليل البيانات. رايحين على مجتمع إحصائي يختلف عن مكان. فمن هيك كله هيدا بده بناء قدرات وبده ينوجد بمكان بالإحصاء الرسمي.
عفوا دكتور زياد، ممكن بس تكبر الشاشة لو سمحت، خليها على العرض لأنه بس مبين عندي سلايد.
أنا عم بحاول كبرها بس لأنه عم يعمل دبل.
شكرا.
ما بعرف ليه عم بيعطي مشكلة. عم حاول بس قطع مشكلة. يعني عم بعمل سلايد شو، شايف عم ما بعرف شو في. خليني شيء ما نخسر وقت. اوكي. فاذا السكيلز، المهارات، وقت عم نحكي عن المهارات اللي مطلوبه اليوم باجهزه الاحصاء بالكمبيوتر ساينس. مثل ما شايفين في عندي شغلات جديده، كلاود كومبيوتينج، في عندنا طريقه جديده بالبرمجه بموضوع مثلا الاناليتكس. عندنا كمان موضوع التكست مايننج والداتا مايننج والماشين ليرنينج. يعني دكتور الزميل اللي كان قبل حكى كثير عن قد ايه اهميه الكريكولم والسكيلز المطلوبه بهالمجال هذا. فمثل ما شايفين كثير مهم نشوف هون انه نحن عم نبحث عن سكيل جديده، وهذه كلها بدها تكون موجوده لاجهزه الاحصاء اللي هي عندها طريقه معينه بالتفكير، وهذا اللي نحن عم نعمله. طيب اول تجربه رح احكي عنها هي تجربه استعمال الجغرافيا المكانيه لاحتساب، هون الاحتساب يعني مش تقليد، احتساب بعض المؤشرات. يعني بسرعه هذه اللي كان محضرها دكتور اسماعيل، انه اول شيء اغلبيه المؤشرات متعلقه بالموقع الجغرافي. في كثير مؤشرات الباوندريز اللي انت بدك تاخذها بتاثر على احتساب المؤشر. وانا رح اتناول مؤشر مثلا 11.3.1 اللي هو الريشيو اوف لاند كونسامشن ريت تو بوبوليشن جروث ريت للسيتيز. ففكره السيتيز، اول شيء تعريف السيتي هيدي بحد ذاتها تاخذنا ل يعني اختلاف بالتعريف شو يعني السيتي بين دوله وثانيه. ثاني شيء وقت نحدد السيتي في عندنا البيلت اب اريا، كمان هيدي بحد ذاتها طريقه بدنا نحتسبها. ففي عندنا سيستم نحن جربناه بالاسكو اللي هو الديجوربا، ومن خلالها قدرنا صار في احتساب لهالمؤشر بطريقه غير تقليديه من خلال الديجوربا. اكيد في مؤشرات ثانيه كمان، يعني جولز كتار لهم علاقه بالجغرافيا المكانيه، ما راح احكي عنها كثير. موضوع الثالث اللي هو موضوع كيف هلا نحن نعمل غير انه احتساب، تقدير. والتقدير هون انا عم ركز على موضوع الامبيوتيشن، بس بتدور على التحديات الموجوده قدامنا وقت نستعمل التقدير. اول شيء تحضير البيانات هو بحد ذاته تحدي. معالجه البيانات، اي تولز بدنا نستعملها لنعالج هالبيانات. كمان بموضوع الاحلال او الامبيوتيشن في عندنا مجموعه كثير كبيره، يعني مجموعه كثير كبيره من التقنيات، كمان هيدا بدنا نتاكد منها. كيف بدنا نعمل فاليديشن للريزلتس، كيف بدنا نتاكد انه هذه الريزلت مضبوطه. كمان في عندنا كثير تحديات بموضوع التستات اللي بدنا نستعملها. واخر شيء اكيد اخر شيء هذا المؤشر يجب ان يقبل من الدول، ويكون في اكيد تبني لها من المنظمات المعنيه. طيب خلينا ناخذها وحده وحده بسرعه كمان. من اول شيء بالنسبه لموضوع التحديات بتحضير البيانات، اول شيء لازم فهم المؤشر. فهم المؤشر بحد ذاته هو تحدي، لازم نفهم نحن المؤشر وشو بيحتاج، لانه اذا بدنا نعمل شيء تقدير او احلال بده يكون في عم نتاكد انه نحن ضمن يعني المنهجيه تبع المؤشر. ثاني شيء تنقيه البيانات الاحصاء الاسكوا. بالحقيقه في فريق اشتغل على موضوع الداتا كواليتي وكيف يلقط الاوتلايرز. كمان لازم ينعمل نورماليزيشن، لانه المتغيرات بتكون مع بعضها والمؤشرات رح نشوف انه في شغلات مثلا بوبيليشن، في شغلات برسنتج، كل هذه الشغلات بده ينعمل لها نورماليزيشن. هلا الداتا اللي موجوده حاليا بالامم المتحده هي عندها شكل اسمه لونج فورمات. شو يعني لونج فورمات؟ يعني المؤشرات هي موجوده بمتغير، وقت بدنا نحول، وبالتالي ما ببين معنا وين البيانات المفقوده. فمن هون الميسنج داتا وقت بدنا نحولها للوايت فورمات، هي بحد ذاتها كمان تحدي. وقت اللي بدنا نعمل الاحلال نحن عم نقول انه كيف بدنا نعمل الدول اللي هي قريبه لبعضها لحتى نعمل مثلا افريج او شيء نيرست نيبر مثلا تكنيك. لازم يكون في سيميلاريتي بين الدول، فهي بحد ذاتها كمان في لها تقنيات بدنا نعتمدها. واخر شيء قد ايه الداتا الموجوده في بعض الانديكيتر ابدا ما في داتا، وبالتالي بصير حتى الاحلال بحد ذاته هو عمليه صعبه. كمان مقارنات بين الاس بي اس اس والستاتا، نحن جربنا الستاتا والاس بي اس اس والساس والبايثون، كل وحده في لها بمحل معين ادفانتج ديس ادفانتج. مثل ما قلت الامبيوتيشن ميثود في عندنا عده ميثود. في statistical ميثود، مثل مثلا انا بيجي بقول المين، الميديان، المود، مثلا بحط اعمل احلال، او لا بروح لشيء اكثر اللي هو بيستعمل ماشين ليرنينج مثل كي ان اي، يعني النيرست نيبر امبيوتيشن، اللي انت بتاخذ اقرب بيانات لك وبتحاول تعمل هالاحلال. اهم وحده، اهم ميثود اللي هي يعني مطلوبه هي المالتيبل امبيوتيشن، واللي هي بتطلع عدد من القواعد الداتا سيتس اللي بيكون امبيوتد، وبعدين نعمل لها افريج، وهيدي بتعطي نتائج افضل. هلا هون في معايير لحتى تو ابلاي، نقدر نطبق هول التقنيات. لازم يكون متاكدين من شيء اسمه البيانات المفقوده بشكل غير عشوائي. هذا التست بحد ذاته اذا كان موجود انه ما كانت انه لازم تكون البيانات المفقوده بشكل عشوائي، اذا ما كانت بشكل عشوائي هون بصير في مشكل بالتطبيقات. فبالتالي لازم نعمل تست، في تست خصوصي بالسوفت وير الموجودين. وقت اللي بتطلع النتائج لازم نتاكد انه الديستريبيوشن بعدها هي ذاتها ان كان بالمين ان كان بالستاندرد ديفيشن او حتى بالديستريبيوشن بحد ذاتها. يعني كمان هون في سوفت وير مثل ستاتا بيطلع هيدي الامور. واخر شيء فينا نشوف قد ايه الايرور من خلال المين سكوير ايرور اذا كنا عم نحكي. هيدا بسرعه عم بحكي انا عن كيف هيدي التقنيات اللي بنستعملها نغطي هالفجوه هيدي. هلا بالنسبه لبناء القدرات هناك برنامج يعني عم نعمل عليه الاسكوا مع المعهد العربي الايترس، وان شاء الله الاسبوع بست الشهر رح يبلش اول ورشه عمل اللي هي رح تكون على بناء القدرات على القليل الفاندمنتال كونسبت بالبيج داتا والاوفيشال ستاتستيك والداتا ساينس مع الاس دي جي. اوكي، هذه رح تبلش كانترودكشن، وبعد منها رح يصير في سلسله ورش عمل. كل ورشه عمل بتقوي قدرات بمجال معين، لانه الاحصاء الرسمي وقت نحكي عن احصاء رسمي داتا ساينس مع احصاء رسمي غير داتا ساينس مثلا بالقطاع الخاص. نحن عم نحكي بشيء محدد، في احصاءات محدده لازم نقدر نامن لها البيانات طبعا. خلاصه انه اليوم الاجهزه الاحصاء تحتاج، وهي بالحقيقه عم تطلب، وفي تغيير كثير كبير باجهزه الاحصاء بموضوع البيج داتا والداتا ساينس مع الاوفيشال ستاتستيك. الداتا ساينس منه بديل للاحصاء الرسمي، هو مكمل. واغلبيه الاجهزه الاحصائيه عم تعتبر انه المودرنايزيشن تبعها او التطوير تبعها او تكون هي مودرن، هيدي شغله عم تسعى اغلبيه كل الاجهزه الاحصائيه انها تحققها بالعالم العربي. والحقيقه صار في يعني تقدم كثير كبير، حتى صار في جوائز اتخذت بهالمجال هيدا. ولازم يعني نحن نجرب اخر شيء نقبل انه الداتا ساينس هو المستقبل، وخصوصا بالاس دي جي لنقدر نغطي هالفجوه الكبيره بدنا نحتاج اسيس جباري لاساليب غير تقليديه بجمع البيانات وتحليلها وجمعها. شكرا لك.
شكرا جزيلا دكتور زياد، شكرا على العرض المميز. والآن مع العرض الرابع والأخير بعنوان قياس رضا المستخدمين عن البيانات الإحصائية والخدمات المقدمة. عن طريق التقديم بيكون عن طريق الفاضلة نورة العماري. الأخت نورة العماري هي رئيسة قسم التعاون الدولي بالإنابة في جهاز التخطيط والإحصاء، وهي حاصلة على درجة البكالوريوس في اللغة الإنجليزية من جامعة قطر. ساهمت بشكل فعال في تطوير دور التعاون الدولي لأكثر من 13 عام من خلال وضع آليات لمتابعة الطلبات الواردة من المنظمات الدولية. وتعتبر الأخت نورة من المتخصصين في مجال الاتصال والتعاون الدولي والمؤسسين القسم المختص بتنفيذ أمور ومتطلبات التعاون الدولي. تفضل أخت نورة.
السلام عليكم. أسعد الله صباحكم بكل خير. إن شاء الله اليوم راح نتكلم عن قياس رضا المستخدم عن البيانات الإحصائية، وهي خدمة يقدمها جهاز التخطيط والإحصاء، وهو مسح دوري للأمانة. يعني فراح نتكلم اليوم المحاور راح نتكلم عنها في هذا العرض. راح نتكلم عن المقدمة، راح نتكلم عن أهمية المسح، راح نتكلم عن العينة التي استخدمناها في هذا المسح والأداة التي تم من خلالها الدراسة. نتائج المسح كانت مقسمة على فئتين، فئة المنظمات الدولية وفئة الجهات والأفراد، في توصيات والخاتمة. في البداية نتكلم عن مقدمة عن مسح رضا المستخدم. طبعا جهاز الإحصاء، جهاز التخطيط والإحصاء معني بعدد من المسوح الدورية، ومن ضمنها مسح رضا المستخدم. وهذا المسح يقيس رضا طالبي البيانات الإحصائية عن البيانات الإحصائية التي تم تقديمها لهم والخدمة المقدمة. طبعا هذا بهدف تطوير آليات جمع وتحليل البيانات وتلبية احتياجات المستخدمين. إذن الهدف من المسح قياس درجة رضا المستخدمين عن البيانات الإحصائية التي تم تقديمها لهم، تحديد احتياجات المستخدمين، الكشف عن نقاط القوة ومواطن الضعف، والعمل على تحسينها. الفئة المستهدفة في هذا المسح هم طالبين البيانات الإحصائية، سواء كان عن طريق الموقع الإلكتروني خدمة طلب البيانات أو عن طريق البريد الإلكتروني للقسم مباشرة. الأداة الدراسية التي تم استخدامها، تم استخدام برنامج التحليل الإحصائي ستاتا في عملية تجهيز البيانات الإحصائية ومعالجة بيانات المسح. أما منهجية المسح فقد تم إعداد هذا المسح باستخدام رابط إلكتروني بالتعاون مع إدارة نظم المعلومات، وتم إعداد استمارتين، استمارة خاصة بالمنظمات الدولية واستمارة خاصة بالجهات والأفراد. الذين أبدوا تجاوبهم في هذه العينة هم 77 من مختلف الجهات. بدأنا المسح في 12 فبراير 2023 وتم الانتهاء منه في 16 مارس 2023، تقريبا شهر. وكانت الاستجابة كما هو واضح لكم 13 جهة حكومية، 4 جهات شبه حكومية، 30 جهة خاصة، من الأفراد 19 جهة، ومن منظمات دولية 11 جهة. سوف نبدأ بنتائج المسح بالنسبة لاستمارة الجهات والأفراد. كما هو واضح لكم في الرسم البياني، تم مناقشة عديد من المحاور للأمانة في هذه الاستمارة، أبرزها وأولها اللي هو الغرض من استخدام هذه البيانات الإحصائية. فجاءت نسبة الغرض من استخدام البيانات الإحصائية بالنسبة للبحوث والدراسات كانت أعلى نسبة بالنسبة لطلب البيانات الإحصائية. نشوف التوزيع النسبي للمدة المستغرقة في توفير البيانات ومدى رضاهم عن هذه المدة. فكانت الاستجابة للرد على الطلبات الإحصائية خلال 24 ساعة أو خلال يومين أعلى نسبة كما هو واضح لكم في الرسم البياني. وكما نشاهد نسبة رضاهم كانت عالية في السنوات 2021 2022. نشوف التوزيع النسبي بالنسبة للجهات والأفراد حسب توفر البيانات الإحصائية على الموقع الإلكتروني ومدى سهولة الحصول على هذه البيانات. شكلت نسبة مرتفعة في عام 2021 2022، كلها نسبة الحمد لله يعني طيبة، أن هم البيانات متوفرة وسهولة الوصول للبيانات جاوب عليها بنسبة 90% تقريبا بالنسبة لسهولة الحصول على البيانات. التوزيع النسبي حسب الرضا عن البيانات الإحصائية وفقا لمحاور معينة، من حيث حداثة البيانات، من حيث جودة البيانات، شمولية البيانات. فكما نشاهد المؤشرات في العامين لاقت قبول الحمد لله واستجابة جيدة. التوزيع النسبي حسب علم المستخدم بإصدارات الجهاز، النسبة الحمد لله كانت عالية في العامين سواء عام 21 عام 22. والتوزيع النسبي بالنسبة لرضاهم عن الإصدارات فكانت بعد النسبة عالية بما يشكل 98 يمكن بالمئة. طبعا هذه علمهم بالإصدارات هي خدمة يقدمها قسم التعاون الدولي في إدارة العلاقات العامة من خلال طلبهم من خلال الطلب للبيانات الإحصائية عند تعبئة الاستمارة يكون في حقل إن كنت ترغب في الحصول على البيانات الإحصائية فيرجى تأكيد الضغط. فالفئة اللي أكدت أنها لها الرغبة في الحصول على أحدث البيانات وأحدث الإصدارات يتم إرسال لهم أحدث البيانات بشكل دوري. المتوسط الحسابي للعبارات عن الخدمة المقدمة من قبل موظفين التعاون الدولي. طبعا المحاور اللي تم مناقشتهم فيها وكان السكيل من 5 اللي هو التجاوب الدائم، سرعة اللباقة في الكلام، فهم المطلوب. فالحمد لله الأغلب كان الرانك عالي 4.5. التوزيع النسبي بالنسبة للرضا الحين عن المنظمات الدولية، ننتقل على استمارة المنظمات الدولية. فنشوف الحمد لله التوزيع النسبي لرضا المستخدم لرضا المنظمات الدولية عن المدة المستغرقة في توفير البيانات شكلت 100% في العامين 2021 2022. أما المتوسط الحسابي عن مدى الرضا للجودة، جودة البيانات الإحصائية من حيث حداثة البيانات كانت هي أعلى نسبة، أعلى متوسط حسابي فقد بلغ 4.5. وبالنسبة عن رضاهم عن الخدمة المقدمة من قبل الجهاز بلغت النسبة تقريبا 54.6. التوزيع النسبي حسب علم المنظمات بإصدارات الجهاز كما تشاهدون هم على علم بالإصدارات بنسبة 90% وراضين عن الخدمات المقدمة. التوزيع النسبي حسب اطلاع المنظمات على استراتيجيات التنمية الوطنية ورؤية قطر شكلت نسبة 71. أنا مش قادرة أشوف الرقم، مش واضح لي، بس ان جنرال البيانات الرضا الحمد لله نسبة الرضا عالية. طبعا احنا نختتم هذا المسح بمجموعة من التوصيات التي من شأنها أن ترفع الكفاءة عندنا، وفي مجموعة من التوصيات اللي هي توعية الجمهور بأهمية استيفاء المسح، لأن آرائهم تعتبر مهمة لنا في اتخاذ القرارات، العمل على تحسين جودة البيانات، معرفة وتلبية احتياجاتهم، والأخذ بعين الاعتبار المقترحات التي قدموها. وفي الختام يعني الحمد لله نتائج المسح قد أسهمت بشكل كبير في فهم احتياجات طالبين البيانات الإحصائية، ونحن نعتزم الأخذ بهذه النتائج من أجل تحسين الخدمات المقدمة لهم في المستقبل. نشكر كل من شارك في هذا الاستبيان وساهم في تطوير خدماتنا. شكرا.
شكرا الأخت نورة. وكما تفضلت طبعا هو جهاز تطوير الإحصاء يعتبر كبنك للمعلومات والبيانات، وفي المزيد من البيانات الإحصائية والمؤشرات الدولية، ومن المهم جدا من فترة وفترة قياس رضا المستخدمين وقياس رضا المشاركين في هذه البيانات والحصول عليها. كما تم أيضا في عرضه في بوابة قطر البيانات المفتوحة. هناك طرق عديدة لنشر المعرفة عن طريق جهاز تطوير الإحصاء، سواء الموقع الإلكتروني للجهاز psa.gov.qa أو موقع data.gov.qa موقع البيانات المفتوحة، وطبعا تطبيق إحصاءات قطر. هاي كلها عبارة عن طرق للنشر مع البيانات الموجودة في الجهاز تطوير الإحصاء. ومن المهم من فترة وفترة يتم قياس المستخدمين لهذه البيانات لتعزيز وتحسينها، وأيضا تحديثها، وأيضا معرفة نقاط الضعف فيها. الآن نشكر مرة ثانية المتحدثين، ولو في مجال معنا 5 دقائق، وأشكرهم مرة ثانية على الالتزام بالوقت. معنا 5 دقائق لو في أي أسئلة من السادة المشاركين. تفضلي.
I believe I didn't introduce myself at the beginning. Dr. Fatma Al-Salaiti, Director of International Cooperation and Government Affairs, Qatar Museums. I would like to thank Dr. Borges Eddy for his really informative presentation. Dr. Eddy, you've touched on the data literacy, and you gave us an insightful example. Could you give us an advice on how to communicate this to the public as collective? And this goes also to Dr. Kerman, when you mentioned the transformating learning delivery. Could you explain us on, you said an example of how to do this on university and other institution. Again, this is the same question for Dr. Eddy. How is this for collective or for the public? بعدين السؤال لنورة. تذكرت كتبتي عن نوعية المسح التي ممكن يعني نوعية المسح المسوحات أو تعطينا خصوصا فيما يخص قطاع الثقافة، وذكرتي خصوص النسب. كيف يتم قياس هالنسب؟ وهل هناك ستاندر أو قياس دولي معين أنتم تستندون عليه في جهاز الإحصاء؟ شكرا.
شكرا كثير. تفضل دكتور. Please go ahead. Yes, start.
Hello. Thank you very much for your kind words. I think this, in order for a strategy to improve and foster data literacy in a specific context to work effectively, I think it needs to be a combined strategy between, let's say, the Ministry of Education, which makes it a policy to input data literacy as a priority within the curriculum, and at the same time, by deploying, let's say, recruiting a community of data champions or data ambassadors that work bottom up at the same time as the ministry, deploys some sort of a strategy top bottom. I think that's the best way in which you can improve data literacy in a specific context. I have seen very effective strategies that are actually driven by citizens. We don't really know the amount of people that are out there that are data literate already, and they are actually creating very phenomenal, interesting, even related with arts and sports and disciplines that we don't often associate with data literacy. They are really developing initiatives that are outstanding, and by basically just getting all these people together, I think you can really foster that within the communities.
And concerning your question, it is really dependent on if you need such kind of actually statistical thinking, then you actually go on that journey. Especially whenever you are graduated from a higher education, actually that journey actually stops over there. And for this reason, we need to have this kind of continuous component concerning not only statistical education, but in our own careers. If you don't integrate the relevant actually educational or the human resources development strategy or policy, then actually you don't need such kind of actually exigency or such kind of actually need. This is actually the human nature. We call this actually social loafing. Then you actually put yourself into idleness and inertia. If you don't need such kind of actually development, personal development, you actually stop. I'm sorry.
In which sense, I mean?
Yes. If you think that if you are to take a decision and if you definitely need the data, you are in the verge of, let's say, purchasing something, and then you are trying to compare the prices in the case of actually, Professor has actually stated us. You would like to change your actually electricity provider. If you don't need such kind of data, you definitely need not actually go over the internet and then compare the prices. Then there should be this kind of actually self-interest that you definitely need to be seeking out new actually avenues for your decision taking. If you don't have such kind of actually interest and you do not actually take such kind of actually interest with respect to data, first of all, this requires all the statistical education should start from the primary education level. I don't know in the GCC region, but in my own country, statistical education does not start up until the high school. H.G. Wells has a very good quote, actually sometimes misinterpreted. If you would like to be an effective citizen, then you definitely need to be integrating this statistical thinking because it is equivalent to writing and reading, right? Actually, if you do not see such kind of actually interest of actually following this kind of actual perspective, then you definitely don't need the data. If you are to take a decision and if you want it to be based on evidence, then you actually look for such kind of data and of such kind of information, which requires that we definitely need to start this education as early as possible. For this reason, if you inculcate that kind of actually data culture, starting from the early years of actually education, from primary education, it doesn't need to be actually very complex. Right now, we see the Gen AI actually integrated into all our lives. Then this will actually drive us to idleness, inertia, which we call it right now social loafing. For this reason, our actually education models need to actually put through some kind of teamwork, which needs to be very small, which will be actually assigning the relevant actually workload and the responsibility. Then everyone's role in that kind of teamwork will be actually identifiable. So if we start from the early ages, if we actually raise that kind of data culture, then definitely if you are to take a decision, then you will be definitely after such kind of information or data. I hope that it can be clear as possible. Thank you.
السلام عليكم. بالنسبة لسؤالك دكتورة، هل يخدمكم هذا المسح كهيئة متاحف؟ طبعا أنتم من ضمن الجهات الحكومية اللي لو كنتوا قد طلبتوا منا خدمة فهذه الاستمارة راح تكون وصلتكم، لأن هذه الاستمارة معنية بطالبين البيانات الإحصائية من خلال الموقع الإلكتروني أو عن طريق البريد الإلكتروني الخاص بقسم التعاون الدولي في إدارة العلاقات العامة. فإن تلقيتوا الخدمة وكان مثلا البيانات غير وافية أو غير شاملة، في الاستبيان في بند إن مثلا إذا كان النسبة اللي حطيتيها نازلة راح يطلع لك الأسباب. هذه الأسباب إحنا لما توصلنا أكيد نناقشها يعني نسعى لتحسين الخدمات الأفضل، ونشوف وين القصور اللي ممكن إحنا نضيفه لكم كمثلا هيئة الثقافة. أما بالنسبة للأساليب المستخدمة فهو تم استخدام الأسلوب بالتحليل الإحصائي ستاتا، وإحنا أصلاً عشان نعد هذه الاستمارة هو فريق داخلي يتكون من إدارة العلاقات العامة وإدارة نظم المعلومات وإدارة التعداد وإدارة الإحصاءات. فإحنا المعنيين بالعينة عندنا إدارة نظم المعلومات معنيين بإعداد الرابط الإلكتروني، وإدارة الإحصاءات والتعداد هم المعنيين بالتحليل، فأكيد لهم أساليب معينة في تحليل هذه البيانات الإحصائية.
شكرا لجميع المتحدثين وشكرا للإجابة على الأسئلة، وأنا أشكركم على حسن الاستماع، وإن شاء الله تكون هناك في جلسة أخرى للمزيد من المعلومات. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
شكرا دكتور خالد، شكرا لضيوفك. والآن مع الجلسة السابعة تحت عنوان بيانات من أجل العدالة الاجتماعية والشمول، استكشاف إمكانات البيانات لمعالجة عدم المساواة المجتمعية ودعم المجتمعات الضعيفة وتعزيز العدالة الاجتماعية والشمول. يدير الجلسة الدكتورة الكريمة من مركز الأبحاث الإحصائية والاقتصادية والاجتماعية والتدريب للدول الإسلامية من أنقرة.
Thank you for the introduction, and I would like to thank everyone still being with us and also for your patience. In this session, we will be covering the data for social justice and inclusion, and then we try to explore the potential of data to address societal inequalities, support vulnerable communities, and promote social justice and inclusion. And without actually losing time, I will not be actually reading aloud the CVs just to make sure that we are actually on time. And also I would like to request from all our panelists and presenters to keep their actual presentation with only 10 minutes so as to have more time for the actual discussions and Q&A. Without further ado, I would like to invite Mr. Ziga Zarnik from OECD to present his topic on social cohesion, statistics and indicators. He will be joining us virtually. Mr. Zarnik, are you with us?
Hope you can hear me all. Good morning to everyone. So I'm sharing my presentation, and first of all, I very much appreciate the invitation to this splendid event by the Planning and Statistics Authority of the State of Qatar. I'm delighted to join this excellent discussion, and I will share some views on the measurement of social prosperity. So without further ado, let me start. So what we see today is that if you're considering just economic metrics, that cannot really cover all the important shifts that we experience around the world. So let me highlight 3 cases where we see that really prominently coming through. So the first one is on the environment, and what I'm showing here is a simple chart that shows that the people's toll on the natural environment is increasing. And here I borrow the index by the ecological footprint that measures both the demand and supply side and pictures how much actually we produce or require from the environment, from the natural resources, in turn for sustain our living. Then the second case at hand is that we also need to consider not only the objective facts, but more subjective facts that speak to us. And at the Y Center, we've done quite a lot of work to capture how people feel and experience their lives. So here what I'm showing is a chart where we measure people's mental health, or more precisely, the dimension of how people experience the risk of depression, which we see here has increased over the years. And the third example is just to show that it's very important to go beyond the averages, beyond the statistical averages. And at the OECD Vice Center, we also measure the inflation with respect to how different groups of population experiences it. And what we see here is that the ones that were particularly hurt were actually the elderly and those with less income. So to conclude all this is, it matters to look beyond the traditional measures. So what we use in our work is something that has been vetted by all the OECD countries, and now we are also testing with the private sector, is the OECD well-being framework. And the well-being framework spans across different dimensions of well-being, so the 11 dimensions of well-being, which are both the objective and non-objective measures, and it focuses on the outcomes. And what it does is it really focuses on the people rather than just on one economic system or GDP. Then it also examines both averages and inequalities. So it looks at the disaggregated groups of population and considers not only the objective or material measure of well-being, but also the subjective aspects of that. And it concerns with the well-being both today and tomorrow. So why this matters is because we have to understand how different forms of capital actually work with each other, and also to look not only at the stocks that they provide, but also at the flows, so how we use them, and what are the risk factors that we should pay attention to. And that's important to build the resilience of our system. So that's why it's important why we measure all that. So one example is that this has been shown quite useful in countries. So over the last decade, we've seen an increase in the national statistical offices using up the OECD well-being measurement framework. In particular, there has been more attention paid to measuring life satisfaction. So using the subjective measures of well-being as complementary to the objective measures of well-being. This figure comes from one of our very recent papers. I'm not going to delve into it, but just to highlight that there has been an increase across all countries. And moreover, something what we can also use is, this data can be used very well in the analytical research. In our very recent paper that we published a couple of weeks ago, we show also that the good well-being outcomes can provide this strong resilience against, for example, poor mental health. And that in turn also can lead to better productivity, better satisfaction with lives, in total actually contributes to economic activity. And on top of it all is, we focus a lot on how do we innovate. And one of the aspects to innovate is that we need to consider the timeliness, which is important, and particularly the inequality data. We actually run the income distribution database, the OECD. And what we've done now is we actually use the nowcasting techniques to expand the coverage of this database, because typically we would have the delays of 2 to 3 years, but there has been a lot of demand, both coming from the society and also in terms of the policy making, to expand the series towards more recent times. And that's what we actually have done in also one of our very recent papers right now. So moving forward there we have another challenge that I would like to highlight and that actually speaks to how do we connect two sides. So the dimension of the social prosperity with environmental dimensions. So looking at the interlinkages. So this is something that I've been spending quite some years on. And we actually published the inequalities environment nexus a couple of years ago. But since then, we are working on the measurement agenda. And why this is important is because we need to understand better how different demographic groups, for example, also workers and across the places, are affected by environmental degradation, but also are affected by the environmental policies. So we need to understand better the linkages in order to measure progress toward achieving at the same time the people and planet related targets without one crowding out the others. So here are like 2 recent works on that. And now I would like slowly to conclude my presentation by highlighting the work that we've been doing on the SDGs for quite some time. And this relates to our method embedded in the paper with the measuring distance to the SDG targets. And here we cooperate a lot with the UN agencies, with ESQA as well. I mean, has been mentioned earlier this morning as well. And what we published last year is actually quite saddening because we see that there hasn't been that much progress neither on the people, neither on the planet dimensions of the targets. But the good news is that the statistical gaps, as mentioned also earlier today, have been significantly reduced since the moment we have first published the report in 2016 and to the latest version of the last year. So back in 2016, we were able to cover only 50% of the targets. Now we are actually much closer to the 80% of the targets. So actually we cover 136 out of 169 targets. And this is very important because if you don't have a good representation of the data here, then it's very difficult to understand what's going on. And what we actually do now is we not only show the static picture, so what's going on in the precise moment of time in terms of how far countries are for achieving a specific target, but also given the past trends, we are able to estimate the likelihood of meeting the targets by 2030, or not. And on top of that, this is really important to disentangle between the more cyclical and structural factors that determine the pathways of reaching specific targets. So perhaps let me actually just highlight here is that this framework is not only useful for the governments, the well-being framework, but we've been working with the business coalitions, such as World Business Council for Sustainable Development and the Council for Inclusive Capitalism, to adapt it to the business sector as well. And why that is important is because we see that the social standards and the financial disclosure on that is really the next frontier of ISSSB work, and actually getting better understanding of what determines this S behind the ESG framework and how to measure it well, aligned with what governments are doing, will be increasingly important. And this is an approach that actually we are following with companies, and we have also published earlier last year to understand a little bit better how the impact of companies on the social prosperity can be measured. So let me conclude here my presentation. The last slide, I will leave it with you. Is just a walk through the history on the work that we've been doing beyond GDP. Just to reassure you, this is not something that we've been working just for the past years, but actually we've been very active for many decades. Actually, since the Club of Rome, where we introduced the notion of the natural capital in 1970s, we've been intensively working on understanding better how to measure the social prosperity and how to measure environmental sustainability in a way that is statistically comparable across different countries. Thank you very much for this opportunity, and I will leave it to you, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Zarnik. Mr. Zarnik is the head of section on reviews, SDGs, and impact measurement at the OECD Center for Wellbeing, Inclusion, Sustainability, and Equal Opportunity. Now, I would like to yield the floor to Mr. Vito Intini from the UNDP to present his topic on a brief multidimensional overview of socioeconomic inequality measurements. Dr. Intini, please take the floor.
Good morning. So let's start with a very quick introduction. Measuring inequality is not really a simple task because inequality is a complex issue. There are measurement aspects, but there are also normative aspects. In the literature, it's always difficult to discern between good inequality and bad inequality. What is the acceptable levels of inequality in a given society can be different from another society or in a point in time in the same society. So it's always a complex issue that has been on and on in the literature for decades, but it's definitely a critical component. Why? Here we took a perception survey from the Arab Barometer. You can see here in the region the level of the number of respondents that say inequality is an issue is very high. The average is around 70, 80%, and it tells you that actually is a concern in the public opinion. When you dissect the aggregate levels across the region and you divide by different categories, either gender or levels of income, so having adequate income or not, or even geographically, urban or rural areas, you can see particularly the geographical differences and income differences between respondents give you a very kind of substantive gap between the two categories, as you can see on the right-hand side. But there is also one other aspect that is important to look into, according to this survey, for example, which is the type of inequality that is due to effort and skills of persons, and type of inequality that is due to your socioeconomic background. And here you can see that there is no major divide in the public opinion between the two. So basically, those two factors are contributing in the public opinion to inequality in the respective countries. Inequality is also important to be measured because it has impact on other dimensions, other aspects of development. Here you can see, for instance, this is a global distribution, income distribution. You can see how the highest part of the income distribution around the world are impacting, emitting CO2 much higher than the rest of the distribution. It has environmental implications. If you take the very, very top, the very, very top of the income distribution around the world, you can see that the emissions that very top, and we are talking here about a multimillionaire, of CO2 can be up to 1,000 times an income, average income, globally speaking. So there are many definitions of inequality, from a standard to a more kind of recent analysis. You have inequality of opportunities, which basically is telling you what is your starting point. It's influenced by the variables you cannot control, which again, as I was saying, your socioeconomic background or geographical origin. And then you have, as the public opinion was saying, the survey, inequality due to efforts and talents, which are your own specific characteristics and commitment. And then you have inequality of outcomes, which is a bit of the result. It's called ex post kind of measurement of inequality. And then there is another type of measurement that has been produced in the literature more recently, which is basically intergenerational type of, or social mobility, which is a bit of a dynamic aspect. Some of you have heard of a Great Gatsby curve. Basically, it's telling you that if you have initial inequality, initial conditions in your life, it's difficult then to have to move on the social ladder. So, and then you have other types of inequality, vertical, horizontal inequality. Horizontal is between groups, homogeneous groups. One important aspect that we are aiming to is to look at inequality in a life cycle approach, where, as I was saying, you can start with initial conditions that can be favorable or not in terms of inequality outcome, but those conditions can change over your life cycle. If you are born in an environment that is highly unequal to start with, it's likely that during your life cycle that inequality can increase at school, at the early childhood phase, then at school, then during your transition to work, and then during your professional life, and even more so during your senior age. All those can contribute. But then you have also policy, and fiscal policy in particular, aspects that can counteract, can try to reduce that level of inequality. And then you have other aspects like shocks, in a given economy or during a life that can amplify that inequality. So again, it's a complex issue that really requires an approach that is innovative as we move along in this journey, in this research. There are many types of inequality measurements. Here I listed just a few to give you the idea of the range of options we have, from very simple, mean, median, standard deviation, to percentile analysis, so taking the income distribution and you analyze the top decile, for instance, over the bottom decile or the bottom 40%. And then you have also growth incidence curves that basically are telling you how the bottom quantiles of an income distribution is performing in terms of their growth of income compared to the average, national average. And then you have indices. Indices are built, are constructed, and show, in this case, the tail index, for instance, show the disaggregation levels based on different characteristics you might have. And then you have the Atkinson index, which looks into the distribution, and also poverty-related indices like the FGDT. And then very, very well known, the Gini index, which basically is telling you the distribution of the Lorenz curve, so how the cumulative income of that curve is performing compared to the total area under the 45-degree bisect. And then you have regression-based analysis, which are not just index, further development are based 50 years ago with the Mincer equation. The Mincer equation was basically telling us how your background, socioeconomic background, your skills and your experience can influence your income on the labor market. And then you have the composition methods like a Blinder or Xhaka, and then the recentered influence function that tell you how between different groups, different characteristics in those groups are influencing a certain outcome.
2 minutes, Dr. Intini.
Yeah. So I will not dwell. Here is a list of different types of inequality measurement. The first one that is more obvious is a measurement of income or wealth inequality. Normally those are taken from household surveys, but they can be taken also from other administrative data. Here is some of the results that the World Inequality Lab has produced around the world, and specifically in this region. Of course, wealth this inequality is much higher than income inequality. Income is a flow variable, wealth is a stock variable that accumulates over time. And here you can see major differences. One caveat, important caveat, is that the lack of data gave rise to inaccuracy in this kind of estimates. But it's important to know the existence of those. Then you have, using administrative data, for instance, tax administration data declaration, you can see how inequality can be reduced due to tax policy and tax instruments. So starting with the market income, so pre-tax income, all the way down to the final income, that factor in taxation, but also transfers. You can see how inequality in the case of Jordan, for example, goes down, which is an important aspect. And then you have, I work for UNDP, we produce the HDI, the Human Development Index, which has three main components: education, health, and GNI, gross national income. Then there is also a statistical methodology to calculate the inequality adjusted HDI, which tells you how much a country loses in terms of human development because of inequality. The same applies to the gender inequality index that we produce and shows the disparity between the two genders, right? Class 3 critical dimensions that you see there on the top-hand side of the slide. Linked to that, we have also produced a multidimensional poverty index across 3 dimensions, which are standard of living, assets, and also education and health. we decompose that to show how much each of these dimensions factor in this multidimensional poverty, as you can see for a few countries that we have shown here. The same we can apply to those below the poverty line in terms of variance, so in terms of concentration or dispersion of poverty under that poverty line. And then we have other measurements and also correlations linking basically the level of inequality in health with your income or wealth availability. And here I'm just giving a few examples when it comes to health indicators, but the same applicable to education indicators. For example, one aspect in terms of policy I was referring to in the life cycle is the coverage and adequacy of social protection. And as you can see, many of the countries in the region are below the global average. That is an important aspect to bear in mind as a policy to trying to provide the remedial actions to initial inequality levels.
Could you please wrap up?
Finishing. So one other aspect is measuring land inequality, which is a critical component in terms of asset distribution. And we use a lot now maps and satellite imagery to see the distribution. Here you have two examples. One is the land Gini, so the level of inequality by land distribution, and on the right-hand side you have poverty levels in the case of Cairo. In this case you can see how the concentration, geographical concentration, and the patterns that emerge from this. Importantly, to finish, is the use of satellite imagery. We were doing an analysis during COVID that you can see on the top side of the slide in terms of NO2 emissions reduction during COVID. In this case, you can see Qatar. In terms of luminosity, nighttime satellite imagery reduction in the case of Lebanon. And also you can do at the subnational level in specific localities. Like for instance, in this case, I put Egypt. Egypt, in those areas that are very tourist-based economies, you can see the reduction of the economy due to the satellite imagery analysis or regression-based calculations that can have an impact. And here, you can see also at the bottom the variation of luminosity in various contexts. I put also the latest one, which is related to Gaza before and after the conflict started. And of course, there are many other types of inequalities. This is inequality between firms in terms of productivity that, of course, can be an indicator of different access levels of access to market, to supply chains, and also to positioning on the market in terms of advantage or disadvantages in their competitiveness level. I will stop here. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your understanding, Dr. Intini. He is the Regional Chief Economist and Inclusive Growth and Sustainable Finance Team Leader at UNDP in the Arab States region, headquartered in Amman, Jordan. Now we will go on our presentations with Mr. Willis Odek of the United Nations Population Fund. He will be presenting us about the PDCI, how it improves the lives of people. The floor is yours, Mr. Odek.
So thank you very much. I wish to echo our appreciation to the organizers for this event. On behalf of the UNFPA Regional Office for Arab States based in Cairo and our GCC area office, I have my colleagues here. We are very grateful for being here and actually congratulate you for a very well thought out event that we are here to attend. I will talk about an initiative that we've been undertaking at UNFPA, looking at how our population and development composite index can be used to, as a measure of population well-being. Now, my predecessors have already talked about the meaning of well-being, but I'll talk briefly about this and then highlight what this particular tool is about to address. So we know population well-being is multifaceted. We've talked about, I think the first presenter talked about the objective measures, but there's also the subjective aspect to well-being, how people feel about themselves, how satisfied they are with their lives, and even measures of happiness. And when we think about population and well-being in that sense, there are several ways of measuring this, but I think the primary question is why we measure it. So a lot of indices exist for measuring population well-being, and I think the most dominant one now is the Sustainable Development Goals Index, the SDG Index, that pulls together many of the objective measures of well-being into a common index, and we are able to track progress that countries are achieving over time. So that looks primarily at material well-being, but as the previous presenter talked about inequality, it also brings in some elements of subjective well-being because inequality is embedded in those particular measurements. But beyond that, it also looks at sustainability in terms of the socioeconomic and natural systems, and looking at even environment and prosperity. So the point is that macroeconomic indices, be they GDP or other measures, are not adequate, and one needs to really go deeper into some of the specifics here. I won't go so much into the indices, but I just want to highlight how they are constructed and how they are used, because the PDCI, the Population and Development Composite Index that we have worked on, draws from these particular indices. So the SDG index that I just talked about pulls together all the 17 indicators, then identifies for each of the targets the measurements for each of the targets, assuming an equal weight for each of them. And it allows analyzing countries' progress over time, but it also allows one to look at how countries are performing relative to others. As designed, it's not supposed to be for comparing countries. It's supposed to help countries see how far they are from attaining the target. And there are really elaborate procedures for doing this, which I won't go into today. But simply, the most critical part for the SDG is to know how to set your lower and upper bound limits. So for the lower limits, the basic statistical procedure used is to censor the data at the 2.5th quantile of all the countries. And then to enable comparison across countries and across time, it is normalized to a scale of 0 to 100. And that procedure is very simple. You simply take the lower and upper bounds, and then the actual indicators for a given country. So the formula you have there is that based on the upper and lower bounds established, you can then subtract the minimum and the maximum that you have for any given country to generate its index. And it uses equal weighting, so every indicator is treated as contributing equally. Again, there's the HDI, which is much older, again, following similar principles. And unlike the SDG, the HDI focuses on 3 indicators that have been already mentioned before, and uses geometric mean aggregation for those particular indicators. But again, even here, in terms of construction, you have the dimension, then the minimum and maximum levels that are expected based on analysis across countries in the globe. This is just to highlight how these indices are used in practice. So if you take the 2023 SDG index, for instance, at a global level, if you take the global average, we have not yet attained them. If you take a regional disaggregation, then you see the variations in terms of regions, particularly at the bottom of it. You'll realize that the poverty indicator, the SDG indicator on poverty, and the SDG indicator 4 and 7 and 10, there's quite some progress there. And this is just to highlight the same for the GCC countries. I won't go so much into this, but what it shows us is how high the HDI indices are. But when you look at the SDG report for 2023, then even though the HDI indices are high, the SDG index is not as high. Now, building upon this then, we came up with the Population Development Index at the UNFPA Regional Office, informed by the International Conference on Population and Development, ICPD, Program of Action. And this was put in place in 2015 when the ICPD Program of Action was extended within the context of the current SDG goals. And so why did we develop this particular index? We developed this index to be able to provide some measure of progress on the population and development critical indicators. I've mentioned that we followed the same process as that for the SDG index construction, so that includes just agreeing on what conceptual framework to use, what are the right indicators to use, and then calculating them and also statistical validation. And the conceptual framework we apply is the one adopted by the UN in 2014 at the renewal of the ICPD Program of Action. And so it looks at, it considers health, place and mobility, and dignity and human rights as critical elements of sustainability and human well-being that is enabled by governance and accountability. And so the specific components we look at in terms of this index, you have the composite index, but the 5 components that we look at. So when you look at dignity and rights, you have gender equality as an important attribute of that, population aging, poverty, then you have health as another component, then you have place and mobility, governance, and sustainability. The index allows us to calculate a composite index, but also component indices that I just mentioned here. We looked at the index and the indicators that we selected for it and mapped it to the SDG, and at least 14 of the SDGs can be mapped to this particular index, as highlighted here. In the selection of indicators that we chose for this, we paid critical attention to criteria such as their relevance, how adequate they are in terms of availability of data, the timeliness and sensitivity to change, their coverage, and the quality of data available. We have placed emphasis on indicators that are already being collected for SDG reporting so that we are avoiding placing too much burden on governments for additional data collection. This is just to highlight quickly some of the indicators. The dignity and human rights area has the largest number of indicators, and followed by place and mobility and governance.
2 minutes, Dr.
Yes, let me go to the process. Again, similar to the SDG index, it's normalization and weights. And then we also created thresholds for performance. In terms of those thresholds, less than 55% is considered low, and then medium is 50 to 69%, and then high is 70 and above. This is just to highlight the results. As we can see here from the analysis we did for the entire composite index, you see UAE leading there in the very high category with 78. If we do a trend analysis with the data from previous years, we were able to see that as a region, our progress was just medium on average. If you look at it by the sub-components, then you realize that greatest progress, dark blue being very high, greatest progress has been made in the area of health and sexual and reproductive health across most of the countries. But you'll notice that dignity and human rights remains a challenge for many of them, as is the case with sustainability. The analysis also shows that when you take the average for each country, the subcomponents may be playing out very differently, but you still end up with similar averages, meaning that countries may be on different paths, but presenting or recording same level of aggregate performance, just highlighting the importance of subcomponent analysis. We've also done analysis with this to see how it corresponds to the other indices. So if you take the SDG index, there's quite a great consistency there, but you realize huge differences, especially among countries like Sudan, many of those that are in protracted crisis. And this simply shows the challenge of attaining population and development indicators on those particular, in those particular areas. There's a very high consistency in this. You can see very high correlation between the HDI and our PDCI. Limitations have got to do with data paucity on a number of indicators across many countries. But I don't want to stop talking without saying what this implies for population and development. So in terms of population and development, the PDCI allows us, like most indices help us to do, to put a spotlight on those factors that are critical to population and development. And it also shows us areas where there are strengths and weaknesses in terms of government intervention. It also shows us where there could be policy gaps for intervention, but it also allows us to put data into programming, particularly with a focus on indicators that are relevant to population and development. We've done this analysis at a national level, and we look at expanding this to be able to do also sub-national analysis, data permitting us to do so. As we go forward, we did the analysis in 2020. We want to revalidate the tool with new data, as many more countries have reported on the SDGs in particular, then do follow-up analysis. But critically, we are looking at institutionalizing this for the region, and that will require that we see which other institutions exist that we can work with. We can define roles and responsibilities with those particular partners. Importantly, we want to also determine a reasonable periodicity for conducting this analysis, and ultimately look at how it can be used in improving policy and programs. Thank you so much for your patience, and to the chair.
Thank you, Mr. Odak. Mr. Odak is the Population and Development Advisor at UNFPA Arab States Regional Office in Cairo, providing strategic, technical, programmatic, and thought leadership in population-related data generation, analysis, and dissemination. Without losing our time now, I would like to invite Mr. Anthony McDonald from the United Nations Children's Fund, UNICEF's Qatar office, to present his topic on using data to advance children's rights globally and in Qatar. The floor is yours, Mr. McDonald.
First of all, just thank you to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs for its patronage of this event, and also to the President of the Planning Statistics Authority and its team, and of course all of you for inviting us and participating in this. So I'm very grateful for the opportunity. I mean, many of the speakers in this session have focused on other issues. So my session will focus very much on children and where we stand in relation to children, in its relation to the Convention on the Rights of the Child and the SDGs. So hence the title, Using Data to Advance Children's Rights. And as many of you may know, for us, data underpins all of our work, as does other forms of initiatives as well, but data is very much at the core of what we do and how we drive our work, and is very much used by UNICEF to be able to advocate and advance the whole issue of children's rights. Hence the need to focus on this and highlight the importance of data and data-driven human rights advocacy and work for us. So I'd like to say, so first of all, I'll stand over here. So yeah, the SDGs are universal in scope, and their call is to leave no one behind. We are driven by an equity agenda, which is no child is left behind, which puts the most vulnerable children and marginalized people, including children, at the top of the agenda. And that's the main advocacy point that we always like to drive home. And the realization of children's rights and of the SDGs are inextricably linked and mutually reinforcing. So for us, whilst on the one hand you've got the Convention on the Rights of the Child, which puts forth all the rights of governments, the governments must respect to protect and fulfill the rights of all children under their jurisdiction. The SDGs, on the other hand, is universal, time-bound call to action to end poverty, protect the planet, and ensure that all people enjoy peace and prosperity by 2030. And of course, these two frameworks are not mutually exclusive. I'd like to highlight in this slide quickly the child-related SDG indicators and UNICEF's role in how we use it. So children represent a substantial share of the population, particularly 37% in the Arab countries. The Sustainable Development Agenda, of course, cannot be achieved without focusing on children, boys and girls and young people, and progressing towards the realization of children's rights, not least because these children then become adults and then form part of the overall population. But the SDG framework includes specific indicators and targets for children, and calls for the age, sex, disaggregation of many of the indicators and targets. And it's this disaggregation of data which is often a challenge in many countries. So there are 48 SDG indicators directly related to children, which I've listed. UNICEF is the global custodian of 19 SDG indicators, providing support to countries in generating and analyzing and using data for these indicators, with the methodological work, developing standards, maintaining global database, and supporting governments and stakeholders in countries to be able to collect reliable data as a basis for their work in terms of policy development, service delivery, etc. So annual SDG consultations are held with National Statistics Office to collect data with these SDG indicators. And this is something we do in all countries. This is just to give you an example of the sort of indicators that we are custodian of. So you've got the zero hunger, on stunting and wasting, gender equality, peace and justice. This is a particular part which is at the core of our mandate, ensuring protection for all women and children, particularly birth registration, and of course protection from violence and child discipline. Health, clean water, poverty, quality, access and quality of education, and of course decent work, which we contribute, but under the leadership of ILO. Examples of other child-relevant indicators include on poverty, quality education, inequalities, climate action, peace and justice, of course affordable and clean energy, and good health. So you can see that what UNICEF has tried to do is ensure that it advocates for and integrates children into almost all of the SDGs in one way or another. For some, children are at the center of it, and in others, it's ensuring that children are reflected in the other SDGs. So in terms of disaggregation of indicators and analysis, in terms of this leaving no one behind, which is driven by the equity agenda that we promote. This agenda is very much central, transformative pledge of the 2030 Sustainable Development Agenda. It not only entails reaching the poorest of the poor, but requires combating discrimination and inequities between and within countries, addressing their root causes. An importance of data and analysis disaggregation is given there. So an example of how we implement the first point is ensuring that we get disaggregated data precisely so we can do that analysis with the government, with stakeholders jointly to assess where are the gaps and where are the challenges. A big one is not only sex and age, but disability, because very often in many countries, children with disabilities get left behind and are one of the most vulnerable populations that are invisible to some extent populations which exist in our society. So part of the advocacy that we do is making that invisible element more visible. The other one is migration status, refugee and asylum seekers. Again, they can be some of the most vulnerable populations, so working with governments to ensure that the data that's collected is applicable to all populations and to all children, regardless of status. and of course residence and socioeconomic status. In terms of progress on child-related SDGs, we produced this report in September 23, which is quite recent, and I've included the link there, which you can access. I'm sure the presentation will be circulated, but we released this report only last month, which is a global report on the progress of the 48 child-related SDGs at the midpoint of the SDG agenda. And the assessment makes use of the data available from Global SDG Database and the Global UNICEF Data Warehouse, which is huge. Along with the assessment of the progress against each SDG target and efforts needed to meet them, the report also provides an assessment of the SDG availability, i.e. where there are gaps and where there aren't. In terms of the status, what of the 48 child-related SDG targets, here there are some key points. One is to realize that the SDGs for children, some require quite urgent action. There are 2 in 3 child-related SDG targets either require accelerated action or are not being properly monitored. And efforts needed to reach the child SDG vary by income group and SDG, as you can see. So the lower the income group, what we notice is the more challenges that exist. And a child born in low-income countries is 7 times more likely to live in a country where child-related SDGs require acceleration than a child born in a high-income country. So again, it's about pointing out this inequity under the banner of leaving no child behind. And so just a few other points. On average, national level data are available for nearly half of the child-related indicators, signaling that whilst this is good progress, there's a lot more work, as the last speaker highlighted, that needs to be done. In high-income countries, there is a greater lack of child-related data that meets international standards when compared to data quality in low-income countries, in part because most monitoring in these countries relies on country-specific administrative data systems. And there's a widespread lack of available data combined with lack of quality data, which makes it more difficult for us to track. Just before, again, Kata is quite a good practice because there's a huge amount. This is not the first major conference that Kata organizes on data. There are many which they've organized since my time here in the last 4 years, but also important to highlight that one of the baseline data sets which we rely on in every country is called the multi-indicator cluster system, which we use to monitor progress against the SDGs. And this is UNICEF's flagship household level data, developed in the early 90s. We're now on Mix 7 with new content and new business model, and we advocate for full national ownership of the survey, and it's been conducted in 120 countries. And, Qatar should be quite proud of itself. It's the only country in the GCC who's completed one in 2012, and we're just in the final stages of completing one in 2023, so certainly leading by example there.
Could you please wrap up,
Yep.
Mr. McDonald?
So one of the new indices that we've developed, modules for the Mix 7, which we've added on to the previous ones, is one on early childhood development, some amendment to one on violent discipline, and looking at multidimensional child poverty. And we tend to produce a report on multidimensional child poverty at regional and global level every year. And then there's a measurement of SDGs on pro-poor public spending, which was won by Save the Children. So recommendations and key takeaways. So countries must continue to invest in their data systems to build capacity and implement technology to improve data collection, monitoring and analysis along the child's life course, as the previous speaker mentioned. Accurate and timely data is critical to identify necessary interventions, set the targets, amend targets to more realistic targets, and monitor progress. And data protection practices must also be strengthened nationally, regionally, and globally to ensure that we harness the opportunities of data and technologies to narrow this, what we call the digital divide in terms of access and use of data, and to protect children's privacy, safety, and integrity, which we know, again, countries in this region are playing a key part on. So this is just, so thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. McDonald. Mr. McDonald is the current head of UNICEF's office in Qatar. Now I would like to invite Dr. Rafael Diaz de Medina. He is the actually chief statistician of the ILO and also the Secretary General of the last 3 ICLSs. The ICLS has celebrated its centennial anniversary this year. Now we will be hearing from him from standards ICLS to data production. The floor is yours, Dr. Medina.
Well, thank you very much. And first of all, and foremost, to thank the Planning and Statistical Authority for the invitation to be with you today. Yes, I would like to brief you. My presentation will depart from probably recalling the first slide from the first presenter in this panel, where you measure the perception of population on their problems on well-being. And if you have noticed, the first one ranked was jobs. And that's the reason why I will focus, of course, coming from the ILO, I will focus on labor statistics and the contribution of labor statistics and measurement to, of course, any measure on well-being and let alone on social justice. In my case, I will have, in my presentation, I wanted to give you a snapshot first of a very special standard setting mechanism that we have in labor statistics, and as we have heard today, we have just lived to be 100 years. So we just finished the 21st International Conference of Labor Statisticians, which is something that is hosted by the ILO since 1923, but it's owned by the community of labor statisticians from all over the world, plus, of course, coming from governments, but also coming from workers and employers associations and organizations. So it's a tripartite nature. So it's a very ad hoc thing. It's one of the oldest mechanisms of standard setting and statistics that is in different domains. It's even preceding the creation of the UN. You know, the ILO was created in 1919, and it was no wonder it was the product of a treaty of peace. Because when the First World War finished, there was a treaty that highlighted the need to have better industrial relations in the world. And because of that, they call on the whole community to have a common understanding and a common language, which means that a common statistical standard in order to avoid conflict and avoid wars. Now that we are focusing on, we're witnessing so many wars in the world, it's usually, again, the need to have better measurement and better policies addressing key aspects. So, of course, the International Conference of Labor Statistics, it seems only a conference, but it's not a conference. It's a process that never stops, because the conference is once every 5 years, and they meet for 12 days. But the community of statisticians, they agree on common indicators and frameworks to measure in a harmonized way all dimensions related to the world of work. It's a standard setting mechanism, but it has been now finished, and I will give you a snapshot of what happened there. But just to give you an idea, we have a set of different degrees of standards and definitions, and the ecosystem on labor statistics is also composed with all the partners. It means the government statistical offices, the ministries of labor actively working, but also workers and employers. So this gives the wealth of and the strong mandate afterwards to come out and implement the different definitions that we will have. There are resolutions, there are guidelines, there are classifications, the classification that we usually use everywhere. We have the mandate on the occupations and also the status of employment, which are the usual classifications that everybody uses at the country level. However, in this particularly 21st ICLS that finished last week in Geneva, there were a lot of resolutions, I will say, but also guidelines and positions and discussions on various topics in this hectic way of changing that we have in labor markets in the world. The more important thing was the revision of the standards of statistics of informality, which is very linked to vulnerabilities affecting all the dimensions of the previous speakers, where we could see the different components of the indexes. We also tackle on digital platform work, which is a very important emerging topic that needs to be defined: earnings, cooperatives, social and solidarity economy, labor market information systems within countries, international labor migration, the classification of status of occupations, and how machine learning will enable to have updates instead of having the old way of having definitions once every 20 years. So has been work-related violence at work, child labor, forced labor, and unpaid and domestic work, with a clear aspects of gender there. These are the main topics that this community of labor statisticians discussed for many days in Geneva. They ended up having a very strong resolution on the informal economy, which is not a minor one because it spreads beyond labor statistics, because it will have an impact in the new forms of measurement GDP that is emerging from the system of national accounts that will be reviewed in 2025. And this part of how the informal economy is measured, along with other things related with unpaid work, this will be part of the measurement, and it will be, of course, affecting the new way of measuring GDP, which is acknowledging finally the existence of the informal economy and the need to have better measurements. There are a lot of indicators and an indicator framework that has been agreed. This means that countries will start measuring, and it's not only focus on developing world, as in the past measures on informality. Informality now is everywhere, and informality is also covering new forms of work like dependent contractors, the platform workers, these new forms that are existing even in developed economies. So this is what it was really very, very important in this ICLS, and I invite you to see the different resolution, which is very detailed. There were a lot of side events, but the more important things that is relating to this has been also particularly the result of the decent work supply chain surveys, which means to how to track and measure deficits in a value chain, in a supply chain, that it covers different countries, different sectors, and different type of workers. This was shown, and it was discussed with a case study in Asia and Pacific, where many countries are developing different modules in their labor force surveys and in these other administrative sites in order to track decent work in the different parts of the supply chain. There were two special events, and one of them is where I would like to focus because it's relevant to this panel, which is the reflection on how to enhance the measurement of social justice in the world of work. And this is something that I will focus particularly here because, of course, for everybody, social justice seems a very straightforward concept. But there, what in our case, coming from the ILO, it's also to us, it was very inherent because it's part of the creation of the ILO in 1919 and in its constitution later. It's the concept of social justice, as I was telling you, is very attached to peace, not so much to prosperity, but to peace, because at the very start of the ILO, as I told you, the creation was because of a conflict, because of a major conflict worldwide. So this now, not surprisingly, this year, particularly in 2023, the international community particularly of ministries of labor, workers and employers in Geneva, in June, they have agreed to move forward a new agenda, I would say a reinforcing agenda on advancing social justice, Why? And there is a lot of discussions of why was this moment, precisely because of an alert that because of the deficits and the breaches on social justice, we are going to have, or we are witnessing a lot of conflicts everywhere, and at the national and the regional and global level. So what it is about that? Although there is a very straightforward definition, there are some concrete tracks to start metrics and to start measuring that. Of course, you will imagine why having a new framework now when we have the SDGs, we have well-being, we have the quality of employment, we have social cohesion frameworks, we have a lot of frameworks. But the important thing is to combine them, and that's the beauty of this framework that is emerging at the level of labor issues. What is about? It's about fairness, equality, voice, the rule of law, access to justice, and more cohesion and less poverty. Of course, these are the things that we all can imagine. But in our case, there were 4 dimensions that were really identified by the Ministries of Labor and the workers and employers. There was, first and foremost, the universal rights and capabilities. Of course, in the case of rights, it's labor rights, in particular, the respect to labor rights in all the dimensions, particularly freedom of association and collective bargaining, that many countries are lagging on that. Secondly, the equal access to opportunities, lack of discrimination, the things that we have already heard today. Fair distribution means inequality, and just transitions. And this is very important. The just transitions for the labor issues are all the shocks that are having labor markets everywhere. Globalization, technology, artificial intelligence, new IT issues, demographics, environmental transformation, particularly climate change and the impacts in the world of work, and crisis. Crisis means instability, wars, conflict everywhere. These are really affecting strongly, apart from natural disasters as well. So how all these affect the world of work, and that's the reason why 2023 was really highlighting this. And how this agenda is I would say, combined with the usual mandate that the ILO has been pushing. You have heard the goal 8 in SDGs is decent work, and decent work means for the ILO 4 dimensions interrelated. It's not only to create proactive employment, but also with universal social protection, with respect to rights, and done I would say, agreed in a safe social dialogue environment. It cannot be done in a hostile environment to have a healthy negotiation. So these 4 dimensions is the concept of decent work that you are quite familiar because of the SDG, because the work has been endorsing and accepting this increasingly. But what is new now is the combination with these other 4 pillars. So it's the universal rights, the inequality, the access to opportunities, and the just transitions. How we metric? How can we start measuring this part? Of course, there are a lot of calls to have that, and we have already standards and definitions to cope with that. First, the past ICLS discussed a decent work indicator framework that gave birth to many of the indicators that are now in the SDG framework. We have around 35 indicators all over the decent work indicator framework that relates to decent work. Out of them, 14 are under ILO's custodianship. But this means that the metrics for social justice goes beyond only the SDGs. We have also big gaps like inequality and the combination with the world of work, like many things related to climate change and green jobs, etc., that also relates to the need to have better measurement. And then, of course, there is a need to have a very reduced number of indicators to track the advance of social justice. And this is the process where the ILO is now on, and along with the constituents. There was a special event in the ICLS which was particularly focused on how that, and there were an expert meeting where we had experts, particularly external to the ILO, in order to provide us some guidance on that. And of course, in this, there were some conclusions on how to move forward in the metrics of social justice to make it practical and to be very concise. The first thing is, of course, to use existing frameworks, not reinvent the wheels, but identify indicators as benchmarks in order to start measuring the advancement on social justice. They decided that, well, along with the community of labor statisticians, that they are resisting composite index. They don't want this because they don't like countries to be compared with others. So they prefer to have a dashboard of indicators. And in this dashboard, it was agreed that the objective will be to track progress within a country and not within countries, among countries.
2 minutes, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah. And this finally is linked, has been highlighted as linked to the Beyond GDP initiative. That is precisely something that it's very important for us in the labor issues. Why? Because the GDP as headline indicator is really very, I would say, not focusing on the world of work. It measures everything from the, I would say, demand side, and of course this is the nature of the system of national accounts. And all the satellite accounts that were originally created to deal with households, etc., they were really not in practice, and so there are limitations. And because of that, as early as 2009, there was a commission that the ILO has been part of it, with OECD and the IMF, which was the famous Stiglitz-Sen-Fitoussi Commission, that started to challenge the GDP as the measure to be only used by everybody instead of using more accurate things in combining them. And now, as from the next from the next revision of the system of national accounts, there is a plea to include informality and unpaid work and volunteer work. You know, in the 19 ICLS, there was a broadening of the concept of employment, that it was narrow in the past, and now we have a concept of work that it encompasses not only the paid work, but also the unpaid forms of work. This means that, of course, it's natural to also extend this to the new way of measuring GDP. And that's it. So you have this, all the information about ICLS in this, if you scan this code, and you also can have access to the latest discussions about the measurement of social justice. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Medina, for this insightful presentation. Now I would like to open the floor for 2 questions, as our translators must be exhausted. Yes, please. Can we have the microphone for...
Thank you very much for all your presentations. This question in particular is to Dr. Rafael. I think it's fascinating to be able to look at the backstage of where the definitions of the categories that we use to measure variables are decided. And of course, I understand the need for standardized data policies or data definitions. But I wanted to ask you, do you think that there's a need to, within the context of those definitions, the discussions that define those categories, do we need to start thinking about context-specific definitions that really relate to particular geopolitics, to particular countries, to particular, that perhaps are not driven mainly by, liberal market, some sort of context, that respond to more specific needs within specific contexts?
Yeah, thank you for the question. I think it's very important because the specificity of the different definitions or statistical definition on labor, precisely the process that leads to this is driven particularly with the regional discussions before. So that's why I mentioned that the conference, the ICLS, is not a conference. It's a process that lasts 5 years. and it has started already for the next one. It means all definitions that are on labor issues that particularly you could think that are, I would say, strict or narrow, they are somehow the product of a negotiation between different regions and different interests within the concept. For instance, in the concept of informality, it's not only has been discussed by statisticians from governments, there are also governments from different regions that they have different points of view. And in the end, the standard that it's agreed, it's the product of this commitment and compromise. Now, informality, for instance, there were resistance to use certain things like dependent contractors, which is a concept that many, for instance, employers are not very keen on using them, because it means that if they measure dependent contractors, maybe there is a regulation coming afterwards. So there is a political background to each of the concepts. But in the end, of course, it didn't go out at the final stage as the workers would have liked, or some governments would have liked, but it ended up being there in a way that it's agreeable to all countries, all degrees of development, and all regions. So there is a process of negotiation that combines and has this as the main point.
Yes, please.
Hi, thank you so much. My question is for Mr. Wallace, UNPF. To what extent does the Population and Development Composite Index accurately capture the multidimensional aspects of population dynamics and the population progress? And is there any plan to add more indicators that provide more assessments of the population in the near future?
Thank you so much. So it's called the United Nations Population Fund, abbreviated as UNFPA. It's a difficult name among the UN agencies. Yes, so this was the first baseline analysis we did, and we are looking at the possibility of expanding on the indicators. I just didn't have enough time to tell you the iteration that we went through, but we started with some 44 indicators, which we culled down to 33, also because of just multicollinearity among some of them. But we are looking at additional indicators that we can add, depending again also on availability of data. But in terms of its sensitivity to the multidimensional aspects of population dynamics, yes, that is inbuilt, first of all, through the indicators that have been selected, but also through the dimension-specific components. So we are able to see SRHR as a component, for example. If you look at those indicators and analyze over time and across countries, you're able to pick out differences quite clearly. But to answer you more directly, yes, we are in our next round of analysis, we are going to look at the possibility of bringing in additional indicators and also revalidating it as a tool. But the previous analysis was very well received by countries, and that's why we want to take it forward. Thank you so much.
May I kindly invite the remaining audience to actually ask the questions directly to our esteemed panelists in here, because we are right now running a little bit of our time, 9 minutes already passed. I would like to thank everyone for joining this session, and we look forward to the 8th session after the break. Thank you.
يعطيكم العافية جميعا. ناخذ بريك لمدة ربع ساعة لو سمحتوا، عشان بس نلتزم بالوقت. ربع ساعة ونرجع نكمل معكم الجلسات إن شاء الله. عنان لقوة الابتكار التكنولوجي وعلوم البيانات للإحصاءات الرسمية. تدير الجلسة الدكتورة الجازي بنت حمد فطيس المري من جهاز التخطيط والإحصاء، فلتتفضل مشكورة.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. يسعدني ويشرفني التواجد معكم اليوم لإدارة الجلسة الثامنة من منتدى الدوحة للبيانات. معكم دكتورة الجازي فطيس من جهاز التخطيط والإحصاء، ويسعدني أن أدعو لمشاركة المنصة كل من الدكتور خالد القحطاني، الفاضلة ميرنا ملاعب، السيد أحمد دباس، السيد أسامة رحمن، والسيد محمد سعيد المهندي، فليتفضلوا مشكورين. تتمحور جلستنا اليوم حول إطلاق العنان لقوة الابتكار التكنولوجي وعلوم البيانات الإحصائية الرسمية. واسمحوا لنا بالبدء مع الدكتور خالد القحطاني. الدكتور خالد القحطاني حاصل على دكتوراه في الإحصاء وعلم البيانات من جامعة ليدز، وأستاذ مساعد بجامعة الأمير سلطان بن عبد العزيز، وهو مستشار في عدد من الجهات الحكومية والخاصة، ومختص وخبير في لغة آر، وهو المؤسس والمدير التنفيذي لشركة بيكسل للدراسات والاستشارات في البيانات، فليتفضل مشكوراً.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. طيب، اسمحوا لي إني أقدم برزنتيشن باللغة الإنجليزية بحكم في مترجم. طبعاً بحكم الوقت نحاول نلتزم بال15 دقيقة. So today we will talk about the common mistakes in data science and AI. I didn't go to the technical and theoretical behind AI and data science. The reason for that is to make it simple. However, it's very important to know that common mistakes in AI and data science leads sometimes to wrong decision. So today I will try to be simple. I will try to give some example about some daily mistakes that data scientists and AI specialists will go through sometimes without knowing this. Next. Okay. Sometimes when you're trying to start a new field or trying to study a new field, you will come across a lot of traps, and don't let this make you stop. Okay, thank you. So if you are not careful, you may fail in some of these traps. You know, in data science and AI, there is a lot of resources online, but be careful, because sometimes these resources are not picked up. So sometimes mistakes lead to a good result. So not always mistakes is something to worry about. For example, penicillin has been discovered by mistakes. So don't be shy, don't be worried if you fall in some of these mistakes. This is always in data science. Sometimes you're trying to study something, but you end up with a result that will be helpful. So just to give you some numbers, IBM, which is a very well-known company, has been estimated that the loss because of data quality or the bad data quality around $3.1 trillion in US. Also, Experience Data Quality has conducted a study and has shown that 88% of the company is suffered from the bad data quality, and they have lost around 12% of their revenue. Now, just to make you comfortable, not only individuals fall in mistakes, also big company sometimes falls in mistakes. In 1988, Coca-Cola trying to introduce a new cola because Pepsi has announced Sweet Pepsi, so they are trying to come up with a new cola. They called it a new Coca-Cola. So what they have done, they have did some market research, and the team of market research come up with a new Coke. They has been conducted a study in 200,000, but unfortunately, in the end of this study, Coca-Cola found themselves in a bad situation. Why? Because they only use one factor, which is the test of a new Coca-Cola. And market research now is using quantitative and qualitative data in order not to fall on these mistakes. Also, NASA, which is very well-known organization, has been lost around 125 million. That was back in 1999 when they are trying to send to Mars. And what's the mistakes? It's silly mistakes, but it happens in words of data. So there was a company that helped them, and it was located in UK. And if you know that UK and USA use a different numeric system. So when they send the number, they send it by inches, while United States use it by centimeters. By this kind of mistakes, they lost around 125. So it's a mistakes. So now in NASA, there is very clear process since then in order to make sure there is no any mistakes. Even it's small mistakes, but it cost them around 129. You know all the 2016 election. There is very well-known company in the United States called 538. They estimate Hillary Clinton to win, and they have done a lot of study, but their study even make a lot of people not to go to vote for Hillary Clinton. And in terms of that, Trump has been elected, and the reason for that also they use some simple data science and AI methodology. Now they are trying to improve their methods. So just by mentioning this big company that allow you to go and travel through data science and AI without any hesitating. Is that only for a company? If you look at the researcher, in mistaken research, where there is always in some papers, there is editors, you can see in Kim et al. In 2011, reviewed around 418 papers in well-journaled, and he found that 30 to 50% of these paper has some mistakes related to data science, statistics, AI. Also, 95% of approximately 5,000 submitted articles to the Journal of Medicine always fail because of mistakes in data science. So this is just to give you just an introduction that not only people, not you as a data science statistician, will do mistakes, big companies. So trying to be careful, and you will find out that sometimes the mistakes in descriptive analysis or descriptive statistics, it's not in very advanced machine learning, it's not about a neural network, it's not about supervised learning, it's about the methodology or in descriptive analysis. So I will just, because of the time, trying to go through some example. So trying to be specific. And I give here an example, I will skip it because of the time. But what the lesson here, trying to be specific. We have seen in a lot of journals, they always use the word average. So what do you mean by average? Do you mean median or mean or mode? So Always, sometimes they use average because they want to get to some result they want to. Second, trying to be clear. In this picture, we are trying to show that it's the same data with a different graph. Why? Because we play a little bit with the y-axis. And when we play with the y-axis, you can see that, for example, in chart B, there is a huge jump and a huge decline, where because also in chart C, it's kind of steady because we increase the y scale. The third lesson, trying to be fair. This is also another example. I will share the presentation so you can go with the example. But the basis here, for example, I was asked in 2015 from one of my colleagues, he wanted to continue his study, and he asked, should I go to Leeds or Coventry? And he came up with this percentage that the murder rate has been gone 75% in Leeds, while it's increased 10% in Coventry. Is the percentage enough? Percentage is not enough. So the basis here is trying to give basis for all percentage. The fourth common mistakes, don't overstate the result of an observational study. Sometimes you are excited, you get a result, and you don't know what's the margin error. And this is, as a statistician, I think you know this more than others. Always there is a chance of error. So this is an example. I will just skip it. And I know this is another example that has been mentioned in Twitter. In the United States, there was a conclusion of study saying that if your children has some books in homes, they get a good result. And causation or correlation doesn't mean causation. And this is very important. So in Illinois, they spend a lot of money for an exercise of 5 years. So they give each children one book from year 1. So in each month. So after 5 years, he has 16 books. Because they think if you have book in home, that means your result will be improved. But in case this is not a direct correlation. The reason for the brief study, because if you have books by nature, that means your parents will be educated, so they will help you to study. Wrong decision due to wrong analysis. And this is happen a lot with, if you know, t-test and the bear t-test. Sometimes if you choose the wrong statistical methods, then you will end up with a wrong result. And here's an example. Use different statistical method will end up with different result. So choosing the test statistics is not simple. This is just to give you a clue how in order to choose. And this is just parametric and aparametric testing. You can deep dive on it. Sampling bias. Sampling bias is huge. I will give you this example. There was in 1987, there is a book called Women in Love. You can Google it. This book has been one of the most seller book in the United States around 1987. And the writers has conduct a questionnaire with 100,000. It's go through all experimental design. But the result of this book is shocking at that time in the United States. It was a lot of talk about it. So 84% of women not satisfied with their relationship. 70% of women married 5 years committed adultery. And also 95% of women report physiological or physical harassment. And this is number back in 18s. It's huge, so a lot of news, etc. And when you read the book, you found all of experimental design done right. But what was there after a statistician review the book and interview the writers and go through every step, he found out only 4,500 of this survey. So out of 100,000, only 4,000 is responding, which cause all of the results of this book is you cannot depend on it. Because, you know, the response rate and the story. So maybe only the woman who is not satisfied with the relationship answer. So now the book is less than $1. So it was because of her mistakes. There is another sampling bias in Colgate. I will not go through it, but you can go to it. It was in UK, and when they reviewed it, they found out that there is some play behind the number. So I'm not sure how long, 2 minutes. So this is, you can see, most of the mistakes that I've mentioned, it's a daily mistakes. If you are not careful, you will fall on these mistakes. So now I will talk about general data science and AI mistakes. First, learning theoretical concepts without applying them. So you can sit with a person, he knows a lot about theoretics, but he doesn't write any line of code in Python or R. So once you know, for example, or study regression or clustering, classification, trying to stop after theoretical and trying to find the data and trying to apply them, play with the data. Using machine learning techniques without learning the prerequisite. There is always assumption in AI and statistics. And just it's very well known in UK that they say data science is the sexiest name of statistics. So without very strong background in statistics and probability, you will not be able to succeed in AI. So trying to know the prerequisite. Now for young people, they rely a lot on certificates and degree, and be careful. There is a lot of certificate and degree online, but this will not help you to be a data scientist or AI. Trying not to focus on certificates, but focus on the knowledge. Focusing on model accuracy over interpretability. Now data science is kind of a black box. With the help from Google, Amazon, you just take your data, throw it away, and you will get an accuracy of 95%. This is not a data science. This is not AI. You know that later on that accuracy is not enough. Maybe there is over estimation, maybe there is underestimation. So you have to be careful. AI is not a black box. Using a library without understanding the problem. Sometimes you just run the code, you get the result, you don't know what's going on, you don't know about the assumption, and you come later on with the result that you don't know about. Most of the data now, or most of the model assuming the normality of the data, the constant variance. Is your data eligible for that or not? Not spending enough time on exploration and visualization. I remember during my PhD in big data, I spent almost a year just to study the data, the nature of the data, before even applying anything. Trying to learn multiple tools at the same time. There is a lot of talk, Python, R, I'm talking about open source now. I'm not talking about Tableau, Microsoft Power BI. I'm always a big fan of open source. So people is R or Python, just choose whatever you like, but trying to focus on one. Don't spend your time playing between them. Not studying in a consistent discipline manner. You study 1 week, 2 weeks, 1 month because it's a data, and then you are away for a year, and then you're trying to come back, trying to have consistent and manner. Shying away from discussion and competitions. This is for young people. Some conference like this, it's better always to be there. It's better always to ask. Don't be shy when we ask questions, especially in AI and data scientists. So sorry for being a little bit in a hurry, but I'm trying to match the time. And thank you so much for your listening.
شكرا دكتور خالد على هذا العرض القيم. بالفعل الأخطاء قد تكون ذات قيمة سلبية على المؤسسة، وهي أيضا فرص. وبالحديث عن هذه الفرص، مايكروسوفت لدينا اليوم ستقدم أحد حلولها، وقد نجد بعض الردود على ما قدمه الدكتور خالد فيما يخص تطوير البيانات. رحبوا معي بضيوفنا من مايكروسوفت مختصي البيانات وتكنولوجيا الذكاء الاصطناعي، الفاضلة ميرنا ملاعب والسيد أحمد دباس. فليتفضلوا مشكورين.
So good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for joining us in the session today. So as you can see from the title, in today's session, we're going to cover the statistical analytics in the area of AI. So to complement on all what has been discussed so far, we're going to share with you how Microsoft is doing it today. So as part of the agenda, we'll start with an overview on Microsoft AI. So I'll walk you through our latest technology innovations and how it's helping PSA and the statistical world. And then I'll hand it over to Ahmed Debas to walk us through our Microsoft Intelligent Data Platform, as well as to take us through a demo on Microsoft Fabric. So to start with, we are all living in a new era of AI, right? Generative AI has shifted the reality of AI today. When I talk about generative AI, I'm talking about ChatGPT, GPT-4, DALL-E, and all of the buzz that we're hearing in the AI world. And GPT and generative AI mainly, they have revolutionized natural language understanding in a way that it didn't exist before. They have created for us ways to work with our data differently, to even generate more data, generate images, generate text, videos, documents, and to have the opportunity to chat with our data using natural language. And the very interesting thing is, as you can see on the screen, the tech industry have never witnessed such a growth in adoption throughout its years. ChatGPT today have reached 100 million users in just 3 months. It took mobile phones 16 years to achieve that. It took the internet 7 years to get to 100 million users. ChatGPT did it in just 3 months. So I think, as you can see and agree, today the question is a question of adoption. And the interest of AI is getting so huge and so high that we're seeing it in every part of our life, in every day of our life, in mobile devices, on social media, and it's impacting every single industry. So Microsoft, for the past 6 months, have introduced what we call co-pilots. So that impact every single employee and every single human on this planet working with technology. These co-pilots are targeted for a wide range of processes and people. So if you look, I'm sure you're familiar with these logos on the screen. So what you can see here is a co-pilot for every Microsoft Cloud experience. How we can help you increase productivity with Office 365 Copilot, become more creative with our designer platform, Windows Copilot, touch on the sales and empower every person using our CRM or Dynamics with Dynamics Copilot, empower your analytics with Fabric Copilot, and this is what you'll see in the demo with Ahmed today. Security Copilot to help you respond to security threats in real time. And very importantly as well, the Power Platform Copilot, in which enables you to imagine, describe your application, and Copilot will create it for you. So this is just a set of tools today that are available for you to work on as part of our mission to help you achieve more with Microsoft. Now, if we look at our overall AI stack, so this is where we stand today. So we have at the core our Azure machine learning platform to help you build, deploy, and train your machine learning models. And then on top of this, we have created what we call cognitive services. So a layer of pre-trained AI services that can help you automatically enable human-like intelligence to your applications. So you can process images, you can process videos, index them, search them, extract data from documents, whether it's a Word document, PDF, whatever kind of document it is, enables you to analyze the text, extract the sentiment out of the text, if it's positive, negative, who is being mentioned, what are the people and organizations that are being mentioned, so we can process the exact text. And as you can see today, OpenAI has been added as a new service to our AI platform. So today, we are the exclusive cloud provider for OpenAI, and it's running on Azure as under a managed service called Azure OpenAI, in which you can benefit from the GPT, ChatGPT, DALL-E, and a wide range of generative AI models. Now, on top of these AI services, we have built custom-made, ready-to-use solutions like chatbots, like knowledge mining solutions to help you do more with your data. And the power of all of this is that it's going to be integrated throughout all of the Microsoft suite. So you'll be able to respond to emails faster, you'll be able to summarize your emails, you'll be able to summarize your meetings and do more with AI. However, and the very important fact today is that AI is only as good as your data. And it's never been more important today to put your data in good shape so that it can be processed by AI. And for the matter of fact, we know that it's a transformational journey. It doesn't happen overnight. It's a journey that focuses on what we call the 3 Ps. First is the people and skilling, having the right leadership, the right employee skill set in place. Second, it's the platform and data, and this is the focus of our session today, is having the right technology in place that can help you do more with your data and help you uncover this transformation. And third is the processes and policies, having the right culture, organizational culture internally that can drive this transformation. So I'll hand it over to Ahmed because the target of this session is to walk us through our platform, and I'll hand it over to Ahmed to take us through this journey. Thank you.
Thank you, Mirna. Assalamu alaikum, everyone. So as Mirna mentioned, AI is only as good as your data. And for you to be able to create co-pilots similar to what Microsoft has empowered every single application and turned it into an intelligent application, you'd need to have the data state or your data state in the right format that would allow you to capitalize on all of these new capabilities in terms of AI and other technologies. So I'm sure you've seen this image before. Data sets, we have challenges accessing the data, visualizing the data, reaching the data. And organizations frequently counter many challenges when trying to get the right data state in shape. Challenges like costly data integration, lack of data governance, data quality, data accessibility. So we're seeing more and more of these challenges as we work every day with our partners and with our customers. And it's important to address these challenges in an effective manner in order to be able to embark on the AI journey. In the industry, we have typically 3 common ways of addressing the data challenge. We have the data mesh approach, which is basically empowering every department to own their data and to choose their own technology stack. We have the data hub approach, where everything is centralized in a single data platform and all of the data is centralized as well. And we have the data fabric approach, which basically means creating a governance layer and keeping the data where it is. And through this governance layer, you would standardize data access, data integration, data formats in order to gain access to your data. At Microsoft, we believe that these 3 different approaches are not mutually exclusive. They are transformative, collectively transformative. And what you're seeing now is the conceptual design of Microsoft's new intelligent data platform in the era of AI. And if we have a closer look here, we have all of the data sources at the bottom in different data sources, different data formats, different speed, etc. We have our One Lake Foundation, which hosts all of the data sets, irrespective of the format, as I mentioned earlier. This is the One Lake approach. We have the Data Fabric, which provides the needed governance on the data in terms of data governance, in terms of access control, in terms of data formats, in terms of integration points. And on top of it is the data mesh, where the platform would provide the needed tools from data engineering to data science to real-time analytics to data visualizations to empower every data professional and every department to build their own analytical products and leverage the services that Mirna walked us through earlier. And this conceptual design is the foundation of the Microsoft modern, intelligent data platform. Not sure if you've heard of Fabric. So Microsoft Fabric is the intelligent data platform, where we have all of the needed tools at your service, given that you've put your data in the right data foundation layer through the different integration points that I'll walk you through and have an example through a demo, and having the right tools that would allow you to do data integration to more than 100 different data sources out of the box, data engineering using distributed processing with frameworks like languages like Python, R, SQL engines, etc. Data warehousing to build your schematic data models and build your dashboards on top, real-time analytics, etc. And these sets of tools are set to empower every data professional in any organization, be it data engineers, data scientists, statisticians, data analysts, data citizens. So we have the citizen data scientists. Anyone in any department would like to learn data science, similar to the session we've seen earlier, and try to experiment with different machine learning models and statistical models with the right access, with the right platform. They would have the empowerment in order to be able to experiment and work by themselves. In addition to all of that, Microsoft is also bringing the Copilot experience to the intelligent data platform. So Copilot is not only, you will not only find it in Microsoft Word and Microsoft Bing and Microsoft Dynamics, you will also find it in Microsoft's data platform to empower the data engineers, the data scientists, and all of these data professionals that you can see here. And I'm gonna play a quick video, a short video, to show you how Copilot will be deeply integrated into the platform.
Next generation AI in Microsoft Fabric empowers you to unlock the full potential of your data. With Copilot integrated into every data experience, Microsoft Fabric lets you use natural language to bring your data to life. From integrating data to writing code, to finding insights and creating reports, new transformative AI experiences work alongside you every step of the way, so you can stay focused on getting value from your data. Copilot helps turn your words into data flows and data pipelines, so you can intelligently integrate data from anywhere. When writing code, Copilot automatically suggests code and entire functions in real time. And Copilot can guide you to create machine learning models to unlock insights in your data. Just by chatting with Copilot, you can visually explore your data to create stunning reports, discover insights, and summarize your data into easy-to-understand text narratives for sharing. With Copilot, you can turn insight into action with triggers that monitor your data and notify users. You can even create your own custom natural language experiences that combine Azure OpenAI models and your organization's data, and easily publish your creations as plugins. And with your data in Fabric, Copilot provides insights and answers everywhere work gets done. Most importantly, Microsoft Cloud runs on trust, which means your data always remains your data. Bring your data into the era of AI with Microsoft Fabric.
So with that, this platform is reducing overhead in terms of managing infrastructure. It's a single unified SaaS platform that brings the capabilities that we mentioned earlier in terms of data engineering, data integration, data warehousing, etc., so that all data professionals and data stewards would focus on the platform rather than the underlying infrastructure. Also, generative AI is there to help accelerate the work of different data professionals by, similar to the examples that you've seen here, by building data pipelines, by suggesting Python scripts for machine learning models and different transformational scripts as well, by creating Power BI dashboards for quick insights. So this would definitely accelerate the time to market to any product or any project you are working on. And I'm going to walk you through a quick demo to show you how the Microsoft Fabric experience would look like, to give you a hands-on experience. I think I need to... can't I see? Oh, I need to duplicate the screen here. All right. So this is a quick demo. I agree. So typically in any organization, this is how a data state would look like. We have different departments with their own different data sets, each having their own technology stack. We have integration points, we have data movements, but they are often isolated, they are often not standardized, they are often repeated, which results in data duplication in different areas within the organization. With Fabric, given what we've discussed about, you have a single unified experience for all users. You have a single access control management. You have a single interface for every data professional. So here, for example, as you can see here, if I want to create data integration pipelines or data engineering with Python, for example, using Apache Spark pipelines, or a data warehouse, I wouldn't have to worry about creating the underlying infrastructure and the network connectivity and the security. It's all abstracted to me, and I have this interface to quickly access and proceed to do so. So here, for example, this is how the architecture would look like, but I'm going to skip into the actual example. So here, if I want to create a new data lakes, for example, I'll click on data engineering, and here we have the lake house, which is the modern data lake. I simply create a new lake house, and now I'm left with a data lake with a SQL endpoint for the tables and files for my unstructured data. And now I have different ways to get data into my data lake. I can create data pipelines, which are low-code, no-code data integration pipelines that do not require any lines of code and that can connect out of the box to more than 100 data sources. And I have the data engineering pipelines where I would like to go and write my Python and test my Python skills in order to do a more advanced transformation and integration scenarios. So here, we're gonna go into the data pipeline scenario. So if I click to an existing pipeline, I can see here I'm connecting to Snowflake, for example, out of the box connector. I don't have to write any custom scripts. And I'm putting the destination into the data lake that I have just created. Another scenario is creating a data engineering notebook with Python scripts that would allow me to also connect through different libraries to different data sources that I have and also land them into my data lake. All of this is accessible immediately in terms of capabilities on top of the platform. Another new concept that Microsoft has introduced is the concept of creating shortcuts. So if you want a copy of the data without actually moving the data into your platform and keeping it wherever it is, you can create a shortcut to the data. Meaning, whenever you process the data, you query the data, you visualize the data, you're only taking a copy in memory while the data resides in its source location. And you only see a shortcut in your data platform. So here you're minimizing data movement, and you're minimizing, and you're catering for certain security scenarios if data sets cannot, need to be, for example, cannot be moved to the platform for any different reason. These are more examples of how a lakehouse would work. So typically in a lakehouse, you would move your data into your data landing zone, which is the row zone. And then through these different pipelines method, which we discussed, the low-code, no-code way, or the data engineering method, you would move your data sets from the row zone into the silver zone after you've done some data quality checks and data transformations, and then into the gold zones. And this is the purpose of every organization, is to reach the gold zone layer, the master data layer, where you would have complete confidence in your data, where you would have trust in the quality of the data and the timeliness of the data and the availability of the data, so that you can capitalize on these different AI models. And also, another really nice feature here that we have is that the one lake or your data lake, you can browse it through an experience that you would typically have in OneDrive. So you can open, if I go back here, you would open your one lake in your file browser or folder browser on your desktop, and you would be able to browse all of your data sets. And here it's important to note that all of your data, irrespective of whether they are in a data warehouse created on the platform, or a lake house created on the platform, or a real-time engineering data explorer created on the platform, they all share the same format, which you can see here, the Parquet format. So you're not locked into the platform. You can easily take your data and integrate it with any other solution that you would work with. So it's a standardized open source format that's commonly used in data platforms, the Parquet format. So here we're seeing an example of how to quickly access the data once you have put it in the one lake or your data lake. Once you have transformed it and improved the quality score of your data, you can quickly spin up data engineering or machine learning notebooks and start experimenting and writing queries onto your data sets and creating machine learning models. And of course, you would have the assistance of the co-pilot in every step of the way, be it from bringing data onto the cloud or to, are we good on time? 2 minutes? All right. In terms of whether be it to bringing data onto the cloud or writing your machine learning models, or even here, as you can see, you have the dashboarding experience, quickly creating, quickly creating Power BI dashboards on top of the data that you have in your gold layer through Power BI, but also through the co-pilot experience. And with that, so this is another scenario of how you would leverage AI and videos that are hosted on the platform to extract some insights using the pre-trained models that Mirna walked us through earlier. And yeah, with that, I conclude the statement, the presentation. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ahmed and Mirna, for the... شكرا أحمد وميرنا على العرض الشيق. إذن هي الكثير من الحلول والإمكانيات التي تمكننا من استعمال بياناتنا بالشكل الأفضل، ولكن تبقى جاهزية البيانات هي الحكم الأساسي في هذا الأمر. اسمحوا لي أن أرحب بالعرض الثالث بالسيد أسامة رحمن. يشغل أسامة رحمن منصب مدير مجمع علوم البيانات Data Science Campus في مكتب الإحصاءات الوطنية البريطاني منذ سبتمبر 2022، إلى جانب منصبه كرئيس مشارك لشبكة قادة علوم البيانات في القطاع العام في المملكة المتحدة، كما أنه أول رئيس لشبكة قادة علوم البيانات التابعة للأمم المتحدة. فليتفضل مشكورا.
First of all, on behalf of myself and my colleagues from the Office for National Statistics, can I thank His Excellency the Prime Minister and Minister for Foreign Affairs for his patronage of this event, and the Planning and Statistics Authority for organising this event and inviting us, and to all my new Qatari friends and colleagues for their incredible hospitality. I'm still thinking about last night. But anyway, move on. Let's talk about real work. So there's going to be no statistical outputs demonstrated in this talk. There'll be very little talk about methodology or classifications. Instead, I'm going to talk a bit about what is required to build a data science function in a national statistical office. I could also talk a bit about, given my previous experience, building a data science function in policy or operational departments, but it's kind of the same. But let's move on to building a data science function. And I think first of all, there's 3 components you need to create a data science function. You need the right tech and techniques, you need data, and you need the use cases. So let's talk about tech and technique. So the big thing that has happened recently is the much cheaper availability of cloud-based computing. So we can scale up compute power, we can scale up storage power, and through using that infrastructure, we're able to do much more than we were just a couple of years ago. So in terms of tech infrastructure that I think data scientists need, the requirements can broadly be summarized as data storage and linking capability, so covering not just the standard stuff that we tend to use in NSOs, where we tend to use a lot of admin records, but also new forms of data like real-time shipping data, financial transactions data, and other sort of big data sources that are now coming into NSOs. And this stuff, as we just said, it doesn't need to be centralized. I think there is a tendency to think that you have to bring all this data into a centralized repository. Actually, I think it works much better if it's federated out. And even then, you can do the data linking rather than doing it canonically. You can do it statistically using packages like Splink. You also then need flexible compute resource and storage resource and complete access to open source data science tools, so that you're able to quickly provide insights and statistics from these data. You also need a permissive development environment that supports collaborative working across departments. And so it's quite important. So in some places you will find data scientists working in isolation, and actually they need to work with other statisticians, other analysts, with their data architecture colleagues, their data engineering colleagues. So you need some sort of horizontal integration across organizations to bring this collaborative working together. And when you do that, you're able to start doing the data science work that transforms the organization. For example, in building reproducible analytical pipelines, which I'll talk about a bit later. And where appropriate, you want self-provisioning of cloud services so that data scientists can flex quite quickly and therefore give lead data scientists control over budgets and compute resource. So I think these are some of the components. With regards to people and the ways of working, you've always got to be looking forward, and this is already changing with the new capabilities being brought around by generative AI. Now on AI, it's quite interesting. I always hear policymakers always talk about AI. Data scientists always talk about machine learning, and other analysts just talk about learning lots and lots of regressions all at one go. So, you know, where we are in the spectrum, who knows? As you look always forward to new capabilities, at an organizational level, you have to be aware that these bring novel risks. And so it increases the need for risk management teams, so data protection teams, legal teams, security teams, ethical teams, to work hand in hand with data scientists to make sure that the work that they are doing is safe, secure, ethical, meets a public benefit test, and so they can, and that by working hand in hand, you can respond with agility and mitigate these risks. Now, we've just heard about some generative AI stuff, and we are using tools like this. So my data scientists use GitHub Copilot quite a bit, which suggests amendments to code and could, I think, improve code quality and efficiency. It also makes the translation of code easier. We're not the only National Statistical Office that is dealing with translating a lot of legacy, mainly SAS code, into R and Python for cloud, to move into the cloud. But I think it is absolutely essential that data scientists can critically assess the suggestions that they've been given. Right now, some of my lead data scientists will say that actually, you know, automatically generated code, they figure is about 80% right. And so having that expertise and not just using automatically generated code in a black box way is absolutely essential. And so it is important that the data science profession has a really strong grounding in programming principles and statistical methodologies, and that code assistance technology, such as copilots, as we've heard, should be used as an aid rather than wholly being relied on. So that's technology and techniques. The next thing that data scientists really need is data. Now, traditionally, NSOs have basically worked with survey and admin data to deliver insights. More and more, they're using emerging data sets to complement these sources, and these emerging data sets have a tendency to be much more timely, very granular, and in some cases, much less costly to obtain. So, for example, within the ONS, we are supplementing our traditional data with emerging sources, including financial transactions data, mobile phone data, data on online job adverts, a lot of Earth observation and satellite imagery data, scanner data. So we're not the only NSO that is doing this, but this is sort of, I think, the direction of travel. And I think, one of the interesting things, I think, over the last, 10 years has been the view of text as data. So I go back to about 7 years ago when we had started, creating our own, basically using our own neural net software to start generating automated answers to parliamentary questions and FOI requests. And now you see this happening at scale through the availability of ChatGPT. There's all the new sources of data that data scientists are itching to get their hand on, so that's quite important. And then finally, the third component is having good use cases. Now, throughout today and yesterday, we've heard some fantastic use cases, so I'm not going to focus on specific use cases. Rather, I'm going to focus a bit on how you identify use cases. And I think, you have to have, as an NSO or data scientist, you have to have active engagement with policymakers and civil society at each stage of the policy cycle, and that actually helps build data collection and dissemination into policy design. And it's not just about data scientists, right? So it is actually about building data literacy amongst policy decision makers. This is an enabler for identifying priority use cases. So in the UK, we've had over 11,000 senior leaders who have signed up to the Data Science Masterclass, which the Data Science Campus organizes and runs. And that provides training in how data science can support policy and operational delivery. Meanwhile, we've just had the launch of what we call One Big Thing to every in the UK civil service. Around October, there will be one big thing where all civil servants get training in a specific issue that's determined by the top levels of the civil service. And this year, for the very first One Big Thing, the Cabinet Secretary decided that the focus would need to be on increasing data skills across government. So we have to increase data skills amongst our policy-making colleagues and our operational colleagues. This is vitally important. And in the campus, we've been doing quite a lot of capability, international capability building work. And so on the 15th of November, we will launch the International Data Masterclass, and that'll be open to a global audience of senior leaders. And this will be a virtual resource, which is accessible through the UN Global Platform, and will include keynote talks and case studies demonstrating the range of impacts data science has had on decision-making in different countries and different governments. So those are the three components that you need to create a data science function. And I think when you have those three components in place, you can then start delivering on the three pillars of data science work within an NSO. And I think, the three pillars are essentially doing the basics, that's building reproducible analytical pipelines, providing additional insight, and transforming statistics. So what is a reproducible analytical pipeline, or a RAP for short? So it's when you automate the statistical analytical process. And my colleague Daraj over there is going to be running a workshop on, sort of the elements of doing RAPs, I think tomorrow. And the benefits of, transforming into reproducible analytical pipelines is that there's two key benefits. It shifts staff focus away from the production side, which then creates the capacity to develop deeper insights and to do exploration. And it also improves the quality of official statistics because by automating the pipeline, you reduce the potential for human error. So we've been working with the Ghanaian Statistical Service. So due to changes to regional boundaries within Ghana, that meant that their National Statistical Office needed to revise the way that they were generating CPI statistics using Stata and Excel. So we worked hand in hand with them, walking along with them. We supported them in creating a RAP for CPI, automating the production of CPI figures and the production of the monthly published report. And here's if you've got a finance manager who is after your budget all the time, basically, once the reproducible pipeline was in place, it reduced the time requirement of 3 people's time for a week per month to a few minutes per month. So that is the sort of efficiency gain you can get when you develop reproducible analytical pipelines. It also, generates more quality assurance checks, identifying errors, and again, it reduces errors. So it's a win-win to move towards reproducible analytical pipelines. And our colleagues in Ghana are now implementing a bunch of wider automation projects, including automated reporting for field staff. I'm sorry, I forgot to press that. So that's the basics, reproducible analytical pipelines. And then once you start doing that, it frees up time then to start coming up with additional insights. And so we can focus on enhancing official statistics through supplementary analysis that delivers deeper insights. And during the cost of living challenges that the UK has recently gone through, there was a public policy question as to whether inflation, which is essentially an average measure, whether those who are at the bottom end of the income distribution were being more adversely affected by inflation than those further up the income distribution. So we use web-scraped supermarket data to track the price of the lowest cost version of 30 everyday grocery items. So things like, pasta and rice and potatoes, whatever else. We use natural language processing techniques to categorize the product descriptions into items. So fresh tomatoes versus tomato puree versus tomato ketchup. And we did that to actually look at what the impact was. And it showed that inflation for the lowest cost goods was not that different from general inflation. And so there was no need for some sort of general government intervention to develop additional policies. But there was another interesting finding, that quite often the second cheapest basic good was about 20% more expensive than the cheapest. So there was an individual response that was available, which was if you are purchasing the second cheapest, by moving to the cheapest, you can make quite a substantial saving. So like I said, the next stage is doing this, once you've automated stuff, you can start providing additional insight. Another example is the work we're doing in Uganda on using satellite data to measure increases in tree coverage. So again, that's about providing additional insight. Eventually, what you hope you can do is that you can start transforming official statistics. And I think actually where we are now, in terms of what we think we mean when we are transforming official statistics, is perhaps different from about 5 or 6 years ago when everyone was convinced that data science would transform official statistics. Because I think at that point, everyone thought that data science would transform existing official statistics. Now, it has to some extent with the introduction of reproducible pipelines, and there are some cases where new data being brought in. So, for example, scanner data has changed how we compute price statistics. But I think actually the real prize is through through data science and through data science and new data, we can actually add to the existing suite of official statistics. For example, the work we're doing with mobile phone data to produce more and more real-time population statistics. That I will end saying 3 components and 3 pillars. Thank you.
Thank you, Osama, for the valuable insights on creating a data science function. اسمحوا لي أن أقدم العرض الأخير من السيد محمد سعيد المهندي مدير إدارة الإحصاءات في جهاز التخطيط والإحصاء. السيد محمد المهندي حاصل على البكالوريوس والدبلوم العالي في التخطيط العمراني. التحق عين مديرا لإدارة الإحصاءات في جهاز التخطيط والإحصاء عام 2018. ساهم في العديد من الدراسات والمسوح والتعدادات. انتخب من قبل المؤتمر العام لليونسكو المنعقد في باريس 2021 عضواً في مجلس إدارة معهد اليونسكو للإحصاء 2022 وحتى 2025. فليتفضل مشكوراً.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. يسرني أن أرحب فيكم وأرحب بالأخوان اللي زائرين من خارج الدولة. فطبعا في هذا العرض احنا تكلمنا عن البيانات بشكل عام. البيانات أهميتها وهي لا شك مهمة في كل شيء. أنا هنا بتكلم عن تجربة واقعية لجهاز الإحصاء في قضية جمع البيانات، الابتكار في جمع البيانات والابتكار في نشر البيانات وتعزيز التوعية بالمفاهيم والمصطلحات الإحصائية. هذه من الأشياء المهمة. بحاول أختصر قدر الإمكان لأن الموضوع تقريبا أنا بعرض بعض التجارب اللي بتكون كانت وناجحة إن شاء الله. الابتكار في عرض البيانات، طبعا عندنا بوابة التجارة الخارجية، بوابة أهداف التنمية المستدامة، تطبيق إحصاءات قطر للأجهزة الذكية، التمثيل والتشكيل البصري للبيانات. طبعا بوابة التجارة الخارجية هي عبارة عن بوابة إلكترونية تفاعلية للتجارة الخارجية السلعية التي تعني تبادل السلع عبر الحدود الدولية للدول والمناطق. كما تعلمون أن جهاز التخطيط والإحصاء معني في جمع هذه البيانات من مصادرها، سواء الهيئة العامة للجمارك أو قطر للطاقة. فلذلك احنا حرصنا أن تكون بطريقة سلسة، أي واحد يقدر يدخل على الموقع ويطلب البيانات بالشكل الذي يراه، سواء على حسب السلعة، تصدير، استيراد بسنوات متعددة. فأتاح البيانات للكل بشكل سهل جدا، بحيث أن حتى احنا لاحظنا أن الطلبات المباشرة تكاد تكون معدومة، فهي متاحة على الويب سايت بشكل شفاف. طبعا عندنا 3 أشياء: نظام التبادل التجاري بين دولة قطر والدول الأخرى، نظام البحث المتقدم للتجارة الخارجية السلعية، نظام تقارير التجارة الخارجية السلعية. أكيد نظام التبادل التجاري هو نظام يعكس جداول الميزان التجاري وحجم التجارة بين دولة قطر والدول الأخرى وأهم السلع المصدرة لتلك الدول والسلع المستوردة من تلك الدول. طبعا أنا أتكلم عن الشيء وهذا الشيء متاح في الموقع، واللي بيدخل على الموقع بيلقاه سواء باللغة الإنجليزية أو اللغة العربية في هذا الشأن. نظام البحث المتقدم للتجارة الخارجية أحد الأشياء من خلال هذا الموقع. أيضا نظام التقارير التجارة الخارجية على الباور بي آي، أيضا سهل جدا أنك تطلب البيان ويأتيك في ثواني معدودة في هذا المجال. هذه طبعا صورة من النظام. بنروح الله يسلمك حق بوابة التنمية المستدامة. كما تعلمون أن مؤشرات التنمية المستدامة هي من المؤشرات المهمة اللي تسعى الدول لحسابها. أكيد أن أهداف التنمية المستدامة مهمة، أكيد أن كل استراتيجيات صارت فيها دمج بينها وبين أهداف التنمية المستدامة. نحن في جهاز الإحصاء وفي القطاع الإحصائي بالذات معنيين في جمع البيانات وحساب المؤشرات، أيضا في نشر البيانات لتكون متاحة. فعندنا بوابة أهداف التنمية المستدامة، تم تخصيص بوابة وطنية لأهداف التنمية المستدامة التي تعرض التقدم المحرز لمؤشرات أهداف التنمية المستدامة 17 هدفاً، وعرض الشركاء مع الجهات الوطنية التي ترصد البيانات لدعم أهداف التنمية المستدامة، عرض الخرائط الجغرافية التي تدعم أهداف التنمية المستدامة. عرض الخرائط الجغرافية من حيث المؤشر لو حسب على مناطق معينة يمكن تحميل تقرير أهداف التنمية المستدامة وتحويل البيانات التفصيلية عبر هذه الصفحة. أيضا من هذه متاحة. أيضا عندنا تطبيق إحصاءات قطر. تطبيق إحصاءات قطر أنا في هذه اللحظة أود أن الموجودين يكون مهم أن ينزلون هذا التطبيق على الابليكيشن عندهم على هواتفهم سواء أندرويد أو أبل، وهنا راح يساعدنا كثير هذا التطبيق لأنه نمط جديد من نشر البيانات. ننشر البيانات على مستوى شهري في غالب البيانات، ناهيك عن البيانات الربعية والبيانات السنوية. فلو دخلنا على التطبيق راح نرى أن هذه طريقة أيضا مبتكرة لنشر البيانات، لأن احنا نعتقد أن الموبايل أو الجهاز الذكي هو المرافق لأي شخص في جيبه، فأسهل طريقة أنه يوصل للبيانات بيكون أنه يلقاها دائما في جيبه ودائما في جنبه، فيوصل للبيان بطريقة سهلة. حتى لو أنت استخدمت اللابتوب، أكيد أنك تستخدم اللابتوب، أكيد أنه ما راح يكون متاح في كل الأوقات، أكيد في بعض الأحيان ما راح يكون متصل بالنت، بينما التطبيق بيكون موجود عندك كما أعتقد لكل شخص. وهذا احنا حرصنا عليه أنه يكون موجود، وحرصنا أنه تكون فيه البيانات بشكل عام. أنا بستعرض التطبيق بشكل عام. هذه أهم المميزات للتطبيق اللي هي عرض البيانات. بنروح الصفحة الثانية. هذه بعض الأشياء، بعض الصور اللي مأخوذة من التطبيق حق الشخص اللي ما راح يكون موجود داخل البيان. هذا عن التطبيق. طبعا من أحد الأشياء في التطبيق أيضا أطلس قطر، بتدخل على البيانات من حيث الأطلس في جميع الخرائط، فبتقدر تأخذ البيانات على حسب المناطق أو البلديات، أيضا متوفرة في التطبيق، فبتكون سهلة جدا عندك. أيضا من ضمن الأشياء اللي تكلمنا عنها بوابة التجارة الخارجية، لا تحتاج أنك تروح حق اللابتوب أو الجهاز، ففي التطبيق في أي مكان في سفرك تقدر مثلا خلينا نقول أي شخص بيكون خارج البلد ويبي يعرف عن سلعة معينة كم استوردنا وين استوردناها وكم سعرها، فبكل سهولة بيقدر ياخذ هذا البيان وهو في أي مكان موجود. وهذه من الأشياء اللي أتيحت من خلال التطبيق. أيضا أهداف التنمية المستدامة ومؤشراته موجودة بطريقة شوي مختلفة أيضا على التطبيق، وهذه أحد الأشياء اللي تم النشر فيها. هذا لتحميل التطبيق، هذا إعلان ترويجي، اللي يبي يحمل التطبيق يحمله. فهذه من ناحية التطبيق. احنا الحين بنتكلم عن التمثيل. انتم تعرفون ان قضية النشر قضية متطورة، لا شك ان الدنيا تتغير. السوشيال ميديا الحين ما في مثلا الاشخاص اللي يستخدمون السوشيال ميديا يروحون على منصة اكس مثلا، فهي اخبار بسيطة كلها احرف معدودة، يبي توصل المعلومة في اسرع وقت ممكن. الناس ما عنده وقت تقرا كثير، فدائما فرحنا حق شنو؟ طلع شيء اسمه التشكيل البصري للبيانات، كيف تعرض البيانات تقرا بالعيون. فهذه احد الطرق الجديدة اللي احنا سعينا في الجهاز ان ما نكون نكون من مواكبين او الرواد على في المنطقة على هذا في هذا الشأن. طبعا انا بعرض انفوجرافيك لعرض البيانات الإحصائية، طبعا في فيديوهات بس ما راح اعرض الفيديوهات لأنها شوي ثقيلة هنا، بس تقدرون تدخلون تشوفونها. تمكين الجهات الوطنية بتطبيق التمثيل البصري في نشر البيانات، هذه أحد مهام جهاز الإحصاء اللي هو تطوير النظام الإحصائي في الدولة. انفوجرافيك، احنا هني بنعرض الصور. هذه انفوجرافيك ينشر عن التنمية المستدامة، طبعا متجدد وموجود سواء على الويب سايت أو نشرة ورقية. انفوجرافيك عن قطر إحصاءات شهرية، هذا كل شهر يتغير، ففي البيانات بحيث أنك لو شفته وقريته بيكون في وضوح للبيان بسهولة. واستفاد كذلك يوم بدينا نستخدم هذا العرض لقينا فيه ناس آخرين يعيدون استخدامه بدون تكليف منا، في المنصات الإلكترونية ياخذ الصورة وهو ينشرها، فلقينا أن المعلومة تصل بشكل سريع وجيد، وهذا من التجارب الجيدة معنا. أيضا أنتم بتلاحظون في الطرف التجارة الخارجية شو أعلام الدول والتبادل التجاري، فلما نكتب بهذا الشكل ونحط علم الدولة كان إيجابي جدا في إيصال المعلومة. انفوجرافيك إحصاءات المرأة والرجل، طبعا هذه من البيانات المهمة اللي يصدرها الجهاز بالتعاون مع وزارة الأسرة والتنمية الاجتماعية، تقريبا احنا نعملها كل سنتين، وهذه من المؤشرات الجدا مهمة لتمكين المرأة. فهذه أيضا رأينا لما استخدمنا الانفوجرافيك البيانات كانت أفضل، أو الناس لأن مو بكل في اللي يطلبون البيانات هي فئات، في فئة بسيطة تطلب البيان بالصورة، وفي فئة متخصصة تحب تقرأ، فإحنا في باستخدام هذه الوسائل نصل إلى يعني أكثر الفئات، وهذا أحد أهدافنا. طبعا إحصاءات المياه، هذه أنتم تعرفون دولة قطر من الدول الصحراوية قليلة المياه، فهذه النشرة عندنا تقريبا ننشرها بشكل دوري، فأيضا وجدنا أن نعكسها في انفوجرافيك، وهذا لا ينفي وجود جداول إحصائية وبيانات إحصائية، فهذه من أحد الأشياء اللي اعتدنا أن احنا نقدمها. تبريد المناطق، أنتم تعرفون دولة قطر من الدول اللي عندها شيء اسمه تبريد المناطق، المولات هذه هي تبريد، في وحدات جزيرة اللؤلؤة تبريد مناطق، ففيها وحدات كاملة تمد الهواء البارد. هذا الفندق يجي تبريد المناطق، تجي في أنابيب للتبريد، فهو يشترك فهي في قطر فيه تبريد المناطق الواسعة، فلذلك احنا نحصر هذا الشيء بموجب مسح سنوي مع الشركات اللي تقدم تبريد المناطق، ونطلع انفوجرافيك بالإضافة إلى البيانات، وهذا فبنلاحظ فيديوهات توعية لنشر البيانات. أيضا الأخوان، طبعا هذا العمل أنا مع الأخوان في التصميم في العلاقات العامة يقومون بعمل مشكور في هذا الشأن. الفيديوهات لما يطلع بيان صحفي أو يطلع تغريدة معينة، فنجد أن احنا نعمل عليها تمثيل بصري معين بمدة محدودة وينشر في السوشيال ميديا ويستخدم. نقيس النجاح كيف؟ لما نلقى إعادة نشر من ناس جدا مهمين، فأكيد أنه وصلت الرسالة بشكل ما. أيضا ما وقف دورنا بحيث أن احنا ننشر، كان مهم أن احنا نطور الجهات أو نساهم في تطوير الجهات الشريكة، الوزارات والهيئات، أنهم في كثير من الجهات أيضا عندهم نشر وعندهم ورش معينة، فرأينا أن نعد برنامج تدريبي مدته 20 ساعة ويطرح عدة مرات في السنة، طبعا من خلال معهد التنمية الإدارية في ديوان الخدمة، وهذا البرنامج أيضا عليه إقبال، وهو برنامج من البرامج المهمة ويقدم من قبل خبراء مختصين في الجهاز. فأيضا دورنا أن نطور الجهات الأخرى، لأن من الأشياء المنوطة بالجهاز اللي هو تطوير النظام الإحصائي في الدولة، وإحنا نقوم أحد الأشياء اللي رأينا تطويرها، وطبعا في أشياء أخرى كثيرة، اللي هو نشر وتعليم وتقديم الدعم الفني للجهات، سواء في الدورات التدريبية لموظفينهم أو الدعم المباشر حين يطلب، وهذه أحد المهام الرئيسية اللي رأينا أن يكون لنا فيها دور. طبعا جمع البيانات معتاد أن نجمع البيانات من الميدان، احنا بنتكلم جمع البيانات من السجلات. عندنا طريقتين نستخدمهم، اللي هي الربط الإلكتروني مع الجهات المنتجة للبيانات، هذا موجود، ومنصة راصد. أنا راح الربط الإلكتروني مع الجهات. أكيد عندنا ربط إلكتروني مع مثلا أنا كمسؤول عن إدارة الإحصاءات مع 4 جهات، هذه ربط إلكتروني مباشر: وزارة الداخلية، وزارة الصحة العامة، وزارة التجارة والصناعة، المجلس الأعلى للقضاء. هذه البيانات تأتينا بربط إلكتروني مباشر موجب بروتوكول متفق عليه. منصة راصد. منصة راصد هي منصة لاحظنا أن بعض البيانات اللي نأخذها مع الجهات نغلها لنا، وهي بيانات قد تكون بيانات حساسة تستخدم سواء في الحسابات الوطنية وغيرها، فلا بد أن توجد منصة آمنة لنقل هذه البيانات وفيها بروتوكولات معينة. فاقترحت منصة راصد، أدت إلى سرعة الحصول على البيانات، معرفة الجهات بالبيانات المطلوبة منها مسبقاً. كل جهة بتدخل قبل لا نطلب البيان بتلقى شنو المطلوب فتقوم بإعداده بشكل مبكر. تضمين إرشادات الاستيفاء لكل جهة، طبعاً في منول في هذه المنصة، فكل واحد عارف شو اللي مطلوب منه بدقة متناهية. التبادل الإلكتروني للبيانات. المنصة راصد أكيد نستطيع نستخدمها من الجهتين، سواء نقل البيانات من الجهاز إلى الجهات أو من الجهات إلى الجهاز. طبعاً المنصة راصد فعلت على 6 وزارات: وزارة التربية والتعليم والتعليم العالي، وزارة الصحة، وزارة البلدية، وزارة البيئة والتغيير المناخي، وزارة المالية، قطر للطاقة. فهذه منصة راصد. أيضاً احنا قمنا بتدريب موظفين المعنيين في المنصة لأنه يحتاج باسورد عشان يدخل، فقمنا بتدريبهم وحين احنا في تفاعل معاهم. المنصة هذه لها أكثر من 5 أو 6 سنوات، حققت نتائج جيدة، نقل البيانات صار آمن. فهذه أحد الأشكال في جمع البيانات. طبعاً هذه دورية مذكورة اللي في شيء شهري ربعي سنوي من خلال المنصة. هذه شكل المنصة اللي بتستخدم. فهذا من باب التعريف بالشيء.
أستاذ محمد، إذا ممكن نختم؟ إذا ممكن نختم، دخلنا على الجلسة اللي
معلش. لا بس شوي ما عندي شيء، خلاص ما عندي شيء. زين، أنا بس بذكر لكم تعزيز التوعية فنياً بالمفاهيم والمصطلحات الإحصائية. ارتأى الجهاز أن يكون في منصة للمفاهيم والتعريفات الإحصائية. في كثير من الأحيان احنا الإحصائيين نستخدم ألفاظ معينة، نستخدم مصطلحات معينة قد لا تكون مفهومة للجميع، فأوجدنا منصة تكتب أي كلمة فتلقى تعريفه، سواء مؤشر أو مصطلح، سواء باللغة العربية أو الإنجليزية. هذا مثال. احنا لو كتبنا كلمة إحصاء فيطلع لنا كل الأشياء اللي فيها إحصاء، وهذه المصطلحات متفق عليها دولية، خليجية، محلية. ففي تعريف. حتى إذا كان عندك مؤشر معين أنت ما تعرف شلون تحسبه، فبتدخل في المنصة اكتب اسم المؤشر، غالبا راح تطلع لك المعادلة. فهذا بتسهل على الإحصائيين خارج وداخل الجهاز. وشكرا جزيلا، أتمنى أني ما أطلت عليكم.
شكرا أستاذ محمد على هذا العرض. إذن بوابة التجارة الخارجية وبوابة أهداف التنمية المستدامة وتطبيق إحصاءات قطر وأمثلة أخرى هي أمثلة حية لما هو موجود في جهاز التخطيط والإحصاء. إذن في محاولة منا لاستدراك الوقت من الجلسة التالية لن نطرح عليكم أي سؤال ضيوفي الكرام في هذه الجلسة، وأتمنى منكم رحابة الصدر من الجمهور الكريم حين يقصدونكم بأي سؤال بعد هذه الجلسة، وأنا متأكدة بأن الأسئلة كثيرة. شكرا للجميع، وأترك المجال لعريف الحفل.
شكرا دكتورة، شكرا. الآن مع الجلسة التاسعة تحت عنوان البيانات من أجل التنمية المستدامة، تحليل دور البيانات في تحقيق أهداف الأمم المتحدة للتنمية المستدامة. تدير الجلسة السيدة فرحة الكواري من وزارة الاتصالات وتكنولوجيا المعلومات.
Hopefully we're not gonna take that long. Please welcome Monsieur Yves Pererdel and Dr. Anas Bouhlal and Dr. Pavel Orsa. We'll start our session with Monsieur Yves Pererdel. Mr. Yves Pererdel holds 2 master's degrees in econometrics from University Pierre Mendès and a master's degree in management from Lyon. He joined the International Labour Organization in 2005. Since 2015, he has been working as a senior statistician in the International Labour Organization. His main role has been to process LFS microdata in order to fill the data gaps. Welcome.
Thank you, Chair, and good afternoon, everyone. So to complement the presentation by Rafael Diaz-de-Medina a bit earlier today, I'm going to talk specifically about data production in the Department of Statistics of the ILO, and in particular, how do we now collect most of the data from ILO member states, and how we disseminate it, and in particular, SDG indicators. So that's how it relates to the current session. So what we are trying to do is to respect 3 main principles when we want to improve the quality of data at the ILO. First, we want to have the data from ILO member states that are collected and disseminated in a timely manner. We want to avoid to have too much time between the moment a survey or administrative records are compiled and the moment they are disseminated on ILO Stat, which is our main portal for labor statistics. The second crucial need is to have data that are comparable across countries. So we want to make sure that they adhere to international standards. Rafael was talking before about the International Conference of Labor Statisticians. So this is where the standards are defined by the international community. And then we want to make sure that when we collect these statistics, they are comparable across countries, so they follow these standards. So for example, when we talk about the unemployment rate, we want to make sure that it follows 3 criteria: the fact that people are not in employment, that they are actively looking for a job, and that they are available. So that's the second principle. And the third one, we want to cover as much as possible all the labor statistics. So we want to have a large number of indicators and a number of cross-tabulation in order to try to get as much as possible all the needs from researchers and the international community to get labor statistics. So a solution that came up quite a few years ago at the ILO was to try to collect beyond our annual questionnaire that National Statistical Office receive, was to collect directly the LFS microdata of countries. And the way we are doing it is, why we are doing it first, we are doing it to address the challenges that you can see at the bottom left here. So the data gaps, the lack of comparability, the reporting burden, the reporting mistakes, and the non-response. So these is ongoing problems that all the international agencies face when they try to collect data from national statistical offices. Because for people here who work for our PSA or other statistical offices, you are receiving a lot of questionnaire, a lot of data requirement from the international community, and we are very much aware of that. And it's often too many questionnaires, too many agencies that are asking that. So you have a sort of response fatigue to this questionnaire. And this is why, to address that, we try also to work directly through LFS microdata, because it avoids to receive lengthy questionnaire, as we can directly work with your LFS microdata to produce some of the indicators. So it addressed the response fatigue, it addressed the reporting mistakes, because we work directly with the microdata, so there is no risk when we work with a table that either on the NSO side or on our side we're doing human mistakes by disseminating this table. It reduces a lot the reporting burden, it reduces the reporting errors, and it highlights area for technical assistance, because we can know for a given country what are the labor statistics that are missing and how we can help the country to work with it. So these are some of the benefits that we have collecting LFS microdata. And of course, this has become possible because countries have increasingly been sharing their microdata. How we do concretely, so this is the whole process. I put here a web link where it details more, in much more detail what I'm showing here quickly. So of course, first we get the microdata from the ILO member states. We store them in secure drives where only a few % from the Department of Statistics have access. Then we process them, so we apply through Stata, but it could be any other statistical software. So we basically derive the variables that we need for ILO stat or for other purpose, analytical purpose at the ILO. We document all this microdata, so we provide all the necessary metadata that we need, and we also document all the, I would say, analysis that we can do from working with this microdata. So for example, if I go back to the unemployment rate, we ensure that it is following properly the 3 criteria to define unemployment rate. And finally, we arrive to the dissemination, where the results from this microdata are published on ILO Stat or for any ILO publication. We also have a website that provides all the information related to the metadata, but given that this is a public website, we do not put the microdata there because we signed confidentiality agreement with the NSO, so the microdata are not publicly available through the ILO website. Just at the bottom right, there is a small table just to highlight that we also have, of course, small sample rules because we work with survey data. So we do not publish anything when you have less than 5 real observation, and we publish with a warning when you have from 5 to 14 real observation. This is in line with the same that is done in many national statistical offices, Eurostat, and other international agencies. So that's just a slide to show the example of the mapping that we're doing in Stata, and just a reference as well, if you're interested by the topic, of another guide that we have published where we explain in more details how we are processing the data. So now concretely, because we have 160 ILO member states out of 187 that share their microdata, we have over 13,500 microdata. And if you look at the chart, it means that if you look on the right side, on ILO Stat, we have 260 million data points, and 95% of them are actually coming from LFS microdata of the countries. So this is now by very, very far the main source of data we are getting to populate ILO Stat. And just to highlight here that among Arab states, we are very thankful to the countries that have already shared their microdata, which are Iraq, Jordan, Lebanon, Saudi Arabia, State of Palestine, UAE, and Yemen. And we hope, of course, to continue and expand this list, especially with the countries that are conducting regular labor force survey. Of course, with the countries where you don't have a regular labor force survey, I would say that our help and assistance could be rather in the first step, which is to help the countries to conduct a first labor force survey. And to liaise with that, so the obstacle that we are seeing, I think, with the remaining 27 member states, I think some of the member states might have some fear about the anonymization of microdata. So we are happy, of course, to help the country to work on the anonymization of microdata if this is a concern. The other concern that we have seen in the past could be related to the level of security we have at the ILO where these microdata are stored. But of course, this is just to assure that we are being very, very careful with the microdata we are receiving. And I can guarantee that the 160 member states that are already sharing, some of them have been quite demanding on the level of security that we put when we are receiving the microdata. So we are happy to, of course, provide any security assurance about how we are treating them. And one other thing that is quite important is that we have been receiving the microdata from all possible channels. It means some countries now have a fully open data policy, so we just need to go to the website of the country and to download directly the microdata from the country. So of course this is a very easy and smooth process, but with a lot of other countries, we still have to sign agreement regarding the confidentiality of the data, the use of the data, and we are happy. The microdata of an LFS remains, of course, the property of the NSO, so we are happy to work with all the NSOs to ensure that we satisfy their, I would say, constraint at national level, and to make sure that we have a proper use of this microdata. And just to finish, I wanted to highlight that because 95% of our data are coming now from microdata, this has the direct consequences on the SDGs indicators, because the SDG indicator where the ILO is the custodian agency, the UNSD is actually collecting the data, the labor statistics from the ILO stat website. So of course it means that the SDG indicators, among the other indicators, are now collected at the ILO through the LFS microdata, which highlights again the importance for the countries to share their LFS microdata if possible with the ILO. On this, thank you very much.
Thank you, Monsieur Evan. It's really an interesting topic to look at the microdata, and it's a really important thing as well. Please allow me, I will switch in Arabic now. نرحب بالدكتور أنس بوهلال من فنلندا، أخصائي برنامج التعليم العالي والتدريب الفني والمهني، مكتب اليونسكو الإقليمي لدول الخليج واليمن. يعمل الدكتور أنس في مجال التعليم والتدريب الفني والمهني والتعليمي منذ 25 عاما في فنلندا وبقية الدول الاتحاد الأوروبي، وقبل التحاقه بالتعليم العالي عمل في مجال الصناعة، وقد انتقل مؤخرا إلى الدوحة من مكتب بيروت، حيث عمل هناك منذ 2017 بصفته أخصائي إقليمي في برنامج التعليم العالي للدول العربية. كما تم تكليفه بمهام لمدة عام في المقر الرئيسي لليونسكو في باريس، وخلال تلك الفترة تعاون الدكتور أنس بشكل وثيق مع وزارات التعليم العالي واللجنة الوطنية والشراكة الاقتصادية الإقليمية الشاملة والجامعات في دول مجلس التعاون الخليجي، بينما شغل سابقا منصب مدير البرنامج الهندسي في وزارة التعليم العالي في سلطنة عمان لمدة 4 سنوات. في فنلندا قام بشغل منصب مدير في جامعة تمبر للعلوم التطبيقية، حيث شارك في عدة أنشطة مثل ضمان الجودة والتحول الرقمي والبحث والابتكار وتدوير مؤسسات التعليم العالي في المنطقة اليورو ميديتيريان. صح؟ الدكتور أنس يتكلم أكثر من لغة، منها العربية والإنجليزية والفرنسية والفينش والروسية. نرحب فيك دكتور.
شكرا سيدة الرئيسة. And I'm Dr. Ahmed Hussein. Thank you so much for the invitation you've extended to me. I'm really delighted to be attending with you this important conference. I think I have a challenge that I'm being the last one. People are tired. I need to bring something new, very excited. So I think this is challenging me. But I think I'm trying to be very, very short by shortening my presentation. And I think I will use. Tony, my colleague from UNICEF, just mentioned the custodian agencies who are dealing with SDGs indicators. And I think I've tried also to illustrate those things and showing where UNESCO is placed in this number of circles. But I think the circles by their size are defining the number of indicators which are responsible of it. And I think today's conference and I did yesterday, I really would like to congratulate Dr. Hussein for these things, because you've tried to gather all those who have been involved in this circle as UN sister families and also international organizations. But and I think I need to add, if possible, an international association of universities which represents the academia, but I think the academia haven't been involved yet, which is doing a lot of work globally, but I think I will have some chance to speak about this part at the last of my presentation. And I think for UNESCO's roles, and I think has been defined in more than or about 22 indicators, focusing mostly on SDG 4, which is part of the education part, which is really our mandate, and we wish to be focusing on the work. Despite, and I think that the SDG 4 UNESCO custodian is belonging also to the two other international organizations, which is partly from UNESCO. This is the IOC, which is Intergovernmental Oceanographic Commission, and our institute, which is based in Montreal, in Canada, which is mainly dealing with our statistics, and member states. Part of you are reporting to UIS on education matters. So, and I think from those 22 indicators, our work in the office here in Doha and also in the other regions focusing more on SDG 4. So I think this is why I will try to be brief on SDG 4. And of course, the role of education has been interlinking all those SDGs, showing the central role of education through all those, and I think seven indicators mentioned just here. And I think those nodes and links explain exactly what's the role of education among other indicators through the SDGs. And I think focusing more on SDGs, and I think the goal number 4, which is ensuring an inclusive and equitable quality education and promote lifelong learning opportunities for all. I think the word for all is very strong. And here we're really having all the possibilities to achieve this goal for all. But I think this is still having more than 6 years to go. I hope that we can achieve at least part of it, or of our commitment to what we made in 2015. And I think those important targets, which are 7 listed here, the quality of primary education, and also the secondary one, also the early childhood, which is really important for us, and then also the primary education, and the first time in the Sustainable Development Agenda includes the higher education. Higher education hasn't been included yet before. And I think TVET, primary, secondary education, has been included before, but TVET is the first time in SDGs has been included at global level. Gender equity and also the youth is an important indicator. The means of implementation are 3, which is first, safe and inclusive learning environment, then teachers training and working environment, and the third, scholarships for higher education. So I think there are almost those 10 targets, including the direct targets and the three meaning of their implementation. How we track our way of tracking or doing SDG 4, gathering the information, since 2016, we have 2 periods of collecting the data, it's the period before COVID-19, which has been more steady progress and has been progressing very well. Then we got a stagnation during the COVID-19, and now we are getting more raise into collecting better data from the member states. But I think it's an important journey to monitor the work of the member states in terms of those targets on SDG 4. And we work in the way that we have, we collect the national report, and we do have in every country, in each country, a national team works on collecting data. And of course, not all the countries are doing well. And I think here in Qatar, we're doing even brilliantly in gathering information among other GCC countries. But since we have in our region 19 countries, those 19 countries, some of them are facing some challenges in providing us with the data. And not only providing data, but sometimes we receive the data which is not in time, but it's not even complete. And this is, I think, the categories of data which has to be done, the time delivery and also the completeness. It can be delivered, the data, but it's not complete, or sometimes it's wrong. So some significant gaps remain existing despite the progress made by the member states, and this is more related to the educators with the special needs and those who are from the low socioeconomic status, and yet the refugees who are, and I think categorizing our region in Yemen, in Sudan, in Syria, and the other countries as well. So I think those have been also to be included in statistics, the number of those who are getting or receiving an access to the schools, to the higher education institutions, and also to be monitored as having those data on it. Data availability on SDG 4 indicators, and I think it's shown in two categories for those who are the global indicators and also the others which are more thematic indicators. For the global indicator, and I think you can see we are getting 47%, sometimes, and I think the latest one has been even more, but in the thematics indicators, we need to do better. We need to do better, but I think this is what we are supporting now the member states in to get understanding on working for better global indicators. Some critical issues which has been noticed and remarked are limited and availability of systematic, reliable and valid data. So I think analyzing all the received data, and I think through the UIS or directly to us, and I think this is an important remark what we said. Also, limited use of other sources of the data. So the report and the data what we change directly to the UIS in Montreal, completed with another report which is coming, and I think they are limited. Their analysis needs to be taken in more serious way. Monitoring the time frame of our work with the member states is in this time frame, starting 2019 with the high-level political forum. I think we had also this year in New York, the second high-level political forum and overview where we presented the progress of the member states. We have seen some countries had doing well, and I think countries in the Gulf states are performing better. Qatar has done, I think the report which has been represented is well, very well, despite there are some remarks that has been also mentioned. But I think we're trying, as I said, for the first beginning to achieve in 2030. It's very challenging, taking into consideration the current context. But the second phase is 23-25 on the regional midterm evaluation, and we hope to get before 2030 we get the final regional overview on SDG 4. So I think it's very challenging, but we try and hope that we can get those promises done in time. Our work, as our office works in SDGs for mainly monitoring in the region, mainly, and I think as other colleagues have done for UNICEF or for ILO, is also the capacity building. We show that, or we consider that it's very important to provide capacity building to the member states and to the teams or groups who are working on data providing, because this should not be minimized. We don't think that all those colleagues are very mathematicians or statisticians are knowing everything, and I think some countries, not all, some countries are really in need in more and more capacity building to at least also even sometimes not to compare but to benchmark between the other progress what has been made. I think you know that we've had this year we had the Transformation Education Summit in New York, where the member states had committed to put more resources on education after COVID-19, but also to keep the promises despite the situation after the COVID and despite the economic situation, to go and to continue working on providing data and making progress on SDG 4. Last not the least, which I've mentioned before, the role of academia, and I think it's very primordial. Higher education institutions, universities, and academia is really actively working on promoting the role of SDGs and promoting the role of their institutions in achieving SDGs. And I think I announced today to you that we are with Saudi Arabia and the UN Resident Coordinator launching the first initiative in GCC on SDG Academia Network, which is aiming not only on collecting data, but I think to put the targets and those data in the favor of the development of the country and supporting the vision of the country. And I think this is where all this agglomeration of data, which we are talking about during 2 days, has to get a meaning and materialized. And I think this initiative is bringing all the ministries and academia in the country by trying to materialize the use of data through innovations and achieving the country vision. And I think 9 goals have been mentioned among those 17, and they are mainly on the hand of academia and the research institutions. And I hope that also from other countries, and why not from Qatar, that we can also collect our efforts to work together with the other agencies in achieving SDGs. And the last slide, and I think that some issues that will not be negative at the last, but I think I will stop at the strengthening the coordination is an important. And I think we are all have been seeing today and yesterday so many discussions, so many things, but then I think we have lack of coordination, and we would maybe have or call for more collaborative approach and more coordinating among the partners, with the only joint targets is achieving those promised commitments. Improving quality and availability and also the utilization of data has been remarked during our analysis. So I think we still, as I say, still optimistic despite the situations which is surrounding us, economic, socio-economic, and political. And I think I have only to be optimistic and to conclude on this very positive note. We continue, this is our mandate, we continue to support the member states on providing the capacity building. And I think some of the colleagues today mentioned the role of data on the sector of culture, and I think it's one of our mandates as UNESCO. We would like also to create on data on cultures and also and indicators for culture in 2030. This is an important, this region has a brilliant and enormous capacities of historical things which has to be really conserved. And I think I wish to thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Anas. Definitely education is a very important goal to achieve. Thank you. Please allow me to introduce Dr. Pavel Arsu. He has more than 20 years of experience in the World Health Organization in different functions and national and international levels. Please welcome Dr. Pavel.
Good afternoon. And I'd like also to express my gratitude for inviting WHO for this very important meeting, this very important forum. And I will build on what my colleague yesterday presented from the Regional Office for EMRO, Dr. Arash, and we'll take forward the element of the data ecosystem for unlocking impact-focused decision-making. And in fact, I'll try also to present in a short time, as the kind chair told me that we are late, but still I'll be able to intervene, with unpacking also how do we actually use the excellent data product and sometimes not too many data solutions, and how this is in fact also putting a little bit of problem-related questions or purpose-driven questions towards the data solutions as well. But I'll start with a very obvious problem statement, but related to the health-related SDGs, by appreciating that we are really off track on meeting most of the health-related SDGs targets. And we're talking about the targets. You will see the red ones, which are really very far from really progressing towards really reaching them. Very few green, which are showing that on the progress and the modeling, if we keep the same progress, we are likely to achieve the SDG targets, and the yellow one, which are likely to be achieved if we put more effort. They are within 10% of not reaching them. And just to provide a little bit of context for those who don't know, the WHO, together with the member states, in addition to really monitoring the health-related SDGs indicators, and by the way, there are 59 health-related indicators which have something to do with either health outcomes or health determinants, all the health resources or the determinants of health, which really we as WHO are monitoring, but together we are custodian and co-custodians. And I'd like really to express my gratitude for all the other agencies which are working on that space with us. But in order to simplify in the general program of work, this 59 and then even a more limited number, 46, were clustered into the three big topics. One related to universal health coverage, one related to healthy population, which includes the risk, the environmental determinants, all the other determinants of health, but also risk factors. And then the third one being the health emergencies. And the methodology which has been agreed, some of you know, some of you don't know, but I will not tap on that. It's basically looking at really transforming that progress into absolute coverage, into a number of people covered. So from the last general program of work, there was a target agreed with the member states of 1 billion more people enjoying universal health coverage compared to the baseline of 2018, 1 billion more people enjoying better health outcomes in the indicators related to healthy population, and 1 billion more people better protected from health emergencies. And of course, COVID made a lot of changes to that concept, and now we are in the process of developing a new general program of work which will cover 2024 to 2028, but with a really a pathway to 2030. And it's just to say that this grouping into these indices, and again, I'm not going into the details, is helping us really to have a more unified platform to looking at the universal health coverage, health-related indicators, the healthy population, and those related to the emergencies. And in addition to that, we are working together with our member states, and within WHO, we're also applying very specific processes through which we not only measuring, but are trying at the same time to manage the outcome by adding a number of managerial processes in planning, implementation, monitoring, course correction, through which we are tracking progress, we are identifying gaps, but we also identify the opportunities for acceleration, and we are course correcting as we go. The next one is just to mention that our division, our concept at the 3 level has changed with the GPW 13. As much as we are working, and we are working with the colleagues in the data and analytics, our department is called Data Analytics and Delivery for Impact. We have a data analytics team, and we have a team of delivery for impact. So we are working together in making sure that the data solutions and the requests for the data solutions are, working hand in hand with problem solving and with understanding what type of data solutions we need in order to not only to set the targets, to look at the gaps, but also to facilitate implementation. So at the end of the day, the scope of our efforts at 3 level is basically to support countries to drive measurable impact across these 3 indices, but also, in fact, to healthier life expectancy. But the key is really to make sure that we keep the measurable impact at the country level as really the major one single objective of our efforts. So this has been also agreed with the member states. We are taking the same vision in our partnerships with the agencies, with our partners. And just how we are facilitated by the recent development in terms of the data. As I said, our division Data Analytics and Delivery of Impact has been really a centerpiece of the WHO transformation. Recently, many of you would know that the WHO has implemented a new World Health Data Hub, which brings together all the bits and pieces from our programs and really is giving a platform, a solution, so that we have all the data concentrated in that World Health Data Hub. We have a governance element, we have a hub and spoke element for that. It's very fresh. Again, because I don't have too much time, there is a link, and you can find that on our website. And I'm sure that we have also a lot of colleagues in WHO who've been working and keeping you informed on those developments. But just to let you know that from us, for WHO, it's extremely important to identify solutions for the problem. And as we are doctors, really, we need first to put the diagnosis right. And that's why we have a very important platform, which is called the International Classification of Diseases, which basically helps to bring the standards in terms of the putting the right diagnosis in terms of the diseases, the causes of mortality. So all that is really international standards through which we are able then to come up with the data and to look at the mortality database and then analyze and to see how the world is changing, what are the major causes of mortality and disability and mortality. So in addition to that, we are monitoring the trends through the World Health Statistics Report, and this is the place where every year 59 health-related SDGs indicators are being updated based on available data and model data, obviously. Then, obviously, we also have some other important streams like global health estimates, like health inequality data repository, that also like universal health coverage, regular every 2 years there is a report. The recent one has been released just during the General Assembly together with the World Bank, which are really giving that opportunity for the countries to assess the progress on the indicators and also to set up their policy objectives, and also helps WHO and partners also to internalize that data-driven approach into our programming and implementation. There are also other important solutions, and I will not repeat that because my colleague Arash mentioned about the health information system. At the end of the day, one of the major objectives as well is to strengthen health information system in the countries. We have a lot of gaps in terms of the indicators, and I will show that. And also there are some means to compensate for the lack of those indicators. which is World Health Survey Plus, so-called. Again, you have the link here. It is an opportunity basically to compensate for lack of the many health-related indicators in a number of countries. Another very important area which has been progressing very quickly in WHO is geographic information system, and there is a center now for GIS in our division, providing services to the member states, providing capacity standards, and a number of very, very important projects have started, initiatives on that area. This is just an attempt to basically look at the, WHO is operating through 6 regions, so these are the same what I showed in the heat map at the very beginning in terms of how the world is moving towards health-related SDGs. These are for the indicators which have a numerical target, and we looked at different regions, at different countries, different indicators, how we're moving. You see a lot of red dots, more of them are red than yellow, but you also will see that there are some gray if the color is allowed to see. This is basically showing the data gaps for number of indicators, even with the numerical targets. We don't have a solution in terms of the value of data. So for that, I think that this is really something which we look for solutions. Now, when we look at what type of indicator, what type of impact we would like to see, we also need to take into account the health determinants. And the SDG as a concept is an integrated concept, and same as the SDG health-related indicators. They are across so many SDGs. They are across 12 SDGs, in fact, with 59 numerical targets. So I will not go through that, but just to say that we are looking for using the data and linking the data to other sectors, because environment obviously is very important for health. The health system itself, the solutions within the health system and the digital solution in health are important for us, but we are also looking for unpacking the power of the data across other sectors and to see how we can use them into really designing and discussing and setting up the dialogues, policy and technical dialogues with the country in generating health impact. You will see here only a few examples. There are numerous examples through which better data and better digital solutions and linkages between the health determinants and health can be used to basically generate that discussion and visions. For us, what is important inside, so that this is more internally facing slide, as a delivery for impact, we are working with the leadership of the regions, with Director General, to bring together the data on the gaps, but also opportunities on acceleration, and to basically shape our vision in the organization, how best to support our countries, because that really, looking at the data, looking at the progress is helping us to identify those countries for those indicators for which we are really behind, and all that annual reporting which we are having also brings that every time there is a new data set, it gives us an opportunity to really shape our vision. So we are doing the stock takes, we are looking for how to use that and where are the opportunities for acceleration. We bring that into a platform where we are working together with regional and country office and to see what type of milestones which are time-bound and measurable we can really use for planning.
Thank you, Dr. Paval. I'm sure it's really interesting and it's a very important topic. Can you please
give me 1 minute? This is an example. Again, it will be in the slides on how GIS for malaria is being used to really drive much quicker, accelerated impact. This is how we are doing on the very specific indicator. We're looking together at the target, SDG target, but also national target. Sometimes they differ. And then when we see that trajectory, then we are questioning ourselves, what's our best programmatic solution for that? What can we do to resource that acceleration plan with specific action? And these are some of those examples. And that accountability dashboard is very simple, but it's helping us to really keep the focus on implementation and, as I said, measuring and managing. Partnership is extremely important. We are doing that together with many partners, and many of them are here represented. I'd like to thank you for working with us in terms of the accelerators through the SDG 3 gap. You've heard about G20 global initiative on digital health, very important for us as well, and there is a WHO Innovation Hub. All of them, they're really basically coming up to support our acceleration efforts. I'd like to really highlight the importance of the data gaps, and there are some opportunities which you've heard in terms of the data space related to the SDGs. Because I have to wrap up, I would like just to say that we are really very much advocating for data, and as you well know, the data dividend of $32 for every dollar invested. We are using that in our dialogues, but also there is a commitment, as you all know, that by 2027, these data gaps will be significantly reduced. So just to mention that not only as a tool, we're using data very innovatively together, and we look forward together to really make the best use of available data, but also to provide the important input into the data solution when we are implementing the programs. And I think the data-driven problem solving is something extremely, extremely important. I would like to thank you so much. And
thank you, Dr. Pavel. It's a really interesting topic. We can see it from the pandemic, how the data helped all the countries to collaborate together. Thank you so much.
Yeah, and I'll be available for any questions.
شكرا لك سيدة فرحة.
We would like to thank our panelists. Please approach them in the networking area for any questions. We need to wrap up.
راح نفتح باب الأسئلة أكيد. دائما بيكونوا متواجدين في كل الجلسات الماضية، دائما يكونوا موجودين معاكم، تقدرون تكلمونهم أو تتواصلوا معاهم بشكل مباشر. Thank you. الآن مع جلسة مناقشة أو مناقشة واعتماد إعلان الدوحة من أجل نظم بيانات شاملة وقرارات فعالة. يدير الجلسة طبعا الدكتور أحمد حسين، الخبير الإحصائي في جهاز التخطيط والإحصاء. تفضل.
السلام عليكم. أنا ترجيت زملائنا المترجمين إنه يبقوا معنا فقط 10 دقائق لنعتمد الإعلان، وبعدين ندعي زميلنا محمد عبد العزيز نعيمي مساعد رئيس جهاز الإحصاء ليختتم وناخذ صورة جماعية. المهم إنه إعلان الدوحة. ما هو إعلان الدوحة؟ لتاريخه أعلنت الأمم المتحدة إعلانات في 4 منتديات عالمية، بدأت في جنوب أفريقيا وانتهت في أوتاوا بكندا. هذا الإعلان يأتي أول إعلان وطني فيما يتعلق بالبيانات على الصعيد العالمي. يتكون الإعلان من الديباجة، والديباجة هي عبارة عن التزام دولة قطر بالمبادئ الأساسية للإحصاءات الرسمية. ثانياً التزام دولة قطر بأجندة التنمية المستدامة المكونة من 17 هدف. بيأكد الهدف 17 على توفير البيانات الموثوقة وبناء القدرات. هذا في الديباجة. أيضاً في الديباجة ورد أمامكم الإعلان باللغتين العربية والإنجليزية. سنضع على الشاشة الإعلان باللغة العربية نظراً لعدم قدرتنا من ناحية تقنية أن نضع الإعلان باللغة الإنجليزية وباللغة العربية. فإذا أمكن الزملاء المتحدثين باللغة الإنجليزية يشوفوا الإعلان موجود أمامكم باللغة الإنجليزية، وأيضاً الزملاء المتحدثين باللغة العربية موجود الإعلان أمامكم وعلى الشاشة. الآن المنتدى السياسي كمان بالديباجة دولة قطر وبحضور معالي رئيس مجلس الوزراء في 17 سبتمبر هذا العام اعتمد ما يسمى إعلان منتصف الفترة لأجندة التنمية المستدامة. ونحن في جهاز التخطيط والإحصاء تبعنا نفس المنهجية في إعداد الإعلان اللي حنطلب منكم ومن المشاركين اعتماد هذا الإعلان. قمنا بإعداد هذا الإعلان النسخة الأولى، وزعناها على العديد من منظمات الأمم المتحدة، بل يمكن أن نقول كافة منظمات الأمم المتحدة الموجودة هون، وأبدوا فعلا ملاحظات جيدة وقيمة وأخذنا فيها وأضفناها إلى الإعلان. خليني أضيف شيء، أنه اليوم وردني مثلا ملاحظة من أحد المشاركين بقول المراجعة الدورية للجفرنس. تحت كلمة جفرنس هي القوانين المنظمة للعمل الإحصائي، القوانين المنظمة لجمع البيانات ومعالجتها ونشرها وتزويدها للمستخدمين. هذا الكلام صحيح، لأنه نحن عم بنمر بمراحل خلينا نسميها داتا ريفوليوشن، يعني كل يوم عندنا ابتكارات جديدة. فهل القوانين اللي نحن بنشتغل على أساسها بتمكننا من أنه نروح نجمع البيانات بطرق متعددة؟ كنا نجمعها عن طريق الورق، زملائنا المنتدبين كانوا يروحوا على الأسر المعيشية وياخذوا منهم المعلومات ويكتبوها على الورق ويجيبوها على الجهاز وندخلها يدويا. بعدين طورنا، صرنا نستعمل تابلتس، بعدين طورنا صرنا نستعمل الانترنت، بعدين صرنا ناخذ السجلات الإدارية من الوزارات والأجهزة الحكومية، وبعدين الآن عم بنروح يعني مطلوب من الأجهزة الإحصائية تروح على البيج داتا وتاخذ من الويب سايتس. فهذا التطوير، هل القوانين اللي احنا عم بيشتغل فيها بتمكننا من انه ننتقل هاي الانتقال بدون ما يكون ملحوظ بالقوانين؟ لذلك يعني انا فعلا بأيد الزملاء اللي اقترحوا هذا الاقتراح بانه ضرورة مراجعات دورية لكل الجفرنانس، حتى الاستراكشر اللي احنا بنشتغل عليه في جهاز التخطيط والإحصاء ضروري مراجعته دوريا، يعني بحيث انه يصير يناسب المرحلة اللي احنا بنمر فيها. هذه الديباجة. أما نأتي لنظم البيانات اللي هي بتكون المكون الأول للإعلان، يعني أكدت على بناء بنية تحتية للعمل التشاركي في مجال البيانات، واعتماد سياسات للحوكمة وتوفير التقنيات اللازمة. الموضوع الثالث يتعلق بالبيانات من أجل التنمية. أنتم عارفين أنه عندنا نحن الأندي أستري اللي جهاز التخطيط والإحصاء اشتغل عليها، ومن عدة قطاعات، وعلى ما أعتقد من 13 قطاع، كلها محتاجة إلى بيانات ومؤشرات لمراقبة التقدم المحرز لتنفيذ هذه القطاعات. اثنين، احنا معتمدين الSDGs، أجندة التنمية المستدامة بأهدافها 17 وب 169 غاية وب 232 مؤشر وغيره، كله نحن معتمدين عليه، معتمدينهم بشكل رسمي في الأمم المتحدة. يجي للمنتدى. المنتدى هو مكون بيقترح التالي: إنشاء منتدى الدوحة كمنصة للحوار وتبادل الأفكار والمعرفة. المنتدى هو عبارة عن لقاء دوري. بعض الزملاء قالوا لي ليش ما بتقول سنوي؟ طبعا يعني نحن ما فينا الآن ناخذ قرار ونقول سنوي، لأنه هذا في تبعات كبيرة له، تكاليف وجهود ولكن المسؤولين يعني عن هذا الموضوع هن حيقرروا حيكون سنوي أو كل سنتين أو يعني. بعدين هذا المنتدى لتبادل أفضل الممارسات. يوز كيسز اللي حكى عنها زميلنا من ONS حكى عن اليوز كيسز، لازم هاي نحن نتبادلها سواء كنا على الصعيد الوطني أو الإقليمي أو العالمي، بحيث أنه نتعلم منها. بعدين دعم البحث والتطوير والابتكار في. إذن كل واحد منكم يا جماعة يشوف الإعلان حيشوف حاله فيه، حيشوف له مجال للعمل في هذا الإعلان. فخلينا نجتمع كوزارات وأجهزة حكومية وجامعات ومراكز بحوث ومنظمات غير حكومية مع بعض، نجتمع كلنا مع بعض، ومنظمات عربية وإقليمية ودولية ومنظمات أمم متحدة، نعمل كلنا مع بعض لوضع تصور مستقبلي للعمل في مجال البيانات. وبالتالي هذا يترجم إلى عمل سواء بكل وزارة لوحد أو بوزارات بالتعاون مع جهات التخطيط والإحصاء أو في منتديات خاصة وبناء قدرات وما إليه. أنا أعتقد أنه شفتوا الإعلان أمامكم، ومن الممكن نقول يعني دقيقتين إذا حدا بيشوف بعد في. أنا بصراحة يعني كمان استلمت عشان أكون شفاف ودقيق، استلمت بعض الملاحظات من زملائنا في برنامج الأمم المتحدة الإنمائي، وأنا كليا بوافق على هذه الملاحظات. وفي as per the fundamental principles of official statistics الاندبندنس، استقلالية. نحن فعلا في جهة التخطيط والإحصاء مستقلين، لكن professionally independence، هيك بتنص المبادئ الأساسية. احنا مهنيا مستقلين. أنا شخصيا صار لي أكثر من 10 سنوات في جهة التخطيط والإحصاء، ما سمعت يوم إنه رئيس الوزراء طلب مننا نغير consumer price index أو نغير بالتجارة الخارجية أو نغير بعدد السكان. احنا مستقلين يعني professionally، ما حدا بيعطينا تعليمات من الجهات العليا، فلذلك احنا مستقلين professionally. لكن كنا مع زملائنا في التخطيط في مؤسسة واحدة، في بيننا تفاعل حتى نقدر نلبي احتياجاتهم من البيانات، وهذا بيتم بشكل يومي. خلينا نقول يمكن بعض الأجهزة بالعالم بدها تبذل جهد عشان تجتمع مع وزارة الاقتصاد والتجارة ووزارة العمل ووزارة كذا كذا حتى يشوفوا شو احتياجاتهم، لكن نحن في هالمنظومة اللي موجودة في البلد عندنا تفاعل بشكل يومي. الآن خلينا نقول إذا في حدا عنده بعد أي ملاحظات على الإعلان ممكن يحكي، تفضلوا. إذا ما في حدا عنده ملاحظات إضافية، ليش؟ لأنه مثل ما قلت لكم اللجنة الإحصائية الممثلة لكل الوزارات والأجهزة الحكومية راجعت الإعلان، منظمات الأمم المتحدة بكاملها، يعني اللي أمامكم موجودين هون أو مش موجودين حتى راجعوا هذا الإعلان. وأنا شخصيا عندي الإيفيدنس من خلال الإيميلات، سواء كلهم دعموا الاندورسمنت للإعلان. إذا في حدا بحب يحكي، ليش؟ لأنه أنا ملزم مع الزملاء المترجمين، وإلا المتحدثين باللغة الإنجليزية بعدين مش حيقدروا. في حدا عنده بعد أي ملاحظة بحب يضيفها؟ إذا أنا من جانبي بقول الإعلان endorsed، اعتمد. الآن بدي أطلب من زميلنا محمد عبد العزيز النعيمي مساعد رئيس جهاز التخطيط والإحصاء يتفضل يلقي كلمة حتى نختتم، وبعدين ناخذ صورة جماعية.
أعتقد الدكتور أحمد يعني حذرني أن ما أطول عشان مترجمين، وأنا ما أبغي أتكلم إنجليزي يا دكتور أحمد. فبالنيابة عن جهاز التخطيط والإحصاء أود أن أشكر المنظمين من جهاز التخطيط والإحصاء من علاقات عامة وتشريفات، وعلى رأسهم طبعا الدكتور أحمد حسين. كذلك أود أن أشكر المتحدثين اللي أثروا المنتدى بموضوعات ويوز كيسز ساهمت في نجاح هذا المنتدى، اللي دكتور أحمد حسين ما حب يقول هل هو بيكون سنوي أو باي أنيوال، بس أنا أعتقد اللي طلعنا منه في هذا المنتدى ضغط علينا وعلى جهاز التخطيط والإحصاء أنه يكون على قولتهم very often. كذلك أود أشكر مدراء الجلسات وعلى صبرهم على التايم مانجمنت. أنا أعتقد معظمنا وأولهم أنا we failed في التايم مانجمنت، بس ما قصر الدكتور أحمد حسين، مشانا على الصراط المستقيم. المترجمين كذلك أود أن أشكرهم، وأنا أعتقد خلاص بنطلق سراحكم، تقدرون تمشون متى ما تبون. وأخيرا وليس آخرا أود أن أشكركم الحضور بنقاشاتكم بأسئلتكم. صحيح أن ضغطنا بسبب الوقت ما خليناكم تسألون كثير، بس أنا أعتقد النقاشات خارج هذه القاعة أثرت من المنتدى نفسه، وبإذن الله نراكم في المنتدى القادم. شكرا.